A man wearing Chinese traditional clothes, with long black hair, was floating above the clouds. The beautiful sunset can be seen behind him and multiple swords are surrounding him. At a distance, a reporter and his cameraman are riding a helicopter trying to get live footage of the black-haired man. They started broadcasting and the reporter described the black-haired man as a weird long-haired person, wearing weird clothing who appeared in the sky of NY City. The black-haired person looked at the camera as the reporter explains that they don't know where this man came from, but he has defeated 26 heroes in the last 2 hours. The reporter stated that it's been centuries since heroes first appeared and the forces of evil decreased dramatically, so it's hard to see that kind of scene these days. He said that they need to thank the mysterious person and cheer for him and their heroes both. As his last words, the reporter asked if justice will once again win against evil, and then he proceeded to sign off. The internet comments were full of support for the mysterious man. Some even said he was cool and hot. Plasticman, an unranked hero, was standing at the top of a skyscraper with his arms crossed. Suddenly, he jumped and dived headfirst. He was descending at high speed and chunks of metal were assembling into his body as he went down. There was a huge impact, and rubble and dust were thrown into the air, creating a smoke screen. As soon as the smoke screen slowly dissipates, the voice of a system starts an initiation count. The system announced that it has successfully started as the smoke screen cleared, revealing a fully armored Plasticman. The reporter in the helicopter stated that it's been half an hour, and they were anticipating who would be the next challenger for the mysterious man. He was still not finished with his sentence when Plasticman passed them from behind at such high speed. Plasticman stopped abruptly and stood in front of the mysterious man. The reporter told his viewers with great excitement that Plasticman has come forth to make his challenge. He said that the mysterious guy is done for, as Plasticman was a hero listed within the top 5 ranks in the world and he has a strong potential since he debuted. The reporter asked for 3 seconds of silence for the mysterious man and said that they hope Plasticman won't go too hard on him. At the same time, the mysterious man greeted Plasticman with a Chinese traditional greeting salute and introduced himself. He introduced himself as the clan lord of Tenjin sect from the Xuan continent and asked Plasticman what place they were currently in. Plasticman ignored the mysterious man's question and proceeded to increase the power of his armor to the maximum. The reporter exclaimed that Plasticman was going all out immediately, raising the power of his armor to the fullest, and that his opponent was in real trouble. After Plasticman raised the power of his armor to the maximum, he centralized all his power in his arm. The reporter already knew what was going to happen next, as this was the signature move of Plasticman, Storm Fist. The reporter narrated all of Plasticman's movements to his viewers vigorously, that he did not notice he was already at the edge of the helicopter and his cameraman was holding on to him to prevent him from falling. The reporter said that this one punch can break through 300 meters of ground and no one can survive this, so the fight was at its end. The clan lord furrowed his eyebrows as he saw that Plasticman was preparing for an attack. He then asked Plasticman if he spoke the human language, with irritation and sarcasm evident in his tone. Plasticman did not answer his question and gave him a speech instead. The ones who die horribly are the ones who talk too much, and the people who battled him died because he never babbles nonsense. Plasticman charged toward the clan lord with tremendous speed, but the clan lord simply slapped his face, saying he talked way too much, which made him absolutely irritated. Half of the face of Plasticman's armor shattered and he was now falling from the sky. The clan lord said that he just wanted to ask for directions, but all the people he encountered sought death. The reporter was shocked as he witnessed Plasticman's loss. Snot was dripping down his nose, and his eyeglasses and clothes were disheveled as he stared into space. When the reporter came to his senses, he yelled, calling for an ambulance to hurry as Plasticman had fallen. The clan lord was too strong and he defeated Plasticman with just one strike. He then announced that their peace was coming to an end as the world's strongest villain had appeared. A few centuries ago, the Earth was still enveloped in darkness. A lot of eccentrics, monsters, and evil scientists appeared in the world. They ran amok, causing destruction all around the world, until the appearance of heroes. The heroes were able to defeat the villains with their will. 11 years passed and the world was finally at peace and heroes retired from the spotlight. The remaining monsters became the pets of the heroes. There were even some heroes who needed to work to maintain their living. The cameraman yelled at the reporter to stop narrating and pointed toward the flying hero in the sky. The reporter regained his energy and exclaimed that the S-rank hero, Macho Man, had arrived. S-rank heroes don't appear easily, so the reporter was excited and expected the battle to be very interesting. He never thought he would meet such an honorable hero and he's very excited to witness everything live. The cameraman yelled at the reporter again to stop narrating as he was blocking the camera. Macho Man was flying above the clan lord and was looking down at him. The clan lord looked up to Macho Man with boredom in his eyes, thinking there was another one. Macho Man started his speech by telling the clan lord that he was no match for him. He acknowledged the clan lord's power after seeing him defeat Plasticman, but his strength is not enough. He then offered that if the clan lord agreed to be his pet, it would save them trouble and his rank would rise as well. The reporter heard what Macho Man said and relayed it to his viewers and was now eagerly waiting for the clan lord's response. The clan lord respectfully declined Macho Man's offer and told him that he was not interested in the same sex. Macho Man was furious and told him that his decision wasn't smart. He then started emitting an aura with murderous intent. The reporter sensed the aura as he relayed the situation to his viewers and told them the helicopter couldn't get close because of it. The clan lord asked Macho Man what he was planning. Macho Man responded as he dived to deliver a punch that he would beat the clan lord up until he submits. The clan lord ducked to avoid the punch charging toward his face and countered the attack with a punch in the gut. Macho Man's eyeballs turned white and snot flowed out of his nose as he was blown away at a high speed. He was thrown in the direction of the helicopter and hit it, causing an explosion, and the helicopter was destroyed. He then landed at a skyscraper, ragged and completely defeated. The clan lord looked down in the direction where Macho Man landed. He looked annoyed and said that there are some people with strange hobbies no matter what the world is, and then he dashed away. The reporter and cameraman are now on their parachute, but the reporter still continued to relay information to his audience. The reporter said that he didn't catch anything, and they don't know what just happened. Their helicopter got destroyed. The man disappeared from their sight and Macho Man was also nowhere to be seen. 2 months later, the clan lord was meditating at the edge of a snowy cliff. A dragon with golden hair was floating around him. His name was Yan Sen, 2,603 years old and a cultivator from the Xuan continent. In the 2 months that he came unexpectedly to this world called Earth, an aqua blue sphere, he learned more. He learned that this world is small but it hosts more than 10 times the people of Xuan continent. He was confused about how people can fly in the air without swords and travel quickly without any magic tools, as he only heard the people call those things planes and cars. He was exasperated that the women in this world don't wear pants when they're out, but he was thankful that the spiritual energy of this world was denser, so he was able to tolerate living in it. In the woods, there was a beautiful girl with long black hair that is very injured. Her whole torso was wrapped with bandages as she was struggling in pain. A blonde-haired girl who seems to be her junior is stopping the bleeding of her wounds with her magic. Even though the black-haired girl was in pain, she still thanked her junior while she was panting. The blonde-haired girl comforted her that there was no need to thank her as they were schoolmates. The black-haired girl's arms were wrapped around her junior's shoulder for support as they walked towards safety. On a stone wall, the blonde-haired girl read the words Celestial Binding Tower and thought that the name of the tourist spot was cringe. They found a spring inside and decided to rest for a while. The blonde-haired girl let her senior sit on the ground to rest and told her to wait there as she go find something to eat. The black-haired girl was still panting in pain as she told her junior to be careful. She saw the hot spring beside her and decided to dip her toes in them. She was surprised that her wounds were gone in an instant. She then stood up and looked around, thinking that the place was desolate, so there probably wouldn't be anyone there. She began to undress and placed her uniform on the ground. The black-haired girl did not see Yan Sen, who was already taking a bath in the hot spring because of the steam. Yan Sen, on the other hand, has his back on the black-haired girl, so he also did not see that someone else was around and was about to take a bath in the hot spring. As the black-haired girl dipped into the hot spring and relaxed, she thought it was strange that there were no volcanoes nearby, but there was a hot spring here that can even heal wounds. As the black-haired girl walks toward the center of the spring, their backs bumped into each other. They were startled and Yan Sen yelled, asking who was it. The black-haired girl screamed and started throwing stones, but Yan Sen simply suspended them mid-air and swiped them away and told her to scram. The black-haired girl was holding a stone, frozen in place, and was blushing as the blonde-haired girl came running from the woods with a worried look on her face and asked her senior what happened. Yan Sen walked towards the black-haired girl who was sitting at the edge of the spring, hiding her body in the water. She nervously asked who Yan Sen was and what he was planning to do. Yan Sen walked past the black-haired girl and told her that he won't question her on how they came here, and won't pursue the matter. They just have to leave the place immediately after her bath. The blonde-haired girl questioned who was him to be chasing them. Yan Sen began to dress and asked them if they did not notice the words engraved into the stone wall before they entered, because this was his house they were trespassing on. The blonde-haired girl scratched the back of her neck and was embarrassed as she thought the place was a tourist spot. Yan Sen was about to say something when the black-haired girl called Xiao Ying, the blonde-haired girl, and asked for her clothes so they could leave. At a distance, Yan Sen was leaning his back on a huge rock with his arms crossed. The two girls were looking back at him as they talked. Xiao Ying asked the black-haired girl why she was rushing. She doesn't think that Yan Sen's a bad person. He just dresses and speaks weirdly, so she planned to ask him to let them rest there for a little longer. The black-haired girl responded that they shouldn't be shameless as the man wasn't planning on helping them. Right then, a helicopter appeared in the air. Hearing the sound, Yan Sen, with his eyes closed, has his eyebrows furrowed. The helicopter was still in the air when the reporter popped out of the door and yelled that they found Yan Sen. The reporter started to give his audience a recap on who the man they found was and asked who will be the next to challenge this man. He then looked beside him and asked Steel Beetle if what he said was okay. Steel Beetle, who was standing on the edge of the door, looking ready to jump, responded that it was perfect and that as long as Yan Sen was portrayed as a powerful opponent, he'll become undefeatable in the eyes of people after he beat him. As the reporter then asked Steel Beetle if they should wait for his team, he dived out of the helicopter headfirst and said there was no need as he'll meet Yan Sen himself. He twirled midair and landed on the ground with his 2 feet. The ground cracked because of the impact. Steel Beetle stood up, crossed his arms and he glared at Yan Sen intensely. Seeing a professional hero, Xiao Ying was happy that they were saved and started running towards the hero when the black-haired girl stopped her. She told Xiao Ying not to go near them as they were preparing to fight. The black-haired girl was thinking out loud. She was wondering who Yan Sen could be to have one of the top 10 heroes of the world, Steel Beetle, challenging him like that. At the same time, Steel Beetle and Yan Sen were facing each other when Steel Beetle told Yan Sen that they'd been searching for a month. He recognized Yan Sen's strength for beating the other heroes previously, but he can't stand his arrogant attitude. He's unable to fly, but as long as his opponents battle with him on land, he'll defeat them with ease, and looking down on others will put Yan Sen at a disadvantage. Yan Sen told him to be silent, but Steel Beetle proceeded to babble that since Yan Sen can fly, he'll give him a head start of 3 attacks if Yan Sen agrees to fight on the ground, fair and square. Yan Sen said nothing as he swiftly closed the distance between them and kicked Steel Beetle in the stomach. He then asked him why does he always ignore the words of others. The black-haired girl's eyes widened in disbelief at what she witnessed. The reporter, on the other hand, witnessed yet again the strength of Yan Sen as he looked down at the hero kneeling on the ground. Xiao Ying was talking to the black-haired girl if she saw how fast Yan Sen, but she was lost in her own thoughts. She was shocked that Yan Sen's speed and power clearly surpass a rank 7 hero, and she wonders where did he come from and why does he have such strong powers. Xiao Ying sees Yan Sen was so strong and it looks like he might actually win the fight. The black-haired girl replies they can't be sure because the last attack surpassed the power of a rank 7 hero, but it was not enough to take Steel Beetle out. She heard that in terms of strength, Steel Beetle is placed in the top 10 god class ranks when battling on the ground. At this moment, Steel Beetle acknowledged Yan Sen's strength, saying that if Plasticman was the one kicked, he'd probably peed his pants. However, he thought that it was a shame because he was one of the top 10 heroes of the god class. Right then, a lot of huge aircraft appeared from the sky, and inside those were Steel Beetle's internal vitals team. After checking that his performance was good, they transmitted his armor over to him. Calling Yan Sen a little one, Steel Beetle declares he'll show his true power today. He then began to strike a pose and his belt glimmered. He raised his hands to the air and strings of light gathered into the palm of his hands. At the same time, Yan Sen looked bored and confused. The next second, a chunk of metal appeared in Steel Beetle's hands. He inserted it into his belt. The parts rotated and a light from the sky struck Steel Beetle, then a gust of wind flew toward the black-haired girl, so she had to cover her face with her arms to protect herself. She remembered watching Steel Beetle transform on the television when she was little. She never thought that she'd be able to see it in person. Meanwhile, the reporter was roaring through his microphone as he hyped his audience about Steel Beetle's transformation that they were not able to see in action for 11 years. He still remembers that 11 years ago, Steel Beetle got famous defeating hundreds of monsters wearing the armor, so it looks like the battle that was about to happen will be a brilliant one. On the other hand, Yan Sen just stood there waiting, unbothered by the gust of wind and dust flying toward him. As the dust dissipates, it revealed Steel Beetle in full armor saying that he was done. Everyone at the scene was at a loss, but Steel Beetle urged Yan Sen to continue the fight. Yan Sen sighed helplessly. He stared at Steel Beetle and replies he'll accept the challenge since he was so persistent. He then brought out his sacrificial sword and said that he, Yan Sen, who has a body that is almost ascended, is asking for guidance. Steel Beetle was pleased as things were getting more interesting. He then shifted into a battle stance and provoked Yan Sen to come at him. Yan Sen accepted the request and cupped his hands. Afterward, both of them lunged and attacked each other. Their movements were so fast that only lights and collision points were seen by the naked eye. They were clashing all over the place, from the ground up to the sky. They were battling mid-air, and Steel Beetle was exhilarated as the fight was addictive and he finally met someone who was his match. But the next moment, he was shocked when Yan Sen suddenly appeared behind him, held his head, and threw him to the ground. Yan Sen launched him with so much force that his head down to his waist was buried in the ground. This time, the black-haired girl, who was hiding behind the rock, was utterly speechless. Steel Beetle immediately removed his body from the ground and stood up into a fighting stance. The reporter was enthusiastically telling his audience the details of the battle. It was way too thrilling and is definitely one of the most exciting battles within the last 10 years. Meanwhile, Steel Beetle was shocked as he couldn't catch what just happened. He thinks that Yan Sen looks weak. However, he couldn't understand why his aura causes unprecedented fear in him. Steel Beetle was shaking as he felt the gigantic presence of Yan Sen looming over him. He encouraged himself as the man who has the strongest armor known to mankind, so nobody is able to inflict fear on him. Afterward, he took out his weapon and charged it with an electric-like aura. He called the move Plasma Cannon as he aimed it toward Yan Sen and fired. The weapon then emitted a big ball of bright light. It was so bright that the black-haired girl hiding behind the rock had to cover her face so she wouldn't be blinded by it. On the other hand, Yan Sen doesn't look bothered at all. He just stood there and used the sword key, a protection technique, and the ball of light was gone without a trace. Steel Beetle is now agitated that Yan Sen managed to stop his attack. Xiao Ying asked the black-haired girl if the attack just now was Steel Beetle's ultimate skill, so the black-haired girl confirmed. She immediately thought that Yan Sen might have a chance at defeating Steel Beetle because he managed to stop the plasma cannon. Steel Beetle no longer has any means to take him down. She knew that defeating Steel Beetle would stir up a sensation throughout the world. Right then, Steel Beetle began charging the lightning-like aura into his belt. Seeing this, Yan Sen remained emotionless. However, everyone in the area was startled and they were wondering what Steel Beetle was planning to do. On the aircraft, Steel Beetle's internal vitals team warned him that the move he was about to use was still in the experimental stage. It was an uncontrollable force, so his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Nevertheless, Steel Beetle was adamant as he wanted to defeat Yan Sen, the arrogant bastard in front of him. He wanted to make him understand that they're in the world of heroes and heroes are undefeatable. At a distance, the reporter was still narrating the fight for the audience, and the cameraman was still recording. The reporter described to his audience that Steel Beetle was radiating a yellow light, and he believes that it was Steel Beetle's latest ultimate skill. Meanwhile, on the aircraft, Steel Beetle's internal vitals team is strongly asking him to stop as his power intake has already exceeded the maximum capacity. They are worried that Steel Beetle would lose control because he currently doesn't have the capacity to control such force, and he would kill the young man he's fighting. Despite all the warnings, Steel Beetle continued to charge his power and even told Yan Sen that he'll be treating him as his test subject. The move he was about to use was still in the experimental stage, but he asked Yan Sen to not worry as he will spare his life because he was strong. The next second, a huge beam of light was charging toward Yan Sen, and Steel Beetle called the skill Plasma Flare as he released the power he accumulated. In response, Yan Sen waved his hand and pointed at the beam with his fingers extended, and used the skill sword key, Materialization. The beam stopped in its tracks and a big dent in the middle of it was created. At the same time, Steel Beetle's armor got shattered into pieces, leaving him completely naked. He screamed as his armor was ruined. Consequently, he was blown away by a great force. The beam disappeared and Steel Beetle could be seen as nothing but a mere twinkle in the sky after he was blasted off by the great force of impact. Yan Sen just stood there, not uttering a single word. But the eyes of the people around who watched the fight widened with confusion and disbelief. Even though he watched the fight live, the reporter did not catch anything and had no idea what just happened. This time, Yan Sen looked at the sky, in the direction where Steel Beetle flew, and called him a weakling. Meanwhile, in the northern hemisphere, a crowd gathered around a huge crack in the ground as they saw a person fall from the sky which caused damage to it. They recognized the person as Steel Beetle, but they were confused about how he got there since he was in a duel just moments ago. On the other hand, Steel Beetle lay on the ground, looking up at the sky with his face filled with shock as he admitted his defeat. Later, under the crescent moon, in a sky filled with stars, Xiao Ying and the black-haired girl are roasting fish on the river bank. Nearby, Yan Sen was meditating at the top of a rock a few meters away from them. The girls are worried that there's something wrong with Yan Sen as he's been sitting there for almost a day, and refuses to eat or say anything. So they decided to give him a portion of their food and called out for him. Yan Sen heard their voices, and as he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the roast fish he was being offered. Xiao Ying was sitting beside him and she was the one handing it out to him. She told him to have something to eat as he had been sitting there for the whole day, but he refused the offer and replied he was not hungry. Xiao Ying scooted over to Yan Sen and nudged him with her shoulders as she asked if he was not from this world. Yan Sen was baffled at how Xiao Ying knew. She proudly answered there was no need to guess since with his strength, he could have done anything. Plus no one knows his identity even though he bears such great powers. So those things only proved that he was not from this world. She then questions him about where exactly he came from and how he got so strong. Yan Sen let out a sigh and started introducing himself by revealing his name. His mind drifted toward his past as he told his story. He was a cultivator that originated from the Xuan continent. At the age of 6, he began cultivating. When he was 10, he was at the peak of martial arts. At 12, the peak of the key cultivation rank. He attained the arts of spirit cultivation at 16, and when he was 17, he started training in spirit refinement. And before he was an adult, he built up a foundation for the path of coalescence. In less than 100 years, he already became a ruler in the heavens. From being a heavenly deity, he advanced to golden deity, meta deity, and just within 100 years of his life, he'd finished walking the path that people couldn't in thousands or even millions of theirs. In his old age, he became the patriarch of the sect and passed down his knowledge of the martial arts and the ways to being a deity in the sect. Until one day, he sensed a change within the heavens, and he knew that he had reached the highest rank within the boundaries of the heavens, the Emperor deity. In order for the sect to continue and achieve boundless refining, he chose to cultivate in isolation, but he never thought that there would not be any kind of development regardless of how long he stayed in seclusion. Unfortunately, when he was in isolation, hostile forces led by the Caillou sect came to snatch away the most precious treasure of their sect, the heaven-shaking halberd. The sect did its best to protect the treasure, but in the end, they lost it. The hostile forces did not spare a single one of his sect. Within a night, the sky was dyed crimson. They slaughtered everyone in the sect. They humiliated his disciples and had their corpses hung on their sect's door, exposed to the sun for 300 years. When he decided to return from seclusion, he was still a semi-emperor deity, though it was more than enough for him to be considered an invincible existence. As he returned to his sect, he saw his dilapidated sect gate, filled with bones on the ground. He was not able to suppress the blazing anger in his heart, and with only a raise of his hand, he annihilated half of heaven's population. Because of the brutality of his actions, the heavenly realm deities and the demon clan decided to form an alliance to launch an attack against him as they openly announced that he was going to be executed in a rural place. After they tried to seal Yan Sen up in the deity confinement tower, they lost the lives of 5 of their strongest cultivators, 100 transcendent deities, and 1,000 meta deities. Once he was sealed, they had him thrown into the time dimension crack with the deity confinement tower to ensure that he would never be able to return for all eternity. Hence, when he woke up, he had already arrived in this foreign world. Xiao Ying cupped her face with her hands as she listened to Yan Sen's story. She had a funny expression, and upon noticing this, Yan Sen furrowed his brows and asked what was wrong with her. She replied his story was cringe, but she liked it. On the other hand, the black-haired girl who is now sitting on Yan Sen's side asked what he plans to do after today. Yan Sen answered he originally planned to rebuild his sect while waiting for his spiritual energy to recover, as he wanted to open heaven's dimension gates again to return to the heavenly realm. But the world is much more complicated than he had expected. The girl was puzzled and asked what he meant, so he explained that his plans were derailed as this world has something called technology, and there was no longer a need for cultivating deities anymore. When she heard his reasons, the black-haired girl was baffled and speechless. On the other hand, Xiao Ying remarked he was wrong because this world needs someone with strong powers like him. Yan Sen doubted her, but she insisted it was true. Afterward, she handed him a business card for their school. They were students of Jiazia Superhuman Academy, and if he was interested, he could become an instructor so they can help him understand their world. Yan Sen did not say anything. He just stared at the card dumbfounded. Xiao Ying continued that Menki, the black-haired girl, can help him with his entry applications. There was no need to give them a reply so soon, and he could take some time to consider. However, Yan Sen replied there was no need to consider it as he would go. Xiao Ying looked displeased that Yan Sen agreed so readily since she had a bunch of reasons prepared to convince him. Menki chimed into the conversation and advised Yan Sen to change his style of fashion as he'll be surrounded by reporters because he consecutively defeated 2 superheroes. Yan Sen stared at his clothes, puzzled by the suggestion. Xiao Ying then stood up and stretched as she informs Yan Sen that school will be starting in 2 weeks, so he should not forget to apply as they would be waiting for him at school. 2 weeks later, Yan Sen is riding a train heading towards the Jiazia Superhuman Academy, but his manner of fashion was unchanged. In the thousands of years that he's lived, he never thought that he would be going back to a private school. He didn't have a clue about where to start in teaching the ways of cultivation. At this moment, a female student with pretty blue eyes and long black hair tied into pigtails stepped into the train and made eye contact with Yan Sen. Yan Sen noticed how charming that little girl was and that there was spiritual energy residing in her body. Right then, big muscular hands started groping that student's chest. Yan Sen was startled and his eyes widened. The man pinned down the student towards the glass window and started stroking her legs. Yan Sen thought that the man was a degenerate for committing assault in the eyes of the public. This time, the student was asking for someone to save her, and she again made eye contact with Yan Sen, asking for his help. Yan Sen then remembered his experience on the Xuan continent where he learned that he must not meddle with others' affairs, so he chose to ignore the situation, looked down, and closed his eyes. The student was perplexed by his reaction and was at a loss for words. It was then that someone suddenly yelled "Madafaka." A girl who watched the footage of Yan Sen said to hell with him, as she would never accept him, a bastard, as a hero. A man tried to calm the girl down, whose name was Lan, telling her not to get agitated yet because Yan Sen was someone recommended by Menki, and in addition to that, he also defeated God-class heroes before. But Lan told the man that it didn't matter, and she was baffled by the fact that Yan Sen wanted to get a hero license from her and also teach in the academy with that kind of attitude. And she declared that there was not a chance. Lan said that with the current employment rate being so low, there was at least an 80% chance Yan Sen had support backing him up, and all the news of him being able to defeat God-class heroes was all a fraud, so she refused to believe that Yan Sen had that kind of ability. The man told Lan that such a thing couldn't be true. But Lan told him that there was nothing true or false about it because those God-class heroes would take up jobs pertaining to unclogging toilet bowls, so spending some money to get them to spread false information would have been an easy feat for Yan Sen. The man reminded Lan that Yan Sen was recommended to them by Hu Menki, Menki's full name, so it wouldn't be nice for them to brush it off like that. But Lan said that Hu Menki would really recommend and send any Tom, Dick, or Harry over to us, and she didn't even know how many times it had been. Lan told the man that they didn't even know what Yan Sen's true capabilities were, so the chances of letting him through the back door were non-existent. The man was surprised when Lan told someone over the radio to give something good to Yan Sen, and as the person confirmed that they got it, the man who was committing sexual assault spat. He spat on Yan Sen's boots. Yan Sen looked so mad. The man who was watching got nervous as he anticipated what was about to happen. Lan smugly asked Yan Sen over the screen if he was infuriated, and she urged him to come on and let her have a look at his true capabilities. Yan Sen stood up and towered over the man, and Lan said that things were about to get serious because it was, after all, the strength of the one who had defeated God-class heroes. Suddenly, with a straight face, Yan Sen spat on the man, who was taken by surprise, and the girl was also surprised. Yan Sen began to walk towards the train doors that just opened, and as the doors closed and he stood outside, the girl and the man who was sexually assaulting her just stood there dumbfounded. The man who was with Lan was also dumbfounded, while Lan's expression looked grim while she trembled. Lan was so enraged that she said that she would have the bastard, Yan Sen, incapacitated because it was the first mother-ducking time she had ever seen that kind of super ability user. The man told Lan that what she said wouldn't do because Yan Sen was someone affiliated with the principal's daughter. But Lan slapped the man, telling him to move aside, and when she found out that Yan Sen had his connections, she said that it was the type she despised the most, so nobody should even think of stopping her that day. The man knew that Lan was going over to Yan Sen, so he said that it was over and that it would be lethal. Lan Kai Kai, Lan's full name, was the number 7 God-class hero, and as she strode outside, she said that since Yan Sen was refusing to reveal his own capabilities, she would test them out herself. The man said that things really wouldn't do, so he had got to think of a way to stop Lan Kai Kai because that woman would do anything when she was angry. Meanwhile, on the train, the man who was sexually assaulting the girl earlier was crying, questioning why Yan Sen treated her like that when she was clearly a female, and the girl tried to comfort her, saying that it was all right. Suddenly, someone told both of them over the speakers to stop chatting because Lan Kai Kai got furious and was on her way to pick a fight with Yan Sen. It was the man, and he said that they had to stop Lan Kai Kai or else they would be in big trouble and possibly get fired. When the girl heard that Lan Kai Kai was the one on duty that day, she said that she really felt a cold breeze at that time. While the other student asked the man what they should do at that moment, The man said that he would stop Yan Sen while the two of them would stop Lan Kai Kai, and they immediately responded that they got it. The man said that they had to be fast so they would split up and carry out their assigned tasks, and he began running. He activated his superpower and increased his lung capacity. He bolted towards the door at an incredible speed. On the other hand, Yan Sen was peacefully walking, and he was asking himself why he felt like someone had been keeping an eye on him for a while. He gazed into the horizon as he noticed the weather. Yan Sen realized that there would be a fight again, and he was intrigued by it. Suddenly, the man appeared, and he called Yan Sen, requesting a moment with him. The man was out of breath, and he told Yan Sen that he had finally caught up to him. Yan Sen asked the man if he was calling out to him, and the man confirmed that he was. While out of breath, the man frantically tried to explain things to Yan Sen, but all he said just came out gibberish. He was still out of breath when he finished talking, and as he told Yan Sen that it was the gist of it, he asked him if he understood what was going on. But Yan Sen was silent for a moment. Yan Sen looked so puzzled as he told the man that he wasn't able to understand a single word he said, so if there was nothing important, he would be taking his leave. The man was frustrated that Yan Sen couldn't understand, so he told him that in that case, he would repeat himself. But Yan Sen raised his palm in front of the man, and he was taken aback by it. Yan Sen seemed to have released energy and performed something. The man felt goosebumps, and he asked what it was. Suddenly, he noticed that he had recovered, and he asked Yan Sen if he had the ability to heal, but Yan Sen said nothing. The man told Yan Sen that if he were a healing type user, it would be impossible for him to defeat Lan Kai Kai because her ability is basically built for combat. He asked Yan Sen to let him explain to him again what happened earlier, but Yan Sen told him that there was no need for that as he already knew what was going on. And as he said that he confirmed that there really was someone keeping an eye on him ever since a while ago. He added that the technology in that world was really impressive as he did not feel any fluctuation in spiritual energy at all. The man was surprised by what Yan Sen said, and as he asked him if he was able to read minds too, he asked how someone could be blessed with so many abilities. Yan Sen looked annoyed, but he explained to the man that it was called the soul probing technique and that he had also injected a little bit of spiritual energy when he used it on him. The man told Yan Sen that he had such diverse abilities at his disposal that he would definitely be able to obtain the hero license, and as he said that it was just that Lan Kai Kai was not compliant, he suggested that they immediately take a detour. Yan Sen asked the man why he had to when Hu Mengqi promised him to make him an instructor at the academy, and he said that it would be his first step in re-establishing his sect. The man told Yan Sen that if he hasn't obtained a hero license yet, he won't be able to become an instructor academy, but he was sure he would be able to obtain his hero license when someone else is on duty. He begged Yan Sen, and Yan Sen agreed that he would take a detour. The man could not believe that Yan Sen agreed, and as Yan Sen started to walk the other way, he told him that he was honestly so grateful for that and thanked him. But suddenly, Lan Kai Kai appeared, and she used her move, the heel drop. The ground was smashed into pieces as she slammed her heel on it. The impact caused a huge explosion. As the dust and debris scattered all over the place, the man asked what it was, and Lan Kai Kai said that she had heard it all. She told Yan Sen that he would never be able to get a hero's license for all eternity. The man was so surprised when he saw that Lan Kai Kai was already there. Lan Kai Kai and Yan Sen were having a face-off with each other as the dust began to dissipate. Suddenly, the girl from earlier arrived, and she called the man. The man immediately asked her how Lan Kai Kai got there so fast when he asked them to stop her. The two girls were full of bruises, and one of them told the man to just take a look at them and ask him if he thought they were able to stop Lan Kai Kai. The man said that Lan Kai Kai has no chill, but it won't do because he can't have her go crazy or else he would really lose his job. He suggested to Yan Sen that he just lose the idea of getting the hero's license because the situation really wasn't a joke and he wouldn't be able to defeat Lan Kai Kai. Lan Kai Kai told the man to shut his trap, or else she would have him beat up together with Yan Sen too. The man shrieked as he got scared by what Lan Kai Kai said. Yan Sen asked Lan Kai Kai what she wanted. Lan Kai Kai confidently told Yan Sen that she wanted to beat him up. Waving her hand into the air, Lan Kai Kai told Yan Sen to cut the crap and urged him to go fight. Lan Kai Kai joined her hands around a pendant and gave orders to transform. Suddenly, she was standing on top of a glowing star, and two other shining stars were coming in her direction. More stars came and gathered around Lan Kai Kai. Lan Kai Kai was extending her arms, and the stars started to twirl around her. One of the stars suddenly hit her back. Another one hit her hair. Suddenly, her clothes began to glow, after which, the parts of her body, Her arms, legs, chest, and even her hair started to glow. Everything in Lan Kai Kai's body began to glow except her face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. She began moving forward while her entire body was still glowing. Lan Kai Kai twirls around as he continues to move forward. She was standing in the distance. Suddenly, her outfit and her hair changed. As the sun began to set, a cute skirt and golden locks of hair gently flew in the air. It was Lan Kai Kai, and her hair and outfit looked extremely different from before. Yan Sen was puzzled, so he asked what kind of technique it was. On the other hand, the man started to have a nosebleed, and he was surprised that Lan Kai Kai was going to use that right off the bat, saying that it was way too stimulating. He told Yan Sen that he had no idea how he managed to defeat those god-class heroes like Steel Beetle, but whether he did it through bribes or strength, the person standing in front of him was different from them. The man told Yan Sen that he had told him everything he should know, and as he said goodbye, he immediately ran away. Yan Sen looked skeptical as he asked what was so special about Lan Kai Kai because he didn't see much difference compared to the previous heroes. Meanwhile, Lan Kai Kai tossed her wand to her other hand. She went into a battle stance and told Yan Sen to come and show her what he was made of because there weren't many people in that world capable of making her take them seriously. Yan Sen looked so fed up as he asked why the warriors in that world were so strange, saying that it was either them ignoring him when he was talking or they just rushed to him for a fight. And he asked Lan Kai Kai if they had something against peace and if it was too difficult to just talk things out. Lan Kai Kai asked Yan Sen what he meant by talking things out when that world was a world with superpowers, a society where strength was the only thing that mattered, and if he did not read the introduction before coming there. Yan Sen asked Lan Kai Kai if she was not going to start shooting beams like Steel Beetle from before. Lan Kai Kai told Yan Sen that she was afraid she would have to disappoint him. She started to charge forward as she said that she was a battle mage. Yan Sen effortlessly dodged Lan Kai Kai's attack by moving to the side, and she was surprised by it. She twisted her hand and used her move, Magic Explosion. Knowing what was about to happen, the man screamed while running away, and he told the girl to get out of there. A huge explosion occurred. In the middle of the chaos, Yan Sen escaped from the dust and debris while Lan Kai Kai was preparing for another attack. She fired a beam of energy and told Yan Sen that she knew how to shoot beams too. Yan Sen managed to deflect Lan Kai Kai's beam by hitting it with his arm. The beam hit the river, and as water scattered all over the place, the man couldn't help but exclaim his disbelief. Lan Kai Kai was on guard, and she told Yan Sen that he was an interesting brat. Yan Sen told Lan Kai Kai that she was indeed much stronger than those people from before. Lan Kai Kai told Yan Sen that she was still warming up. On the other hand, the man who was hiding behind the riverbank said that he was wrong, as he didn't expect Yan Sen to be so strong that he was even able to light a fire under Lan Kai Kai. And the girl beside him told him that all she knew was that Lan Kai Kai always beat up people who came for the hero license, and she asked the man why she was so hot-tempered. The man realized that they were new, so they wouldn't know, and he told them that when he first met Lan Kai Kai 3 years ago, she wasn't like that at all because, back then, she was truly what they would expect from a magical girl. 3 years ago, Lan Kai Kai was shaking someone's hand and said that it was nice to meet them. Lan Kai Kai was acting cute, and she told the person that from that day onwards, they were colleagues, so they should work hard recruiting and training the next generation of heroes. It was the man, and as he shook Lan Kai Kai's hand, he looked bashful, and he was laughing awkwardly. The man reminisced that during that period, he and Lan Kai Kai had encountered all sorts of people. However, none of them were normal. He said that they had seen things like wall-breaking headbutt. They had also seen the legendary stuff like stinking fart cannon, and they had witnessed all sorts of special techniques, each stranger than the other that, compared to those, his lung capacity up was much better. The man said that as time went by, Lan Kai Kai began to change, and she beat up every single one of those weirdos. He said that she even started questioning who the hell said that a magical girl had to be cute and threatening that she would beat up anyone who said that. One of the girls said that it was no wonder that Lan Kai Kai was so bad-tempered, and the other girl said that Lan Kai Kai didn't look like a mage at all. Back into the fight, a huge part of the ground was already destroyed. Lan Kai Kai began to release her energy, and as she called Yan Sen a brat, she told him that he was really making her excited. Lan Kai Kai told Yan Sen that she had been waiting for someone like him for the past 3 years, so Yan Sen asked her if he could get the weirdo license then. Lan Kai Kai told Yan Sen that if he wanted it, he would have to show her the full extent of his powers. Yan Sen looked so bored as he told Lan Kai Kai that he was afraid that she would be frightened if he did that. Lan Kai laughed hysterically as he told Yan Sen that he was an arrogant man because no one had ever frightened her before. She gathered her aura in her fists and waved them up in the air. Lan Kai threw multiple beams of energy at Yan Sen as she urged him to give it a try. Multiple explosions filled the area as Yan Sen evaded Lan Kai's energy beams. Lan Kai lunged forward at an incredible speed, using her magic power at 100%. Suddenly, Yan Sen's palm appeared out of nowhere, and he requested that Lan Kai pardon his transgression. Yan Sen slapped Lan Kai, and she took it directly across her face. Yan Sen looked so bored as he did such a thing, and he thought that immortals were not fond of violence. A huge explosion occurred. The man and the girls were astonished by what they just saw, and one of the girls asked if Lan Kai was still alive. Meanwhile, Yan Sen hovered over the huge hole he created on the ground, but he said nothing. Suddenly, Lan Kai's hand came out of the rubble, and she used a healing spell. She flew out of the hole at an incredible speed and landed on the ground. Lan Kai let out a sigh of relief while she healed herself, and she reprimanded Yan Sen for daring to hit her in the face. Seeing what Lan Kai did, the girl asked what that ability was and if Lan Kai had such an ability all along. The man said that it was called the healing spell, and it had been a long time since Lan Kai used it, and he said that back in the old Heroes vs. Monsters days, that ability of hers made her very popular among her teammates. He said that Lan Kai was famous in the world of superhumans precisely because she was someone who had high critical damage, long-distance magic attacks, and healing buffs, and so when the heroes won, not only was she awarded with the title of a god-class hero, she had also gained a huge following of hero fans. While the girl was surprised that Lan Kai was that overpowered, she noticed that the man was shivering, so she asked him why. The man told them that if Lan Kai was forced to use that ability, that must mean that even she was having trouble dealing with her opponent. So in short, her opponent's strength was literally off the charts. Back into the battle, there was silence as Yan Sen and Lan Kai faced each other with the huge hole in the ground in between them. Lan Kai began gathering her aura and said that if 100% was not enough, she would go beyond that. But before she could finish her preparations, she was startled when Yan Sen suddenly appeared in front of her. Lan Kai was so surprised that she couldn't help but say that Yan Sen was so fast that she couldn't even react. She remembered that she was at least 500 meters away from Yan Sen earlier, yet it took him less than a millisecond to come in front of her, so that was above Mach speed. Lan Kai was thinking that it was scientifically impossible because there wasn't even a tremor, and as if he read her mind, Yan Sen told her to let him explain. Yan Sen punched Lan Kai on the chest and told her that it was called martial technique. Lan Kai screamed in pain as Yan Sen sent her flying. She was sent so far that she was sent out to outer space, and Yan Sen appeared ahead of her. Lan Kai closed her eyes as she flew at an incredible speed, and she cursed Yan Sen and called him a bastard. Yan Sen used his move, Spirit Pressure. A huge figure of him appeared in front of Lan Kai, and he extended his huge, glowing palm. Lan Kai was pushed back into the earth, and all she could do was scream as she fell towards the ground. Yan Sen was already waiting for Lan Kai on the ground, and she charged towards him from a distance. Lan Kai managed to shroud herself with her aura, and as she neared Yan Sen, she used her move, Magic Overdrive 500%. A huge explosion occurred in the area. The man and the girls were all terrified for their lives, and he requested that the fight stop. Lan Kai crashed and bounced off the ground. While out of breath, she looked up and said that she missed because Yan Sen disappeared in an instant. Yan Sen was calmly flying in outer space, watching the earth. He said that it was just 1,000th of his spirit energy. She created a slashing move, and he directed it towards the earth. Lan Kai screamed as the ground near her began to explode. On the other hand, the man cursed as he was also affected by the explosion, and they screamed as the ground near them got sliced by a powerful aura. The man was coughing, and he asked the girls if they were all right. One of the girls got worried when she saw the huge line that was created in between them, from the ground towards the water, and the man asked to confirm if they would be dead if that attack struck home. Meanwhile, Lan Kai lay on the ground, and she stuttered while she kept calling Yan Sen a bastard. She clicked her tongue as tears started welling up at the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, Yan Sen came back down, and he asked Lan Kai if he frightened her. Yan Sen asked Lan Kai if he had frightened her, and Lan Kai strongly denied that, saying that she was not scared of something like that. But she began trembling and crying while calling Yan Sen a jerk. Yan Sen was taken aback by Lan Kai's reaction, and he was lost for words. The man suddenly emerged from hiding and requested that Lan Kai stop fighting because Yan Sen was just too much of a monster. But Lan Kai was stubborn, saying that she didn't want to because their world was only peaceful that day because of their determination. As she asked the man if he wanted her to admit defeat, she said that it would be over her dead body. She said that if 500% was not enough, she would use 600%. And if that wasn't enough, she would use 1000%, declaring that she wouldn't lose and her determination wouldn't lose. Lan Kai was about to deliver an attack while telling Yan Sen that they should go again. But Yan Sen stopped her. She was speechless when Yan Sen told her that it was fine to be hot-blooded. But he was already way past that age. Yan Sen said that where he came from, it was common knowledge to gang up on someone whenever they could and to escape whenever they were up against a stronger opponent. So she must understand that hot-blooded determination won't help her with a huge difference in power, because if they were back on the Xuan continent, she would be dead within hours. But Lan Kai was still stubborn, and she told Yan Sen that it was not his world, it was Earth. Yan Sen told Lan Kai that since his foundation stage cultivation was not enough to convince her, he guessed he had no other choice but to show her his true strength. The man and the girls were surprised when they heard Yan Sen mention his true strength. The man thought that it didn't seem like it took very much out of Yan Sen to unleash the destructive attack earlier, so he wondered what was going to happen if he used his full strength there, and he thought that he didn't even want to imagine that. Lan Kai asked Yan Sen if she was finally able to see him at his full strength, and Yan Sen told her that it was kind of, as she would at least see a small part of it. Yan Sen still looked so uninterested as he said that he guessed he would develop a golden pill within him. When they heard about the golden pill, the girl asked the man what it was, and the man told her that it was probably some sort of golden-colored explosion ability. Yan Sen's expression suddenly turned menacing as he ordered something to come, and he began releasing his aura. The deity confinement tower suddenly cracked. Dark clouds suddenly filled the area, and as the man asked what was going on and why it all went dark, Yan Sen warned Lan Kai to brace herself for what was about to come. Lan Kai looked so astonished as she asked Yan Sen what was with those electric currents. Yan Sen told Lan Kai that those were not electric currents but thunderclaps of calamity, but she should disregard that because there will be more to come. On the other hand, at the Jiazia Superhuman Academy, Class 1, a student was telling everyone to look out the window because something was happening, and another student asked him what was up because he looked like he just ate shit. Humenki was in that class, and she was intrigued when the student insisted that they would know once they looked out the window. One of the students was surprised, asking what it was and if it was the end of the world or something, and another student added that he had seen things like that often, but it was the first time he was seeing one that big. A huge bolt of lightning was hitting the ground, and the students cursed when they saw it. Humenki was astonished when the student pointed out that there was someone inside the lightning. But the other student just asked him if he was retarded because even a great god-class hero would be dead if something like that hit them. Humenki suddenly grabbed one of the students, asking them if Lan Kai was in charge of the license exam that day, and as the student confirmed that she was, he asked her what was wrong. But instead of answering his question, Humenki expressed her concern and said that Lan Kai was probably butting heads with Yan Sen at that moment. She grabbed the ring the student was wearing while telling him to let her use his equipment. The student complained, telling Humenki that it was his transformation gear, but Humenki told him that it was an emergency, and she needed to rescue someone while jumping off the balcony. While falling off the building, Humenki used the ring, and she ordered it to transform. The student asked Humenki who she was rescuing. While Humenki was flying away using the equipment, she told the student that it was Lan Kai. On the other end, the area where the battle occurred was filled with lightning. Yan Sen said that when cultivators began to develop their own golden pills and ascend to immortality, they would evoke that natural phenomenon, which is why the thunderclap of calamity was also known as the pill calamity, and he explained that the lightning is 15 kilometers wide. Every strike of lightning could burn up to 37 million acres of land, and it strikes 99,999 times every 6 seconds. He said that after 1 minute, the pill would be fully developed. On the other hand, the man and the girls were kneeling on the ground, crying while saying that it was too scary, and as one of them asked why they were on their knees, another answered that they were unable to move. The man said that there were all kinds of powers in their world, but it was his first time experiencing something like that. He could feel that the moment he raised his head, he would meet his end. Meanwhile, Lan Kai was also kneeling on the ground, but she was still saying over and over again that she was not scared because, as one of the greatest heroes in the world, there was nothing she was afraid of. Lan Kai asked why she couldn't look Yan Sen in the eyes and if, in his eyes, she was really just a noob. As she realized that it was the case, she used her move, Magic Overdrive 10,000%, and she screamed. Suddenly, she was sitting in the palm of a gigantic Yan Sen, and she was so surprised. It was at that moment that Lan Kai realized she ducked up because Yan Sen was right. One must cease all futile efforts and focus on escaping when they're up against a strong opponent. And she began to realize how foolish she had been for challenging Yan Sen, someone who was countless leagues above her, as it wasn't a battle at all because to Yan Sen, she was as insignificant as a speck of dust and all he needed to do was breathe and she would vanish completely. And so she lost all semblance of her fighting spirit. While Humenki was still flying in the air, she noticed that the thunder had stopped, and she was unable to feel the immense pressure anymore. She exclaimed that it was bad, so she had to hurry. 10 minutes later, Humenki arrived at the scene, and as she noticed the people below, she questioned what she was seeing, and she realized that it was an ambulance. She immediately ordered the equipment to return, and as she landed, she immediately noticed Lan Kai. Humenki approached the doctor to confirm with him if it was Lan Kai, and she inquired how she ended up in that state. And the doctor responded that it was cerebral ischemia resulting from extreme shock, so she would probably have to be hospitalized for half a year. Humenki was surprised when she heard that it would be half a year, and she informed the doctor that Lan Kai was a world-renowned hero, and their hospital had over 1,000 staff with healing-type abilities, so she asked them if they couldn't do something about it. The doctor explained that there was no other choice because, cerebral ischemia notwithstanding, the energy she expended that day was many times the total amount she had used in the past decade, and it was a miracle that she was still alive at that moment. Suddenly, Humenki noticed that Yan Sen had descended into the ground, and the man who was with Lan Kai got startled, exclaiming that Yan Sen was a complete monster, but he took it back, noting that even monsters are not as ridiculous as him. Humenki came to question Yan Sen what he did to Lan Kai, and she lamented that she was a hero for goodness sake. But Yan Sen raised his brows at her as he asked her how he was the bad guy there, and he reminded her that Lan Kai was the one who wanted to see him at his full power. Yan Sen explained that all he did was start developing a golden pill, so there was no way he was supposed to know that Lan Kai would scare herself into such a state after just 2 strikes of thunder. Humenki was trembling in anger as she declared that, though she had no idea what Yan Sen was talking about, judging from his facial expressions and tone of voice, he was definitely flexing. She let out a sigh as she decided to disregard the matter, remarking that it was fine as long as no one was hurt, and she asked Yan Sen if he passed because she forgot to mention that he needed a hero license to teach at the academy. Yan Sen admitted that he had no idea, so he would inquire, and he turned to ask the man, who was trembling from far away, if he could finally get the weirdo license, and the man immediately agreed, telling him to take it because he didn't want to see his face ever again. After hearing that he had passed, he questioned Humenki what they would do next, and Humenki asked him to confirm if he had nowhere to go, and she suggested that he let her take him to the staff hostel first because that is where the academy houses all their instructors, and she informed him that he could start working the next day. Suddenly, while still trembling, the girl from the train, whom Humenki recognized as Chen Qishan, approached her and suggested to her that they should go together because she was going to return to class after she was done with her part-time job anyway. Yan Sen was puzzled as Chen Qishan suddenly hid behind Humenki when he tried to look at her. As the girls walked together, Yan Sen was hovering with them, and when Humenki asked him why he was flying, he just answered by questioning her why he would walk when he could fly. Yan Sen inquired Humenki what the class thing was all about because he still didn't grasp some of their customs. Humenki explained to Yan Sen that the abilities of the heroes in their world were split in terms of class, and those classes were based on their ability levels. Superpowers were normally split from class 1 to class 10, and above class 10, they have legend class, myth class, demigod class, and god class. Humenki further added that the god class heroes were the strongest heroes in their world at the moment, and he had already defeated 3 of them, number 68, number 10, and number 7. Yan Sen looked concerned as he replied that if that was the case, the ability users of their world were way too weak because a Foundation realm weakling like him would have been able to single-handedly defeat all of them, and if he were to repeat what he just did, all of them would probably die in droves. Humenki admitted that he was really powerful, but the people of their world weren't as weak as he thought because, according to the records, there exists another class of heroes above the god class. Yan Sen asked Humenki to confirm if there were more, which Humenki confirmed, and she stated that they were called the Ancient Heroes. Humenki explained that the abilities of those heroes were very different from theirs, the people who rely on their equipment and mutant superpowers. She revealed that supposedly, not only were there people among them who could control time, but there were also those who could harness the power of the sun and the stars, and in fact, there were even members of that class who were capable of creating higher dimension worlds. When Yan Sen heard about mortals who possessed the power of conception, He commented that it was interesting and that it made him want to kidnap one of them for research purposes. Hu Mengqi was appalled by what Yan Sen expressed, and she asked him to confirm if he knew that those were legends. She added that according to historical records, those heroes were the first humans to have awakened their superpowers, and that meant that they were something like the ancestors of all superhumans. Yan Sen replied that he understood, and as he asserted that it was no wonder they have no idea what cultivation is, Hu Mengqi advised him to forget it, and that they should not talk about it anymore. Hu Mengqi reminded Yan Sen that the last time they met, he mentioned that he wanted to re-establish his sect, and she asked him why someone as strong as him would even care about that. Yan Sen responded that before his esteemed master passed away, he left the sect in his care, and the words he uttered at that time still remain fresh in his mind. Reminiscing about the past, Yan Sen remembered that while they were at the edge of a cliff, his master taught him that even though he had become one of the strongest deities around, that punch earlier showed that he was still lacking in many areas, and Yan Sen thanked him for his mercy. Yan Sen's master revealed that he had lived among deities his entire life, but even so, he was unable to become an emperor deity, and currently, his failing, dying body is no longer capable of absorbing the spiritual energies around him. Yan Sen argued that it wouldn't happen because he is one of the strongest deities in the entire world, so there was no way he would pass away. But his master reminded him that eventually his time would come, as only the emperor of the deities is undying. He revealed that he would pass on his title as sect leader to him, so he hopes that he will lead their sect to true immortality, and he instructed him to remember his words to never take things too far because a deity should never back someone into a corner. With tears in his eyes, Yan Sen agreed with his master, pledging that he would keep his teachings to heart. Yan Sen was unaware that his master was heavily injured by his punch as he had his back turned to him, and his master conveyed that he may take his leave as he was getting a little sleepy. Back in the present, Yan Sen ascertained that it was what his teacher expressed to him, and Hu Mengqi responded that she understood. Yan Sen added that it was his carelessness that resulted in the destruction of his sect. He looked so determined, as he declared that it was the reason why he must re-establish his sect and make his master's dream a reality. Yan Sen revealed that there was actually another method to rebuild the sect, and Hu Mengqi asked about that other method. Yan Sen replied that, as an example, he could just smash the deity confinement tower to pieces, find somewhere, create a new world, create new life in it, and even make them be born with golden pills in their bodies, and resurrecting the entire sect would only take 2 seconds. Both Hu Mengqi and Chen Qishan were baffled when Yan Sen mentioned creating new lives. Yan Sen let out a sigh, explaining that it was just that the method was far too shameless that he felt like he would have let his esteemed master down if he rebuilt the sect in that manner. Hu Mengqi asked Yan Sen to confirm if he was not kidding and that he was able to create artificial life, and Yan Sen confirmed that he was not kidding. Yan Sen explained that a mystic being is already able to create thousands of worlds, so it would be an easy feat for an emperor deity to create newborn golden pill cultivators. But Hu Mengqi asked Yan Sen if he was totally hacking because if he was so powerful, she couldn't understand how he got sealed away by others, and that made Yan Sen awkwardly speechless. Yan Sen confessed that it was a little embarrassing to reveal, and he unveiled that there was hostility when he just returned from seclusion and claimed the title as an emperor, so it was inevitable that things got too out of control for a while. Yan Sen recalled the past, where they gathered in a place filled with lava. An old man proclaimed that he was the legendary emperor deity, the emperor of all immortals, because even with all of the heavenly deities and demon clans combined, not even 20 of them were mystic beings, and with one strike, he killed 5 and maimed another 10. The old man was hanging by the edge, cursing Yan Sen as there were countless others who had also died, so the heavenly domain was doomed, and he was condemning the bastard Qiyu, questioning him why he would destroy others' sects for no reason. 2 men were facing each other, one was up in the sky while one was below him. The old man who was in the sky called Yan Sen a kid and argued that although he has acclaimed the title of the emperor deity, he was not omnipotent, so he would never be able to get out once he got into the deity confinement tower, a magical treasure of his that took 2.6 billion years of refinement in the heavenly realm to make. Yan Sen questioned the old man if he was trying to trap him by just relying on his broken scraps. The old man dared Yan Sen to get in. Yan Sen didn't back down from the challenge, and as he agreed that he would, he immediately went inside the deity confinement tower. The old man on the ground announced that Yan Sen had been tricked. Slamming the deity confinement tower close, the old man in the sky immediately opened a tier in their world. He threw the deity confinement tower on the dimensional tier, and he shouted to get lost. The old man ordered all mystic beings to work together to close all access to other worlds. Back in the present, Yan Sen revealed that just like that, he mysteriously ended up there, and they had also hidden a heavenly realm inside countless small worlds so that he was unable to find them. Hu Mengqi and Chen Qishan were both speechless when Yan Sen proclaimed that those old men dared to lie to him, so once he had recovered his strength, he would show them who they shouldn't have messed with. A few moments later, they were about to arrive on a huge campus, and Hu Mengqi informed Yan Sen that their school was right in front and the teacher's dormitory was right behind the school. A huge crowd had formed in front of the school gates. They were reporters, and one of them mentioned that in a few days, the school would be holding its graduation exams, so there would be news reports to write, and he asked another reporter if she thought the students would actually be able to graduate that year, and she responded that it was hard to say because that year's examiner was the highest God class ranked hero, and there hadn't been any students that had been able to graduate for 6 years. Suddenly, one of the reporters noticed that Yan Sen was coming, and as he quickly advised the others to look, he asked who it was. The reporter from earlier recognized Yan Sen as the one who had the God-class hero fly all the way to the northern hemisphere, and the other reporter was surprised. Hu Mengqi face-bombed, saying that it was the group of people again, and she reminded Yan Sen that she had advised him before that he needed to change his style of fashion. But Yan Sen asked her why he should change when it was not like he had done anything bad. The reporters immediately came running towards Yan Sen to interview him quickly. They immediately bombarded him with questions, like how he felt at the moment that he had defeated so many high-class heroes, what he thought of Steel Beetle when he first met him, and if he felt pressured when fighting against God-class superheroes. Another reporter informed Yan Sen that he currently had over 1 billion fans worldwide and asked him if there was anything he would like to say to them. Yan Sen was puzzled when he heard them mention the fans, but they continued to bombard him with questions and ask him what his name was and where he was from. Yan Sen introduced himself as someone from the Xuan continent, which is also called the Heavenly Realm, and the reporters asked him if his superpower was a type of physical enhancement and how it was so powerful. Yan Sen corrected him that it was not called a superpower but was called Immortal Technique, so the reporters asked him what Immortal Technique was, and Hu Mengqi just watched them from a distance. Chen Qishan stated that it was the first time she had seen someone being so patient, and Hu Mengqi stated that it was the same for her, adding that Yan Sen really had a good temperament too. Suddenly, people in battle suits arrived, and they called for the attention of the crowd. One of the reporters turned to look at where the voice was coming from. He was so surprised that he couldn't help but scream. The reporter was stuttering, and he seemed to have recognized the group. He exclaimed that they were the Rainbow Rangers. Both Hu Mengqi and Chen Qishan quickly turned their heads when they heard about the Rainbow Rangers. The other reporters were also surprised, and they quickly turned their heads when they heard it. Meanwhile, Yan Sen looked puzzled and asked what Rangers they were talking about. The Rainbow Rangers were lined up from God Class number 2 down to God Class number 6. The reporters were dazed, and they asked themselves if they were not dreaming. One of the reporters immediately ran towards the Rainbow Rangers and declared that he would be the first reporter to interview a top-class hero. Suddenly, the man in the red suit gave orders to begin. He began posing as he introduced himself as Bamboo Red, followed by the man in the black suit introducing himself as Bamboo Black, the man in the blue suit introducing himself as Bamboo Blue, the lady in the pink suit introducing herself as Bamboo Pink, and lastly, the lady in the pink suit introducing herself as Bamboo Yellow. The 5 of them maintained their poses as colorful explosions of energy appeared behind them, and they introduced themselves as the Rainbow Rangers. Yan Sen turned his back on the group as he shook in anger while Chen Qishan coughed up, and Hu Mengqi started bleeding from her eyes and mouth, and the 3 of them were left speechless. One of the reporters also shriveled when he saw what they just did, but he just remarked that the Rainbow Rangers were still as unique as ever. The reporters began to interview Bamboo Red, who proclaimed that although the era had changed, the rules hadn't, and the reporters asked him if the Rainbow Rangers were there for the graduation exams of the Superhuman Academy. Bamboo Red confirmed and asserted that they were the main examiners at the time, so they hope that the younger generation can take on their duties and protect the Earth. Chen Qishan didn't agree with Bamboo Red when she heard him state that they would protect the Earth because they had already eliminated all those strong monsters, and they were there to take a stroll out of boredom. Meanwhile, Hu Mengqi still hadn't recovered and was still trembling when she revealed that she had seen it many times, but she still cringed every time. On the other hand, the reporters expressed their excitement when they found out that it was true that the Rainbow Rangers would be the examiners, and they began bombarding Bamboo Red with questions, like how strong the monsters they captured were and what their powers were, and if the students could hold out for 10 seconds in that exam. Yan Sen was appalled when he heard the questions that he couldn't help but ask if they were mad, and as he asked Chen Qishan what was wrong with the people in their world because all of them were weird in some sense. Chen Qishan informed him that he just came to their world, so it was natural that he didn't know. Chen Qishan explained that many years ago, all kinds of heroes, including the Rainbow Rangers, Lan Kai Kai, Steel Beetle, and more, protected their world with their determination and unyielding spirit. She explained that they were the ones standing in the front line whenever the Earth was in danger, and after the defeat of the Monster King, The world was finally at peace. Chen Qishan mentioned that it was the reason why they were really popular, and it was natural that those reporters would be excited when they saw them, as the world is currently at peace, but there were also some negative impacts. She elaborated that many heroes had nothing to do once it became peaceful, so some started to be an otaku at home and some started to work in the city using their superpowers. But she concluded that superheroes with battle-type powers were in an awkward position, so in order to kill time, they kept the remaining monsters as pets. While some high-class heroes like Steel Beetle and the Rainbow Rangers were always fighting in secret. They even had a face-off where Bamboo Red confronted Steel Beetle, stating that he heard he had the strongest armor on land, and Steel Beetle replied that it was not the case at all as he was just a bit stronger than him. Chen Qishan mentioned that, as the heroes hate to lose, that kind of scene always happened. Yan-sen listened intently as Chen Qishan noted that, over time, their world became one that admires the strong. Chen Qishan remarked that she didn't think that the Rainbow Rangers would be the examiners at that time and that she was 1000% sure they couldn't pass the exam at that time. And Hu Menki agreed, commenting that they couldn't even pass the exam for the Myth class, not to mention the God class. Chen Qishan looked so frustrated as she complained that there was no hope to graduate her whole life. Yan-sen asked them if the exam they were talking about was something like the sect examination on his side because that sounds interesting. And Hu Menki responded that it was more or less as they have to pass the examination to graduate and become a hero. She explained that according to the rules of the Superhuman Union, students could only take the professional hero graduation exam when their superpower is above class 10. And in the examination, professional heroes let their pet monsters out, and students who defeated them could graduate. Hu Menki revealed her superpowers have actually long passed class 10, and the energy that she releases is at least legend class, but they still wouldn't let her graduate. Yan-sen replied that it was unreasonable as her powers had reached the standards. Chen Qishan chimed in, informing Yan-sen that it was because the heroes were fighting for the students, and as she asked him if he could imagine to what extent those heroes were fighting, she disclosed that they were even fighting for students. One hero was bragging to another that he had more students than them that year, but the other hero argued that his students were stronger than his. Yan-sen mused that the people in their world are really weird, and Hu Menki let out a sigh of exasperation, expressing that many students who couldn't graduate last year have quit school, so she reckoned her dad would be really troubled that year. Yan-sen declared that since he was there as an instructor to re-establish his sect, he would do his share of work, but it was nothing big, just something small, and he affirmed that he would teach Hu Menki a move that would definitely make her pass the exam. Hu Menki got excited, and she asked Yan-sen if it was real, which Yan-sen confirmed, asserting that immortals do not joke. Suddenly, Bamboo Pink noticed Yan-sen, and she called their leader to look at him. She observed that it was the really popular Black Robe Man from the news, and that they say he instantly destroyed many superheroes. Bamboo Blue asserted that the news is not to be trusted as that was not the first time they were sensationalizing a hero in the media. Bamboo Yellow added that Yan-sen's fighting strength is currently unknown to the superhuman. Bamboo Black shared that Steel Beetle has lost, but Bamboo Red insisted that Steel Beetle is just number 10 of the God class heroes and all of them could beat him up easily by themselves. Bamboo Red instructed Bamboo Yellow to check Yan-sen's fighting strength, and she immediately agreed. She called for the superpower battle system. She activated it with Yan-sen as the target. The system showed Yan-sen's height and weight, but his age was unknown. His type and superpower were none, and his fighting strength was 5. Bamboo Yellow was astonished, and she couldn't believe that Yan-sen didn't have any superpowers. Bamboo Black pointed out that Yan-sen was still floating in the air, so he asked Bamboo Yellow if there was something wrong with her superpower. Bamboo Black pointed out that even if Yan-sen was using some equipment, he would need to use his superpower as the source, but Bamboo Yellow expressed that her superpower system could sense the existence of superpowers, and Yan-sen indeed didn't have any superpowers. Bamboo Black remarked that it means that Yan-sen is probably a flying device that uses batteries as its power source. Suddenly, Bamboo Blue chimed in, declaring that he knew the media sensationalized Yan-sen, and he asked Bamboo Red if they should go over and meet them, and Bamboo Red replied that there was no need as they had something else to do there. On the other hand, Chen Qishan was asking Yan-sen if they could learn his superpower, which Yan-sen confirmed, and Hu Menki pointed out to Yan-sen that he just revealed that he would teach them a move, asking him if it was strong or not and if they could really pass the exam with it, and Yan-sen assured her that it should probably be fine. Hu Menki suggested that they enter the school first. Suddenly, Bamboo Ren and Yan-sen bumped into each other, and they gave each other sharp gazes. Both of them looked at each other but uttered nothing, and a reporter who saw it instructed the others to look because something interesting was going to happen, and another reporter added that the news would definitely be a big hit the next day. The reporters have started to gather, and as one of them asked who they thought would step past the school gate first, another one speculated that they had no idea because it was not rare to see those strong people go against each other in that era where everyone was competing for first place. Meanwhile, Hu Menki questioned how they could even bump into each other, commenting that it was so fake, and as she asked if they were going to start a fight, Chen Qishan just remained silent. Suddenly, Yan Sen stepped aside and ushered Bamboo Red to go ahead, which puzzled him. Bamboo Red commanded his team that they should go. One of the reporters was baffled, asking what that move was because they had never seen it before, and another reporter pointed out that Yan Sen actually showed courtesy, which is basically something that would never happen in their world. One of the reporters pointed out that even if someone showed courtesy to the Rainbow Rangers, their usual response would be to mock them, so he claimed that it was not the Rainbow Rangers that he knew. Hu Menki conveyed to Yan Sen that she believed he would initiate a confrontation with them, and Yan Sen portrayed Bamboo Red as the leader sporting a mustache, asserting his formidable strength. Hu Menki was surprised by what she just heard. Yan Sen acknowledged that Bamboo Red was the strongest one he had encountered ever since he arrived in that world, and Hu Menki informed him that it was the first time she had heard him speak about someone like that. On the other hand, Bamboo Yellow was asking what was wrong with Bamboo Red because he was mentioning anything, and Bamboo Blue agreed, as Bamboo Red didn't voice anything when he bumped into Yan Sen earlier, and that was not what he was like. Bamboo Yellow asked if it was because of Yan Sen, who was behind them, and she murmured that that couldn't be, but as she was about to turn to look at Yan Sen, Bamboo Red yelled, telling her not to turn around. Bamboo Red looked so anxious, and in his mind, he believed that Bamboo Yellow would die if she did so. Bamboo Yellow was surprised by how Bamboo Red acted, so she questioned him what he was stating, and as she was about to speculate about Yan Sen, she was cut off. Bamboo Red cut her off, confirming that Yan Sen is very strong and he was not a match for him, which surprised Bamboo Blue. Bamboo Pink anxiously asked Bamboo Red if he was joking when he claimed that he was not even a match for Yan Sen, and she reminded him that he was the number 2 superhuman in that world. Bamboo Blue reminded Bamboo Red that they had checked Yan Sen out earlier, and he has no superpower whatsoever, but Bamboo Red hinted to him that his battle instincts suggest that Yan Sen is a very dangerous person. He asserted that numbers and superpowers couldn't describe how strong Yan Sen is, and he admitted that it was frustrating, but it was true that he couldn't beat him. But Bamboo Yellow insisted that she doesn't believe it and that he must be trying to scare them because her superpower system has never been wrong, and she declared that since that was the case, she would go check Yan Sen out again. But as she turned to look at Yan Sen, she was startled when she saw that Yan Sen was staring at her with an intimidating gaze. Bamboo Yellow trembled, thinking that she should just forget it as she would do it next time, and she urged herself to quickly run. On the other hand, Yan Sen expressed that the people in that world were really hostile, and he conveyed that it seemed like she would have to learn basic manners before cultivating, which rendered Hu Menki speechless. So, Hu Menki brought Yan Sen to the instructor's dorm, and she even shared about the maxim and treatment after becoming a hero instructor in their world. And the next morning was the first day Yan Sen started working. Yan Sen was sitting in his living room when the doorbell rang. He seemed to be meditating, as he did not respond. Hu Menki was the one ringing the doorbell, and she asked Yan Sen if he was awake. Yan Sen opened the door for her and conveyed that immortals do not need to sleep, which rendered Hu Menki speechless. Hu Menki raised the hero license she was holding, and she declared that there were 2 things. Firstly, it was his hero license, and he had successfully kicked Lan Kai Kai out of her spot and became the number 7 of the God-class superheroes. Hu Menki raised the newspaper she was holding, where it showed Yan Sen making way for Bamboo Red, and she relayed that, secondly, he was also infamous as the sensationalized hero with fake strength. Yan Sen expressed that it was fine and simply let them say whatever they wanted because he didn't mind. He inquired how many people were in the class at that moment, and she replied that there were 42 in total, 22 males, and 20 females. Glancing at his hero license, he was bestowed the title God Class Number 7, Black Robe Man, Yan Sen, and he found it to be a peculiar name. As if reading his thoughts, Hu Menki reminded him to be grateful that he got a name because it was his fault for not specifying what kind of hero name he would prefer when he passed the exam. She also added that he was the only one in their world who became one of the top 10 God-class heroes without defeating the Monster King and saving the world. Hu Menki informed him that she had informed her classmates that the news was fake, so that should spare him a lot of trouble. She suggested that perhaps she could help him deal with those intrusive reporters so he could re-establish his sect sooner. However, Yan Sen insisted that there was no need because cultivators mustn't be impetuous. He stated that he was prepared to take a few thousand years to re-establish his sect. Hu Menki just stared at Yan Sen with disbelief and uttered nothing. She declared that she was done with his nonsense and that she would be going to class. She informed Yan Sen that she had spoken with the teacher in the academic office so he didn't have to register before attending class. A few moments later, in the classroom of Superpower Class 1, one of the students asked the others if they had heard that they would be having a Super Opus teacher, which another student confirmed, mentioning that Hu Menki claimed that the news was fake and the teacher's superpower could be learned. They mentioned that it was their first time hearing that superpowers could be learned. Ran Zihao, a 17-year-old who was a battle type with a fire superpower and entered the school at age 8 but still couldn't graduate, stated that it had been 10 years since he started studying in that goddamn place, but he still couldn't graduate, so he hoped that the new teacher could give him a surprise. The classmate behind him asked Ran Zihao if he thought he could graduate just by having an especially strong teacher with his superpower, and he reminded him that it would be a God class instructor's exam that time. It was Lan Bin, a 17-year-old who was a long-distance battle type with an ice superpower and entered the school at age 6 but still couldn't graduate, and Ran Zihao asked him if he was tired of living, calling him a four-eyed chicken. Sun Xiaolu, another 17-year-old who was a long-distance battle type with a wind superpower and entered the school at age 9 but still couldn't graduate, chimed in, and he asserted to stop arguing because since there was no hope to graduate in their lives, anyone would be the same for her as long as they were handsome. Suddenly, it was announced that it was time for class. When Yan Sen entered the classroom, one of the students confirmed with the others if it was the new teacher, pointing out that he was so tall. Another student conveyed that it was the first time one of the top 10 God class heroes was there to teach. Yan Sen introduced himself, informing the students that he would be their sect leader from that day onward. He conveyed that his being there meant that everyone in the class had a chance to be a cultivator, so he hoped that everyone could let go of their restless feelings and work hard to become a real immortal. He announced that as Tian Shen sect's first batch of disciples, all of them would learn from the most basic things in their first class, manners, etiquette, and being familiar with the sect's rules. 1 week later, Ran Zihao stated that he mentioned that the mysterious teacher could bring him some hopes of graduating, but never had he claimed that he would make them copy 36,000 goddamn sect rules for the past week, and he had already copied them more than 200 times. Ran Zihao looked so agitated as he remembered that Yan Sen also instructed that in order to train their minds, they had to continue copying the rules, but he expressed that it was nothing because everything had changed since Yan Sen came. Ran Zihao remembered how their classroom looked normal before. It transformed into an ancient-style classroom after Yan Sen came. Ran Zihao indicated that their uniform changed as well into an ancient-style uniform. He expressed that he had endured them to train his mind, as he was a young person who had received modern education. But the very first class Yan Sen taught had blown his mind. Ran Zihao remarked that everyone knows from the education that they received that they were taught that the world is round, yet Yan Sen asserted that the world is flat in his first class. He also remembered Yan Sen teaching them that it was also divided into 2 layers, in which 2 kinds of people reside, one is mortal and the other is immortal, and he added that Yan Sen had also rambled something no one could understand. Yan Sen was explaining to them that cultivation for mortals is divided into 4 stages. He asserted that it was Kai cultivation, spirit refinement, and Tao coalescence, and its foundation establishment to the path of coalescence. Yan Sen explained that immortals were also divided into 4 ranks. Foundation establishment is heavenly deity, golden pill formation is golden deity, nascent soul is meta deity, and spirit transmuting is transcendent deity. He conveyed that those above transcendent deity aren't called deities. They are called mystic beings. One of the students asked what Yan Sen was saying, as he understood nothing, so Chen Qishan asked Yan Sen what immortals were. Yan Sen explained that immortals were those that could go up the heavens, down to Hades, and destroy the world, and once she became an immortal, she would have the longevity of the sky. He stated that he would ask them a question, and he inquired why they were cultivating. Fu Menki immediately answered with determination that it was in order for them to graduate and become the strongest hero in history. But Yan Sen tapped her head with the scroll and corrected it was wrong. Fu Menki was speechless as tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and Yan Sen emphasized that cultivation isn't for them to prevail over others. It is for them to pursue the Tao. Yan Sen believed that it was to pursue the Tao of perpetual longevity. Chen Qishan recounted that he had mentioned they would have the longevity of the sky after they became immortals, so she asked him why they needed to keep cultivating if that was the case. But instead of answering her question, Yan Sen asked her what would happen if the sky disappeared, and Chen Qishan couldn't answer as she grew more confused. On the other hand, Ran Zihao looked so angry, and he stated that he understood nothing but that in order to graduate, he would endure it. Yan Sen continued to explain that although mystic beings could create a sky and spiritual energy, they would still die, just like the 5 he had killed with a strike. Ran Zihao was getting angrier, but he was reassuring himself that he would endure it. Yan Sen declared that only when they became the emperor of the deities could they attain real perpetual longevity. At that moment, Ran Zihao snapped, and he yelled that he couldn't take it anymore. He exclaimed that he was only babbling nonsense from the beginning and never taught them anything useful, mentioning that he even claimed to copy some goddamn rules. He remarked that in their world, the poor have to depend on mutation and the rich have to depend on technology, so ordinary people like them should work even harder. And as the teacher, he should teach them how to use their superpowers and not shoot off his mouth about longevity bullshits. Ran Zihao threw his headdress while cursing cultivation. And as he declared that he quit, one of his classmates asked him where he was going. He announced that he was going to flirt with some girls because nobody had time for that class, and he cursed as he got out and slammed the door behind him. Yan Sen was speechless by what Ran Zihao did, while one of his classmates pointed out that he couldn't take it anymore, and another classmate agreed, saying that it was pretty good for him to persist for a week. One of them observed that Ran Zihao probably really wanted to graduate, and they looked at Yan Sen as the other student noted that the teacher is the number 7 God class hero after all, and any teacher would get angry if their student did that during class. But Yan Sen didn't seem to care, and he stated that they would continue. One of the students was surprised that Yan Sen was not angry, and they looked uneasy as the other student agreed while pointing out that Yan Sen doesn't seem to care at all. Lan Bin smugly questioned how Ran Zihao could graduate with that perseverance, and he remarked that it seemed like he was a bit stronger than him in perseverance. Hearing what Lan Bin uttered, one of their classmates pointed out that only he could dare talk about Ran Zihao like that in their class, and another classmate pointed out that it was because they were equal in strength, and the first classmate agreed that Lan Bin is indeed stronger in perseverance, and the other classmate said that he was amazing. But unbeknownst to them, behind Lan Bin's serious expression, he was already crying deep inside and murmured that he wanted to go home. A few hours later, someone was relieved that it was finally after school. It was Hu Menki, and she was showing Yan Sen the school's rear ground, and she explained that that empty, big ground was a place especially made for students and teachers to release their superpower. She suggested not to blame Ran Zihao for his actions, as he longed to graduate, and Yan Sen replied that he didn't blame him. Yan Sen remarked that whether they succeeded also actually depended on their luck with cultivation, so they couldn't force somebody to do it. Hu Menki observed that it was no wonder that he was so carefree, and then, as she suggested that that place would do, she asked Yan Sen if the move he described was strong or not and if she could really pass the exam with it, and Yan Sen reassured her that it should be fine. Yan Sen explained that it was a cultivation technique that any ordinary martial artist could release, so it was the most suitable for her to use to deal with the exam. Hu Menki hastily urged Yan Sen to teach it to her, as the exam was in a month, but Yan Sen clarified that she would have to feel the spiritual energy first. On the other hand, someone was throwing things into the river and calling someone a bastard. It was Ran Zihao, and he questioned what the hell God class number 7 was, asserting that it was all fake and he wouldn't believe that Yan Sen was strong. He claimed that Hu Menki actually tricked him, and he declared that he could graduate even without Yan Sen. Suddenly, he noticed 2 people in front of him, and he wondered who they were. Ran Zihao recognized that it was Hu Menki, so he questioned what she was doing in the rear ground with Yan Sen. He started to run towards them, alleging that something was fishy with them being so secretive, so he would follow them. As Ran Zihao hid behind a huge rock to observe them, he heard Hu Menki complaining that it was so hard, so he inquired what they were doing. Suddenly, Hu Menki grabbed Yan Sen's arm as she gleefully exclaimed that she could feel the spiritual energy, and Yan Sen clarified that it was because the spiritual energy in their world was unusually robust. Otherwise, it would take several decades for normal people to feel it. Seeing the spiritual energy floating in the air, Hu Menki expressed that it was so cool that it was glowing, and that she didn't think there was something so miraculous in their world. Hu Menki asked Yan Sen if the spiritual energy was a kind of air, and Yan Sen clarified that a lot of people think that it is the air that immortals use in the heavenly realm, but it is actually life. Meanwhile, Ran Zihao, unable to feel the spiritual energy, was peeking behind the rock, and he wondered why they were standing there and not moving. Hu Menki acknowledged that she felt the spiritual energy, and as she inquired what was next, Yan Sen instructed her to watch him next. Hu Menki immediately turned to look at Yan Sen, even though she was confused by the instruction. Yan Sen began waving his hand to form his energy, and he clarified that everything in their world has yin and yang, so she should use her Kai capacity to feel the changes of yin and yang within the spiritual energy. He instructed her to combine them, and they would become reality. Hu Menki was so surprised that she couldn't help but curse when she saw 2 glowing dragons materialize in front of them. Ran Zihao was also shocked by what he saw, and he questioned himself what the duck it was. Hu Menki stuttered as she conveyed that she could actually see the dragons, and Yan Sen remarked that it was how spiritual energy looked like when it turned into life. Ran Zihao was speechless as he trembled behind the rock, wondering what superpower that was, as he had never seen something like that before. Suddenly, Yan Sen extended his hand and merged the spiritual energy, and Hu Menki asked him what he was doing. Yan Sen pressed his thumb against his index finger and explained that he was lighting fireworks. He flicked the condensed ball of energy and it shot forward at an incredible speed. It traveled around the earth and across the horizon at an incredible speed. As Ran Zihao tried to see what flew out, Yan Sen ordered something to explode. The condensed ball of energy immediately exploded. Hu Menqi was blown away by the strong gust of wind that was created by the explosion. Ran Zihao was holding onto the rock with his life, and he screamed and cursed as he was also about to get blown away. Hu Menqi pleaded with Yan Sen to save her, so he effortlessly stopped her midair by closing his hands. On the other hand, Ran Zihao was still holding on for his life so he wouldn't get blown away, and he exclaimed that it was not something a normal person should do. Meanwhile, in the classroom, everything was shaking, and the students were wondering what was happening and if it was an earthquake. Suddenly, one of them suggested looking out the window. They cursed as they saw a huge mushroom cloud behind the school. One of them asked if it was a nuclear bomb, and Lan Bin could only exclaim that he wanted to go home. Back at the school's rear ground, Hu Menqi questioned Yan Sen if he was a devil, as what he did was crazy. Yan Sen calmly explained that, as they say, the bigger the Kai capacity, the stronger the power, but that was just a tiny bit of his Kai capacity. And Hu Menqi, who was still trembling, urged Yan Sen to stop talking for a while as she had to calm herself. On the other hand, Ran Zihao was in a daze and was speechless. Yan Sen elaborated that the key point of that move is that she doesn't have to use her own spiritual energy in her Kai capacity and elixir field for it. Instead, she uses the life formed by the outer spiritual energy to expel a massive amount of energy, and she could release that move as long as her Kai capacity could feel the spiritual energy and grasp the change of yin and yang. Hu Menqi remarked that she still didn't get it, so Yan Sen handed her a scroll and instructed her to take it and read it. She would understand. As she looked at the scroll, Hu Menqi saw that it was labeled as the Kai Capacity Forming Dragon Technique. She started reading that it was Cultivator's ultimate secret technique, as it doesn't need to use the spiritual energy inside them, and the power that technique releases could defeat anyone who is not immortal. Hu Menqi continued to read that it doesn't use their stamina and spiritual energy, and she turned to question Yan Sen if he was the one who wrote such a shameless technique, which made Yan Sen speechless. Yan Sen admitted that he wrote it when he was 6 years old, when he was just brought to the sect by his respected master and he had to participate in the inner sect disciple examination. And he recounted that he wasn't even at the Kai cultivation stage, so he had no choice but to write down that shameless technique. Hu Menqi noted that she finally understood why his master didn't let him fight all out, as he was afraid that he would kill someone, and that rendered Yan Sen speechless again. On the other hand, Ran Zihao was still stunned. The next day, a white flag was put up where an apology to Yan Sen and a request for him to teach them how to cultivate were written. Ran Zihao was carrying it on his back while kneeling in front of the door, and his classmates asked what was wrong with him and why he was kneeling at the door looking like he was admitting his mistake. And another classmate pointed out that Ran Zihao declared that he quit the other day, stating that they couldn't get in the classroom with him being there. Ran Zihao was pissed, and he retorted to cut their crap and sue the other door if they didn't want to become roasted chicken, and his classmates immediately decided that they should go. Suddenly, someone arrived, and Ran Zihao immediately asked them why they weren't going and if they really wanted to become roasted chicken. But before he could finish his sentence, he trailed off. He saw that the ones standing in front of him were Yan Sen and Hu Menqi, who asked him why he was kneeling there, and he was having a hard time answering her question. Yan Sen replied to get up and go to class because disciples do not need to kneel. Tears ran down Ran Zihao's face as he remarked that he was such a great person. Yan Sen responded to come in and get ready for class, but Ran Zihao insisted that he should come in first, and Yan Sen commended that he was a good boy. Hu Menqi wondered why Ran Zihao was being such a good kid that day, and Yan Sen suggested that Ran Zihao probably saw them cultivating. Ran Zihao admitted to himself that the explosion he saw the other day was still on his mind, and he commented that Yan Sen just moved his finger and such a strong energy was released. He stated that he can't let Lan Bin know about it and that he will graduate before him. Ran Zihao's seatmate complained that he stank, and he yelled at him, ordering him to shut up. Ran Zihao explained that he had trashed his uniform out of anger the other day, and he couldn't find it when he went back. So he searched through the garbage dump the entire night, washed the uniform the entire morning, and dried it so it would be weird if it didn't stink. Seeing Ran Zihao, Lan Bin asserted that it was impossible for him to come back with his personality, so something was fishy, and his seatmate whispered to him that he may not know it, but Ran Zihao had been kneeling at the door the whole morning before Yan Sen let him in the classroom. Lan Bin was intrigued by what he had just heard. The students stated that it was time for class, and they were already complaining that it was another day of copying rules again. Yan Sen announced that he reckoned that everyone had memorized the rules after copying them so many times, so they would take a break from copying the rules. The students celebrated, and one of them exclaimed that they could finally stop copying those goddamn rules. But they were stunned when Yan Sen requested that they write them out from memory. They were even more stunned when Yan-sen revealed that he had noticed everyone wasn't using the template when they were copying the rules, so he requested that they write out the 36,000 rules in reverse order. Thus, Yan-sen made his disciples write out the sect rules in reverse order from memory over and over again until the day of the graduation exam. In a stadium, someone from BB Live Broadcasting welcomed everyone to their show and stated that it was the day everyone had been looking forward to, as it was also the graduation exam day of the Superhuman Academy. It was Super Reporter, and as the commentator beside him asked him why it was him again, Super Reporter asked him what he meant because he would be there to broadcast any battles wherever they were. As enthusiastic as ever, Super Reporter expressed that it was rare to see a battle that could create hype in that peaceful era, which is why even if it was just students battling, they wouldn't overlook it, and he would use his life to broadcast it live for everyone, so he requested everyone to follow his WB account. He added that it had been 21 years since the academy had any students graduate, so he reckoned the students were dying to graduate because if no students graduated that year again, the academy would set a new record and become the weirdo in the hero's world, and it would also go into bankruptcy. Meanwhile, Superhuman Academy's principal Wu, who Mengi's father, was crying, and he implored that she had to work hard for him. Super Reporter asked the commentator beside him what he thought of the students graduating that year, and if he thought they could successfully graduate, and the commentator replied that he didn't think so. The commentator claimed even if they left aside that it was definitely the hardest exam ever since the examiners were the Rainbow Rangers. The teacher of the graduates was the sensationalized hero, the Black Robe Man, Yan-sen, so he doubted those students could pass the exam, and Super Reporter responded that he understood. Super Reporter recalled that he saw the strength of Yan-sen with his own eyes, so he didn't think there were still dumbass people who claimed that he was sensationalized, and it seemed like he was right to come there. The commentator mused that if he remembered correctly, he was live broadcasting Yan-sen when he debuted, so he asked him what he thought about his strength and if he was sensationalized. But Super Reporter just stated that he didn't care whatever he claimed as he was just in charge of live broadcasting. Super Reporter mentioned that, speaking of that, the exam was about to start soon, so he asked why the Rainbow Rangers weren't there yet. Meanwhile, Bamboo Red was standing at the edge of a cliff, and he was ordering someone to begin as he started the timer in his hand. Bamboo Black was just standing there, and Bamboo Blue charged towards him with his kick, declaring that he had been waiting for that. But before his attack could reach Bamboo Black managed to kick him in the stomach and explained that although they were all brothers, he wouldn't show mercy when they were fighting. Bamboo Black moved so quickly that he was already behind Bamboo Blue in a flash. He hit Bamboo Blue from behind and sent him crashing towards the ground. Suddenly, Bamboo Pink joined in the fight, and she used her superpower, Cluster Bomb. She directed them towards Bamboo Black and used her move, Firepower Coverage. Some of the bombs exploded, but Bamboo Black was still unharmed. Bamboo Black kicked one of the bombs and announced that he was sending it back to her. Bamboo Pink was so surprised when her bomb suddenly appeared in front of her, and she was not able to react. A huge explosion occurred. Suddenly, Bamboo Yellow activated her superpower, Battle System, and used Healing and Power Enhancement. She applied the enhancement to Bamboo Blue, who became a mighty buff. Bamboo Blue suddenly appeared behind Bamboo Black, and as he demanded to come again, Bamboo Black asked him if it was healing. While swinging his arm to deliver a punch, Bamboo Blue revealed that it was also an enhancement. Bamboo Blue managed to hit Bamboo Black, but to his surprise, Bamboo Black was unfazed, and he remarked that although Bamboo Yellow enhanced him, his punch was still as soft as cotton to him. Bamboo Blue declared that his superpower was body enhancement, so he could even take on a nuclear bomb, but as a tanker, he would not even dare to take a punch after enhancement, yet Bamboo Black, a speed-type superpower user, actually dared to take it head-on. Bamboo Black mentioned that sometimes, when one's superpower is strong enough, one could ignore some types of superpowers, and he used his skill, Flash. Bamboo Yellow, who was hiding behind a huge rock, was surprised when Bamboo Black suddenly appeared in front of her. He stated that he had found her and that her superpower is a really troublesome existence during battle. On the other hand, Bamboo Blue was frantically looking around, and he was asking where Bamboo Black was. Meanwhile, Bamboo Yellow nervously raised her hands up and announced that she quit, so it was Bamboo Black's win. Bamboo Yellow stood up and acknowledged that Bamboo Black had improved again, and as she asked him why he was the number 4 God-class hero even though he was stronger than the 3 of them, Bamboo Black explained that Bamboo Blue is older than him, so he should be the number 3 God-class hero. On the other hand, the timer made a beeping sound as Bamboo Red pressed its button. Bamboo Red noted that before it was 10.1 seconds and currently it is 7.3 seconds, so Bamboo Black did improve a lot. He remarked that he had almost forgotten something, and he pulled out a card and commanded, "Open." A small flying machine was summoned, and Bamboo Red reported that the military stated that they didn't cause the massive nuclear explosion over the Pacific Ocean last month, and they even asked them to help investigate, so he asked the machine if it found anything. It was the God-class monster, Mechanic Eye, which was captured by the Rainbow Rangers 10 years ago with laser beam as its superpower, and it was the investigative type. And it revealed that it had finally found something after searching through all the security cameras and laser battle records on Earth, and that the incident was man-made. Bamboo Red was intrigued, so he asked the Mechanic Eye what happened, and the Mechanic Eye replied that it was better if it showed him the video. The Mechanic Eye showed the video of Yansen and Humenki during the incident of lighting fireworks, and when Bamboo Red saw that, he questioned why it was Yansen and what he was doing. Bamboo Red was rendered speechless when he saw the explosion that Yansen caused in the video. He nervously commented that Yansen was stronger than he thought, and as he asked to confirm if that was just a tiny bit of Yansen's strength, he concluded that Yansen was ridiculous. The Mechanic Eye added and informed that it had also investigated Yansen, and it seemed like what he was using wasn't a superpower but something called cultivation, and it asked Bamboo Red what they should do. Bamboo Red directed that the Mechanic Eye should send that to the Heroes Department and tell them that the investigation determined that it was a hero lighting fireworks and that the Mechanic Eye shouldn't spy on Yansen anymore because it might get killed. On the other hand, Bamboo Yellow mentioned that the graduation exam was going to start soon, and as she asked whose pet they were using at that time, Bamboo Black raised his hand and suggested that they should use his. Bamboo Black reported that he had investigated and found out that most students were the battle type in that school, so they wouldn't be able to pass the exam, which made Bamboo Yellow let out an exasperated sigh. And as she lamented that it was the graduation nightmare again, she asked him if he couldn't go easy on them as they were still students. Bamboo Black scoffed and declared that he would never because he entered school at the age of 5 and hadn't even graduated at 20, so there was no way he could let them graduate so easily when they had only taken 10 years, and Bamboo Yellow yelled at him and accused him of taking his revenge on them. Suddenly, Bamboo Red arrived, and he ordered that they should stop fooling around as the graduation exam was starting, so everyone should get ready. Everyone gave Bamboo Red a salute as they agreed with their leader. Meanwhile, fireworks were going off at the Jiazia Superhuman Academy while someone announced and declared that the annual students' graduation exam was going to begin, and that there would be 20 large-scale television stations from the whole world broadcasting at the same time. It was the blonde reporter from before, and he mentioned that the whole world will be witnessing the birth of new superheroes, so they should wait and see. The stadium was packed, and the audience cheered while wishing the students good luck. One of the audience members remarked that the students should try to graduate that year because once all the older heroes are dead, they will be the world's new saviors. The blonde reporter was rendered speechless while the commentator beside him asked how that person over there could express that. The blonde reporter cleared his throat and stated that they should stop with the chatter and welcome that year's graduates and their instructors. As Yansen and his class entered the stadium, the blonde reporter exclaimed that they should welcome the Superpower Class 1. The audience got curious who Yansen was, and as he got introduced as the Black Robe Man, he noted that it was a weird name. One of the audience members recognized Yansen as the recently sensationalized hero. He mentioned that he didn't expect him to be instructing Superpower Class 1, and as he asked the man beside him if he thought Yansen's students could pass the exam, the man inquired what nonsense he was spouting. If the students Yansen taught could pass the exam even if he wasn't sensationalized and was very strong, and if he knew who the examiners at that time were. Suddenly, the Rainbow Rangers appeared, and they were perfectly lined up on top of the huge screen at the top of the stadium. One of the audience members saw them, so he pointed at them and indicated that they should look over there as the Rainbow Rangers were there. The Rainbow Rangers dramatically stood on top of that huge screen while gazing over the stadium, which was filled with people. One of the audience members excitedly exclaimed that the Rainbow Rangers have arrived, so they should film them. Another remarked that it was their first time seeing the real Rainbow Rangers, as all they had seen were their figurines, but Humenki commented that it was very pretentious to stand so high. And Ranzhao stated that he had seen that scene for 10 years. Bamboo Red suddenly declared that the exam will be different that time because it was one-on-one before, but at that time, they will be changing it to a team fight, which consists of 4 people per group, and classes 1 and 2 could group together. One of the audience members noted that no one would have said that it was a team fight that year, while another audience member observed that they are the Rainbow Rangers, so it was natural that they would choose team fights, and Bamboo Red added that they would also be doing the students a favor at that time as there will be a time limit for that exam. They will pass as long as they can hold out for 3 minutes. One of Yansen's students was amazed as he remarked that only Legend class monsters could be let out according to the rules, and not only was it a team fight that time, there was also a time limit so they could graduate if they could hold out for 3 minutes, and another student laughed and exclaimed that it was great so they might be able to graduate. But Ranzhao yelled at them and demanded that they should shut up. He asked them if they were stupid and declared that they would have graduated long ago if it was so easy, and the other student agreed. On the other hand, Hu Mengqi called Yan Sen and expressed that she was so nervous as it was so hard to grasp the yin and yang of that technique that she still couldn't make use of it even at that moment, so she was not sure if she could pass the exam. Yan Sen advised that cultivators do not need to be impatient and that Hu Mengqi has to cultivate her mind first, so if she can't succeed that year, she should wait for next year. Hu Mengqi tried to explain to Yan Sen that that year was the most important, but she was cut off as Yan Sen patted her on the head and acknowledged, "All right." While Hu Mengqi was stunned and blushing, Yan Sen suggested that perhaps if Hu Mengqi let go of her fixations, something unexpected might happen. When Yan Sen removed his hand, Hu Mengqi looked embarrassed while she tucked her hair behind her ear, and she exclaimed that her face was burning. She was surprised when she realized that she was not as nervous as before, so she wondered if Yan Sen was trying to lessen her pressure, and she mentioned that everyone says Yan Sen is a devil in class, but he is pretty kind too. Yan Sen called the attention of his disciples and announced that there was no need for them to be impatient as immortals to be, because if they couldn't pass that year, they could do it again next year, and if they don't pass next year, they could do it again the year after or 3 years after, and he trusts that all of them will pass the exam within 100 years. One of the students started bleeding from both his nose and mouth, while the other started sobbing and cried that he couldn't take it anymore. 5 minutes later, twin students from Superpower Class 2 greeted Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi, stated that they heard that their teacher was really strong, and asked them if they learned something useful from him. One of the twins from Superpower Class 1, Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi, explained that he learned how to copy rules so he could copy 36,000 rules 5 times per day, while the other boasted that he could copy 10 times, and he was even dreaming of copying rules. The twin students from Class 2 were stupefied. One of the twins from Class 2 remarked that it was no big deal if they didn't learn anything because he could predict what monster the Rainbow Rangers were letting out that time, so they should team up. But one of the twins from Class 1 was skeptical, and he asked if he was sure that he could correctly predict the monster the Rainbow Rangers will use when they have at least 1,000 monsters. And one of the twins from Class 2 confidently assured that of course, because he pulled all-nighters for 3 days straight researching the Rainbow Rangers exam, so he will definitely be correct that time. One of the twins from Class 2 pushed one of the twins from Class 1 and urged that they should go because they will be the first students to graduate, but the one from Class 1 protested that he shouldn't push him. As the blonde reporter announced that the exam will begin shortly and the students have finished grouping themselves, he asked what monster the Rainbow Rangers would let out and commented that everyone was curious, including him. The blonde reporter enthusiastically urged that they should stop the chit-chat as they wanted to watch a battle as the exam would begin. Bamboo Red declared that they should start, and Bamboo Black agreed and threw a card. A powerful ray of light emerged from the card and fell to the ground. As the light crashed into the arena, destroying the ground in the process, one of the audience members asked what monster they thought the Rainbow Rangers would use, and another audience member admitted that they had no idea, and another hoped that the students could hold out for 5 seconds. The blonde reporter announced that the first team to challenge is a team made of 2 pairs of twins from Superpower Classes 1 and 2, Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi from Class 1 and Wu Shenkui and Wu Shengsu from Class 2, but he was really curious about what they would do because, from what he knew, their superpower type basically has no offensive power. One of the twins from Class 1 asked the one from Class 2 if he was sure that the Rainbow Rangers would let out a certain monster, and as he explained that the two of them grouped with them noobs because they were betting on them, one of the twins from Class 2 reassured that he shouldn't worry because it was definitely correct. A figure was standing in the middle of the dust and debris created by the crash, and it proclaimed that he gets to beat those brats before they graduate and become heroes, so it was a chance for him, a monster, to become famous. A green humanoid monster stood in the middle of the arena and greeted the group. Yan Sen was baffled, and he couldn't help but ask what that was. On the other hand, Hu Mengqi looked so terrified, as she seemed to have recognized the monster. Hu Mengqi exclaimed that it was the nightmare of physical battle type users, the explosive green tortoise. When Yan Sen heard what Hu Mengqi mentioned, he asked her what she meant, and Hu Mengqi explained that it would be very difficult for battle type users to win against that monster, just like how it was very hard for fire superpower to win against water superpower, and that is called power type suppression. Hu Mengqi explained that the superpower of the green tortoise was to suck in oxygen and turn into carbon monoxide, so a massive explosion will happen when someone touches it, and it will quickly recover through cell reconstruction, so basically no one can win against that with a battle type. Yan Sen remarked that no one could touch it, otherwise it would explode, and Hu Mengqi confirmed and added that the Rainbow Rangers were so shameless to let out such a disgusting monster because most students in their school are battle type users, so there was no way they could win against it. Meanwhile, one of the audience members commented that it was actually the explosive green tortoise, so it seemed like those students couldn't graduate again, and another audience member agreed. The blonde reporter asked everyone if they saw that and stated that the Rainbow Rangers actually let out the explosive green tortoise, so the students are in trouble. And it seemed like it would be really hard for students to graduate that time. But one of the Wu twins responded that he was babbling nonsense because they will definitely win that. One of the Wu twins asked the Zio twins to confirm that he was correct, that it was the explosive green tortoise, and one of the Zio twins laughed and confirmed that it was awesome. Suddenly, the explosive green tortoise called its superpower and sucked in a lot of air. It used its move, Indiscriminate Scope Big Explosion. One of the Wu twins was startled when he saw the explosive green tortoise's move, and he noted that the timer hadn't started timing. But just as he finished his sentence, a huge explosion occurred. The explosion was so strong that the blonde reporter and the other commentator were blown away. While still upside down, the blonde reporter expressed his surprise as he exclaimed that no one would have thought that monster would use a big move from the start, and that the explosion could even blow away the referee place that was 100 meters above the ground, which wasn't an energy a legend-class monster could release. The audience was also blown away, and as they screamed, one of them asked if they were kidding him and exclaimed that the power doesn't belong to a legend class anymore. Fumenki was also affected by the explosion, and as she screamed while holding onto the railings, she cried that there was also a secondary explosion, so everyone in the stadium would be in danger. On the other hand, Yansen just calmly looked at the explosion and remained silent. Yansen seemed unaffected by the explosion as he extended his hand. Fumenki was surprised when she saw that Yansen blocked the explosion with his bare hand beside her. She was so surprised and was too stunned to speak. Yansen swung his arms to the side and dispersed the explosion like it was nothing. Yansen swung his arms to block the explosion in front of him. A huge tornado was produced, which consumed the explosion. The Rainbow Rangers were holding on to each other in order not to get blown away by the strong gust of wind, and as Bamboo Red asked what that wind pressure was when it was supposed to be an explosion, he called Bamboo Black and mentioned that the explosive green tortoise he let out would injure the audience, and Bamboo Black replied that he didn't expect that either. Bamboo Black noted that the wind pressure was obviously stronger than the explosion and that it even blew away the second explosion, so he asked where that wind pressure was coming from. Bamboo Red kept quiet, and he seemed to know the answer as he looked nervous. On the other hand, the audience exclaimed that they were saved and asked what happened earlier. One of Yansen's students called Sun Xiaolu and asked if she was the one who did it because she was the only one with a wind superpower in there. But Sun Xiaolu replied that there was no way it could be her because if she could create such wind pressure, she would have graduated long ago. The student acknowledged that it was true and laughed, while Sun Xiaolu was wondering if the others didn't see that Fumenki and Yansen were the only ones that weren't blown away in the entire stadium, and it was definitely not Fumenki who did that. Looking at Yansen, she stated that it could only be him. Meanwhile, the commentators were injured by the broken glass, and as the others trembled in pain and struggled to stand up, the blonde reporter called everyone's attention and announced that the power of that explosion had surpassed the legend class, so the difficulty of that exam was beyond the students' abilities. Suddenly, the explosive green tortoise called the blonde reporter and proclaimed that he was not beyond the requirements of that exam as he is indeed a legend class monster, but he had just made some preparations. The explosive green tortoise explained that in order to become famous in the monster world, he instructed to throw him into a swamp filled with poison gas, and that disgusting smell was still lingering in his head at the moment, so he would show them the power of his explosion after a few months of accumulation. He let out a battle cry as his muscles bulged out. The explosive green tortoise flexed his muscles and commanded the gas for it all to open. Another explosion occurred as the explosive green tortoise challenged the students to come and let him beat them. And as one of the audience members asked what the heck that muscular state was as they had never seen it before, another inquired if the explosive green tortoise had such a skill. They commented that it seemed like the students weren't the only ones working hard for that graduation exam as the monsters were also working hard, and another audience member remarked that if that was the case, it didn't break the rules. But as the dust and debris dissipated, the explosive green tortoise was startled when it revealed a huge mound in front of him, and as one of the Wu twins cursed him and commanded him to stop with his big talk as they were going to graduate, the other commented that instead of getting famous, he was going to be infamous and laughed. The twins, Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi, who have petrification defense as superpowers, were the ones maintaining the mound, and one of them suggested that Class 2 should stop their trash talk because, although he could merge the stones around them into one, it still hurts when the explosion hits the stone. Meanwhile, the twins, Wu Shenkui and Wu Shengsu, who have healing as a superpower, were healing the Xiao twins, and one of them reassured that they shouldn't worry because they got them for healing so they could graduate when 3 minutes had passed. The blonde reporter commented that it was clever of them, and as he asked everyone if they saw that, he observed that no one would have mentioned that the students were prepared as well. He noted that it seemed like they had guessed what monster the Rainbow Rangers would be using and that the only two pairs of twins in that school, one for healing and the other for defense, that formation was basically perfect against the explosive green tortoise so they might be able to graduate. The audience cheered and announced that the climax was coming and that the team seemed pretty strong, so they could graduate if they could hold out for 3 minutes. On the other hand, Humenki mentioned that those pairs of twins were pretty amazing and that she always claimed that they were only some nobodies, but Yansen stated that if the monster came there prepared, it might have guessed that some student would do such a thing. Back into the fight, just as Yansen predicted, the explosive green tortoise revealed that he had guessed that some people would do that, so he would show them his new move that day. The veins on the explosive green tortoise's neck started popping as an arm came out of his mouth. One of the audience members commented that it was disgusting, while another asked why that move was so familiar and claimed that he thinks he saw it in a manga before. When explosive green tortoise heard that, he was amused and asked the audience if they had seen that. A smaller version of the explosive green tortoise was also preparing to spit out something. The smaller version of the explosive green tortoise spit another smaller version, and it repeated the cycle until it created a really tiny version. The audience was enraged when they saw that, and as one of them asked what it was and if it was Matryoshka, another asked if it was trolling with them. Meanwhile, inside the mound, one of the students took a peek outside, and as they expressed their surprise, another student warned that he should stop looking because something weird was coming. The explosive green tortoise ordered his small versions to go. As the small explosive green tortoise bombarded the mound with explosions, the Zio twins screamed that it hurt. One of the Wu twins who was healing, Zio Lu, advised that he should endure it because, with him being there, they could graduate soon. But Zio Lu called them bastards and argued that it was easy for him to say that because they were not being hit. One of the Wu twins proudly declared that he couldn't help it that he's a healer, but he was startled when he noticed a green figure beside him greeting him. He was so surprised that his eyes bulged out of their sockets when he saw the small version of the explosive green tortoise flexing its muscles and exclaiming hallelujah. The small explosive green tortoise grinned, and its teeth sparkled. A huge explosion occurred, and the Zio twins screamed as they got thrown up in the air. When Humenki saw that, she asked if they weren't doing well earlier and what happened. But Yansen simply remarked that it seemed like they lost. While one of the Zio twins was still flung in the air, he saw that the Wu twins were unconscious on the ground, and he complained that those healers were useless, so he wouldn't have teamed up with them if he knew that would happen. It was announced that, due to a loss of will to fight, the examination failed. The blonde reporter was baffled, and as he asked what happened to make them fail the exam, he noted that they were still praising them a moment ago. One of the audience members asked what happened, as he couldn't see what happened and the exam was finished. Another commented that the monster was so strong. Another agreed and added that it was just a legend class, but even a god class hero can't take on the amount of energy it accumulated for the past few months. As the explosive green tortoise stood there menacingly, they remarked that at the moment, the question wasn't about whether they would pass the exam. It was whether they would come out alive. The explosive green tortoise called for the next group. It was repeatedly announced that the examination failed. And just like that, within the afternoon, more than half of that year's graduates failed the examination. And with the overwhelming victory of the explosive green tortoise, the examination was extremely insipid. One of the audience members sighed and remarked that they were practically defeated within seconds and there was no suspense at all, so he felt like going home to watch his pre-recorded broadcasts. He stated that the examination was reported to last for 3 minutes, but the students couldn't even hold on for 3 seconds, and another audience member commented that it seems that not only will there be no students graduating in that examination, there will not be any fights either because the explosive green tortoise was way too strong and it was obvious that they were not of the same level at all. The audience started making their way out as one of them noted that they should go because it was time for lunch break, and although they didn't manage to see any fights, they still got to eat the free food provided by the school. During lunch break, at the back of the academy, Yansen was watching quietly while Ran Zihao trembled and requested for the fireworks to come out. As he produced small orbs around him, Ran Zihao mentioned that it was entirely on them to be able to graduate, and he cursed and asked why that technique was so hard to learn. Ran Zihao screamed in frustration as he tried to release his energy, which left Humenki and Yansen speechless. Yansen looked astonished, and as he expressed that he would be damned if Ran Zihao was really able to release it, Humenki handed him a lunch box and remarked that she had made that for him and requested that he have a taste. Yansen agreed. As he opened the lunch box, Yansen observed that it appeared that eating wasn't necessarily for the sake of filling the belly. Yansen began eating, but he was startled when he noticed something. He saw Humenki looking at him with expectant, sparkling eyes, which rendered him speechless. Yansen let out a sigh, and as he urged Humenki to speak up, he asked her what was on her mind. Fumenki responded that that technique of his was way too hard, and she knew that he had other powerful techniques that were simple and easy to learn, so she requested that he teach them, which startled Ran Zihao, who overheard it and asked if there were still other techniques that Yan Sen knew of. Yan Sen revealed that it was the only technique in the entire heaven realm that does not consume any spiritual energy, and other techniques require the consumption of spiritual energy, so it was not possible for the two of them to learn them when they were not even on Kai cultivation yet. Fumenki was horrified. She exclaimed that it couldn't be because Yan Sen was thousands of years old, so it was not possible that he had only written one technique, and so she asked him if he was going to watch his students get humiliated in front of citizens all over the world. Ran Zihao chimed in and requested that Yan Sen create another technique that doesn't consume spiritual energy. He asserted that with Yan Sen's ingenuity, he would definitely be able to create an invincible technique that could be learned instantly. Yan Sen looked away, and with a bored expression on his face, he admitted that it was indeed true that he was able to create a powerful technique that could allow them to pass the examination right away. Both Ran Zihao and Fumenki were surprised, and Ran Zihao laughed and exclaimed that it was awesome because he expected nothing less from Yan Sen. But Yan Sen recalled that his respected master had warned him before to never create any more techniques, and he will always remember the words conveyed to him by his master deep inside his heart, and he will never violate them. Fumenki asked what the heck was wrong with Yan Sen's master, which made Yan Sen scold her, and he insisted that she should not speak ill of her grandmaster. Ran Zihao inquired why Yan Sen's master forbade him from creating techniques. Yan Sen recalled that more than 2 millennia ago, his master talked with mystic being Liu, handed him the technique, and mentioned that it was created by the disciple he had just recruited, which doesn't consume spiritual energy, doesn't require physical strength, and could be used without limits. There was only one with such a technique in the entire heaven realm. Mystic being Liu trembled in anger as Yan Sen's master bragged and stated that furthermore, that disciple of his was only 6 years old, and it seemed like even with Mystic being Liu's disciple of several major sects combined, his disciple was still 10,000 times more formidable than them. Slamming the scroll on the table, Mystic being Liu declared that he didn't give a damn. He called Yan Sen's master a shameless old man and asserted that the disciples recruited by several major sects next door were either geniuses or demons, unlike him, who had recruited a freak, and he asked him if he wasn't afraid that there would be repercussions in the future. Yan Sen's master responded that no one cares about the rest because all that matters is that Yan Sen was strong, and that pissed Mystic being Liu even more, so he kicked the table while he cursed. Mystic being Liu flew away and announced that he was going. He warned that Yan Sen's master should never look for him again, so he should go play chess with that freak disciple that he got. But Yan Sen's master did not listen and mentioned that he would bring Yan Sen to visit him next time. Suddenly, Yan Sen's master was stunned when he noticed something. He was alarmed when he saw that the table was gone, including the scroll, and he asked where his disciple's technique went. Yan Sen recalled that in the end, the technique that he created caused an uproar in the secular world. He explained that the flames of war spread throughout the entire heaven realm, and some overconfident mortals had even challenged other immortals using his technique. So all law and order in the world had fallen into complete disarray, and the chaos lasted for hundreds of years, causing more lost lives than he did when he had gone on a rampage himself. Fumenki and Ran Zihao were too stunned to speak, and Yan Sen remarked that after that incident, his master forbade him from creating any more techniques and even confiscated the brush he used. Yan Sen reflected that he has also pondered on his actions, and because of his youthful vigor, he has brought a lot of devastating chaos to the people of the heaven realm. He admitted that he is a sinner, so he will not do it, and they should also give up on getting him to create new techniques. Ran Zihao tried to refute Yan Sen, but Yan Sen concluded that enough had been said, and no matter how much Fumenki and Ran Zihao tried convincing Yan Sen, he remained steadfast, so their dreams of learning a powerful and easy-to-use technique were killed in the cradle. Time passed just like that, and as the second half of the examination was about to begin, the blonde reporter welcomed everyone back to BB's live broadcast, and he reported that after the battle that morning, the overwhelming strength of the explosive green tortoise was proving to be triumphant. The blonde reporter narrated that for the safety of their audiences, the Rainbow Rangers released the God-class monster, Mechanic Eye, to seal the examination hall with lasers to prevent the explosion from affecting others, and they were really too considerate. However, that meant that the students inside were in a more dangerous situation than ever. He emphasized that they should cut the crap because the next team is the academy's strongest, as the principal himself teamed up the 4 strongest students, and it looked like the principal was going all in on that one. The principal was crying as he called the Rainbow Rangers a group of assholes and exclaimed that they actually put out that type of monster, while the blonde reporter asked who the 4 strongest students were in the academy. The blonde reporter highlighted that they are Ran Zihao, Lan Bin, Sun Xiaolu, and Hu Menqi from Class 1, and their superpowers are pyrokinesis, cryokinesis, aerokinesis, and telekinesis. The explosive green tortoise taunted them if they were the strongest representatives of that academy, and mentioned that he would be able to go home and eat once he had defeated all of them. One of the audience members remarked that nobody has been able to win against the explosive green tortoise, so it will be a miracle for the students to win at the moment, and another added that they looked like they were already preparing to give up on the battle. One of the audience members muttered to forget it as he was going home to watch his pre-recorded broadcasts, and as he sighed and announced that he was leaving, the others started to walk away with him. Back in the arena, Lan Bin mentioned that they weren't able to defeat the explosive green tortoise even with 10 of them, and to be able to win against him at the moment was practically impossible, so they should just surrender. Hu Menqi insisted that they should not give up yet, as she wanted to try defeating the explosive green tortoise, and when Lan Bin heard that, he asked her what there was to try, if she was out of her mind, and if she couldn't see that they were at a disadvantage. But Hu Menqi was determined, and she insisted that they should just give her a minute's time. Ran Zihao asked Hu Menqi if she was going to use that, and she confirmed. Sun Xiaolu got intrigued when she heard that, and she asked what that was. But instead of answering her question, Hu Menqi responded that she couldn't guarantee that it would work, but there was no other choice, so she would try her best. Ran Zihao agreed, and he declared that they would risk their lives to buy Hu Menqi time to send nukes. Lan Bin was stunned when he heard about sending nukes. One of the audience members exclaimed that everyone should look because it seems like the 4 team members of Class 1 weren't ready to give up yet, and they looked like they were preparing to fight instead. Another audience member noted that they should have known that they were at an obvious disadvantage and asked if they were out of their minds. The audience heard that someone from the arena announced that it was about to begin, so they should prepare themselves while Hu Menqi was behind them, and Hu Menqi agreed. When the explosive green tortoise heard that, he asked them if they were still thinking of preparing themselves and mocked that they should try again next year. The explosive green tortoise summoned his small versions and commanded that they should get them. Ran Zihao called Sun Xiaolu as he prepared himself, and he requested that she should send a blast of wind, which Sun Xiaolu acknowledged. Ran Zihao released a tremendous amount of fire around him. His eyes turned white as he crossed his arms and gave it his all. Ferocious flames immediately swirled around Ran Zihao. At the same time, Sun Xiaolu sent a blast of her wind, which created a fiery tornado that fended off all the small explosive green tortoise. The blonde reporter got excited, and he was speaking relatively fast as he narrated that it was the battle that they had all been waiting for. He noted that, as expected of the class with battle-type users, their reaction speed was off the charts, and it was pretty smart of them to use fire to defuse the explosion. And the wind blows away the aftershock of the explosion while it intensifies the flames, thus creating a taller firewall. However, it was a real pity that the battle-type users have turned to using their powers to defend themselves instead, and it is uncertain whether they would be able to resist for more than 3 minutes. But as long as they are able to resist for more than 3 minutes, they will be able to pass the examination, and they will become the first batch of students that were able to graduate from that school in more than 20 years. So not only will they be written into the history of the school, they will also be recorded in the history of heroes. Back into the fight, the explosive green tortoise was amused and remarked that they were using wind to increase the intensity of the flames. He smiled and observed that he would see how long they could last. The explosive green tortoise inhaled deeply, and the veins on his neck started popping again. He began spitting small versions of himself and repeated the cycle until he filled the entire area. Ran Zihao was so surprised by what he saw that his eyes were popping out of their sockets, and he couldn't help but curse. The blonde reporter was also taken aback, and he remarked that it was such a low blow. The audience was engrossed in the fight, and one of them commented that it was a bit excessive. Back into the fight, the explosive green tortoise stated that they should get them and let all those fledgling heroes know of their strength as his small versions charged forward. The tornado that was protecting the group of students was bombarded by explosions. Sun Xiaolu called Ran Zihao and noted that the intensity of his fire has gotten weaker. Ran Zihao cursed as he tried to release more fire, and he exclaimed that it was difficult to withstand it. He called Lan Bin, and as he asked him what he was doing, sitting by and watching them do all the work, he mentioned that they don't always see eye to eye, but he believed that their desperation of wanting to graduate was mutual, so he should hurry up and help them out, which Lan Bin responded he wanted to do. But they got to observe the laws of physics there, and his ice would put out his damn fire. Lan Bin is agitated as he explained that his ability was to turn the surrounding air into ice, and they are currently in an updraft, so he will only cause friendly fire if he were to use his ability, which is why his ability is a burden in that scenario. The explosive green tortoise declared that as a villain who has years of experience being the hero's punching bag, he has learned that only idiots will drag a fight that could be ended in one move. He began inhaling aggressively, and his muscles started to bulge again. The explosive green tortoise called them his dear fledglings and taunted that they should come back for their examination again next year. Ran Zihao warned that the explosive green tortoise was about to use the indiscriminate scope big explosion, and when Sun Xiaolu heard that, she exclaimed that she wouldn't be able to withstand that technique. Ran Zihao called Hu Menqi and asked if she was not ready yet. Meanwhile, Hu Menqi was just standing still, thinking about relaxing, being at ease, finding her inner peace, and letting go of her fixations. Hu Menqi recalled when she asked Yan Sen if there was anything to take note of in order to learn that technique, and Yan Sen affirmed and added that she had to be gifted. Hu Menqi was surprised and discouraged when she heard that. Yan Sen explained that cultivators have to be gifted, and the same goes for learning techniques, as there are people who learn them with just a glance, while others will never be able to learn them in their lifetime. Hu Menqi asked Yan Sen how they would know if they were gifted. Yan Sen explained that they will see it the moment they learn to detach themselves from their fixations. Hu Menqi was calmly closing her eyes despite all the chaos around her. When she opened her eyes, her surroundings suddenly changed into a vast space surrounded by twinkling stars. While she floated in the middle of that space, she was facing a golden dragon that was staring at her intently. While Hu Menqi stood in front of the golden dragon, she wondered if it was the technique that Yan Sen created, and she exclaimed that it was unbelievable as it felt so alive. Hu Menqi was in awe, and she wondered if that meant that she had the talent to cultivate the magic of immortals. Meanwhile, one of the audience members noted that the dust is covering everything, so they can't see what is going on. Another audience member asked how they don't see Hu Menqi, and as they remarked that it didn't seem like she could block the explosion, they inquired if they were alright while Yan Sen was just silently observing the fight. Yan Sen looked so proud as he stated that Hu Menqi was a gifted child. Back into the arena, the explosive green tortoise continued to bulk up. One of the audience members suggested that they should look at the monster and ask to confirm if the damage would be so much greater than the last time if something like that went off. And another audience member commented that the students would sustain serious injuries. The explosive green tortoise laughed maniacally and taunted that before the little fledglings could become heroes in the future, they could just eat damn and die. Ran Zihao was pissed, and he retorted that the explosive green tortoise should eat his damn in hell. Lan Bin declared that he doesn't care anymore, so he should use his superpowers full strength. Sun Xiaolu called Lan Bin and warned that Hu Menqi was still back there. But Lan Bin didn't listen and began creating huge chunks of ice. There was also huge ice that appeared around Hu Menqi, but it didn't hit her. A huge explosion occurred, but unlike last time, the explosion was now enclosed, and the mechanic eye laughed proudly. The audience was startled and terrified as they saw the effect of the explosion right in front of their faces within the barrier, and the mechanic eye assured that they shouldn't worry because with him around, they wouldn't be harmed. Meanwhile, Yan Sen just looked at the explosion with a bored look on his face and remained silent. Back into the arena, huge chunks of ice were steaming, and as one of the audience members asked if the students would be okay in there with such a strong blast, another observed that they couldn't see anything with the smoke. On the other hand, the blonde reporter was speechless while the commentator beside him trembled and predicted that no one will ever pass the exam with that amount of power. And as he expressed his concern, he wondered how the students were doing at the moment. Suddenly, the blonde reporter saw something, and he was surprised. He saw that the students were unharmed, and Ran Zihao revealed that Lan Bin put up his skill just in time. Otherwise, they would be lying dead at the moment, and although it hurts to be frozen, it beats being blown to smithereens, and Lan Bin admitted that it was all the energy he had, so he won't be able to pull it off a second time. Suddenly, Sun Xiaolu got pissed at them and cursed at them, and as she scolded that they are both retarded because they were supposed to be protecting Hu Menqi, not just themselves, she questioned if they were even thinking about Hu Menqi in the back when they activated their skills. Lan Bin just realized and admitted that the wide-range explosion was so terrifying that he forgot about Hu Menqi and their goal. He guessed that with that wind draft, together with ice, Hu Menqi certainly couldn't escape it when Ran Zihao suddenly pointed behind them and exclaimed that they should look because it was Hu Menqi. Ran Zihao exclaimed that he couldn't believe that Hu Menqi was unhurt, and Lan Bin declared that it was impossible. Sun Xiaolu remarked that she knew the two of them were unreliable, so she used the last of her strength to build the wall around Hu Menqi before the explosion, and Lan Bin acknowledged that it must have taken all she had to absorb the ice and the explosion to protect Hu Menqi, and that she thinks really fast. The commentator was surprised, and as he remarked that the students were actually fine but it looked like they used all their energy to neutralize the explosion and not even a minute had passed, he asked what they were going to do next, and the audience agreed, and as they mentioned that they were all out of strength and there was still over 2 minutes to go, they asked how they were supposed to win. Back into the arena, the explosive green tortoise was amused, and he noted that the students were surprisingly okay, but he had been saving energy for months so the indiscriminate scope big explosion could be released many more times. On the other hand, Humenki was surrounded by tiny orbs of energy, and she stated that she should let go of her attachments and let the yin and yang become one. One of the audience members saw what Humenki was doing, and he pointed at her as he remarked that they should look at the quad leader while the explosive green tortoise asked what she was doing. Humenki waved her hand in the air as she used the Kai Dragon formation technique. As she compressed the yin and yang in between the palms of her hands, Ran Zihao got excited and exclaimed that she had done it. 2 golden dragons suddenly appeared in the arena, and they were hovering around Humenki. The explosive green tortoise was so surprised by what he saw that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The audience was also taken aback, and they couldn't help but curse in confusion. One of the audience members asked what it was, and another commented that he had never seen such a superpower before. The commentator addressed the folks in front of the TV and stated that Humenki, the class president of Superpower Class 1, seemed to have come up with something spectacular, and as he asked if it was a superpower, he remarked that nobody there seemed to have seen anything like that before. The principal called Secretary Liu and instructed that she should go get his family tree and bring it to him, and she agreed and responded that she's on it. When he got the family tree, the principal frantically flipped through the pages, and he noted that it was strange as there was no record of that in his family tree, so he asked who had such superpowers. Ran Zihao suddenly yelled Humenki's name and urged that she should stop fooling around and kill the explosive green tortoise while he's panicking. Silence filled the arena as Humenki and the explosive green tortoise had a face-off. The explosive green tortoise remarked that it surprised him and that those punks tried to bluff him with those useless things, but since there was still plenty of time, he would see what Humenki's move was all about. As Humenki condensed the energy in the palm of her hand, she confidently stated that the explosive green tortoise should stay still if he has the guts. But in her mind, she was wondering if that destruction would devastate the entire area, and she remarked that it should be fine with Yan Sen around. The explosive green tortoise commented that if Humenki won't move, he won't either, and he asked if the 4 of them, who were supposed to be the cream of the crop, really think that they deserve to graduate. Ran Zihao was pissed, so he yelled at Humenki and urged that she should cut the crap and treat the explosive green tortoise to some fireworks. So Humenki released the energy in her hand and declared that she would show him what they were capable of. The powerful energy went straight towards the explosive green tortoise. The explosive green tortoise was not moving, and he looked so confident as he remarked that it turned out to be a simple energy wave. But suddenly, Bamboo Red yelled and urged that he should get out of the way while calling him a stupid bastard. The explosive green tortoise was surprised, and he turned his head around to see where the voice was coming from. But the sudden realization hit him, and he had a deadpan expression on his face when he turned to face the attack again. The explosive green tortoise was frozen in place as he saw a huge dragon that was about to devour him. He disappeared into the light as he was devoured by the dragon. On the other hand, the mechanic eye coughed up blood as the barrier that he created began to crack, and the audience panicked when they saw that and ran away. The energy broke through the barrier and destroyed a portion of the stadium. The Rainbow Rangers watched as the energy went past them and traveled around the earth. It came back to the stadium and created a huge explosion. A mushroom cloud was visible after the explosion occurred. The blonde reporter and the other commentator were so shocked, and they were trembling in fear with what they saw. The audience also had the same expression on their faces. The explosion on Earth was so huge that it could be seen from outer space. Bamboo Blue was so surprised, and Bamboo Black asked how a mere student could unleash so much power. The principal was also so surprised that he was speechless. On the other hand, the blonde reporter was still trembling, and he exclaimed that he had worked as an anchor in the industry for more than 20 years, but for the first time, he was speechless. One of the audience members asked if Humenki was just a student, while the one behind him was calling his mommy and shouted that they wanted to go home. Humenki was speechless when she saw the huge mushroom cloud in front of her. On the other hand, Lan Bin was stupefied, and he remarked that it was a big broccoli. Humenki was trembling, and she cursed as she cried that it was supposed to detonate under the stadium. Ran Zihao called Humenki and asked her what the hell she was doing, why she didn't detonate it under the stadium, and what she was afraid of when she had Yan Sen. And Humenki explained that it was not exactly what she meant to do because the technique was very strange and she did not expect that she needed to manually detonate it. As the dust in the stadium began to dissipate, a silhouette could be seen, and it shouted at the students, calling them sucking jerk-offs. Ran Zihao and Hu Menqi were surprised when they heard that. It was the explosive green tortoise, and with a huge chunk of his body gone, he was trembling in anger as he declared that he couldn't believe that he's unable to regenerate, and if it wasn't for Bamboo Red reminding him to get out of the way, he would have been killed off that day. Hu Menqi calmly retorted that he was the only one who thought he was tough, as if they gave a fish, and as expected, it missed the target by a bit. The explosive green tortoise was enraged, and he growled that he was really pissed at the moment. Ran Zihao warned that Hu Menqi shouldn't mess around with it and asked her if she could give it another shot. And Hu Menqi assured that it was no problem because it does not consume stamina anyway, so she will just launch it endlessly until she gets a good hit on the explosive green tortoise. The commentator remarked that he can't even describe the battle anymore because earlier, Hu Menqi launched a sort of nuclear bomb, but it only hit half of the explosive green tortoise's body, and there is still a minute and a half left on the clock as the battle was gradually stagnating. Suddenly, the blonde reporter realized what Hu Menqi just said, and he asked to confirm if she stated that she could launch it endlessly. The explosive green tortoise was surprised and was trembling when he also heard that. Meanwhile, the audience was in disbelief and they wondered if Hu Menqi was serious. On the other hand, Ran Zihao laughed and commented that it was what he liked to hear, so Hu Menqi should hit the explosive green tortoise in the face. Suddenly, Hu Menqi groaned in pain and Ran Zihao asked what was wrong with her. Hu Menqi was trembling, and she confessed that she didn't know. The audience noticed it, and they exclaimed that there was something wrong as Hu Menqi seemed to be having a hard time, and one of Yan Sen's students asked what was wrong with Hu Menqi, and if she suffered the side effects of the nuclear bomb. Yan Sen explained that it was not a side effect. He mentioned that it was just that releasing that move requires the mind to remain serene at all times, and earlier, Hu Menqi wavered, damaging her dantian. But it's okay because a year or two of adjustment will solve that problem. The student was surprised, and he inquired how Yan Sen knew. Yan Sen was speechless since the students had only been copying the sect rules, so they did not know that the move was created by him. Back in the arena, the explosive green tortoise laughed, and it taunted Hu Menqi if she couldn't launch it anymore. The explosive green tortoise mocked what that was about unlimited uses, trying to scare him, and claimed that his explosion was the only unlimited one. Hu Menqi called the explosive green tortoise a bastard, and she remarked that if she had just detonated it underneath him earlier, there was no way he could act arrogantly. Ran Zihao asked Hu Menqi if she was capable of releasing it anymore, and Hu Menqi replied that she didn't know if she could still release it because earlier her mind was unstable, so she guessed that it would take time to gather the Kai again. Ran Zihao stated that there was no time for Hu Menqi to collect it again because when she's done, the test will be over. Hu Menqi noted that she thought it was over when she was able to successfully materialize the dragon earlier, but she never mentioned that she would have to keep her mind serene. She admitted that she was the one who was cocky and apologized. On the other hand, the explosive green tortoise started inhaling aggressively, and he declared that it looked like he was the one who would win that match. Sun Xiaolu chimed in and called him a dickhead as she suggested that he take that back. Both Ran Zihao and Lan Bin turned simultaneously to look at Sun Xiaolu and ask her what she was talking about. The two of them were extremely surprised by what they saw. Sun Xiaolu was waving her arms in the air just like Hu Menqi did to gather the yin and yang, and she announced that there she goes. The explosive green tortoise was surprised when he saw that, and he exclaimed that it was cheating. It was initially a doomed graduation exam, but due to the class representative Hu Menqi and her nuclear bomb, the outcome became uncertain. The current situation was extremely chaotic, and everyone present became speechless because of what was happening. Ran Zihao cursed as he asked how Sun Xiaolu knew that technique too, and Lan Bin exclaimed that it was madness. Sun Xiaolu explained that it was not particularly difficult, as it becomes clear as soon as they see it, but he was just not quite familiar with it yet. Ran Zihao requested that Sun Xiaolu speak human words, and he mentioned that he didn't even learn it with Yan Sen helping him, but she could from just seeing it once. Sun Xiaolu remarked that the two idiots were always restless, and the other one was too stubborn, and that made the three of them speechless. Sun Xiaolu repeated that Yan Sen mentioned that a person who cultivates towards immortality should never be impatient, and she asked them if they still don't get it after copying the sect rules so many times. Ran Zihao observed that it turns out that Sun Xiaolu's not caring much about graduation, combined with her calm personality, led to her being able to learn the technique really fast, so if that's how it's going to be, he will show her that he too could stay serene, and Lan Bin agreed that so was he. Ran Zihao was surprised when he realized that there was Kai. When he saw Lan Bin, he cursed and asked why he was able to emit Kai from his body already and if everyone knew the technique or what. Lan Bin observed that he watched Ran Zihao the past month because he doesn't usually sneak around, so he knew something was up, and he saw him practice the technique quite a lot, but he just didn't expect it to be a goddamn nuke. Ran Zihao cursed and declared that he was definitely not losing to Lan Bin, and as Lan Bin insisted that Ran Zihao better let go of his fixation, Hu Mengqi chimed in and asserted that she wouldn't lose either. On the other hand, Yan Sen looked astonished as he recalled that when that set of techniques fell into the mortal world back then, not everyone was able to learn them, and to be able to learn in such a short time meant that they were top geniuses, and he did not expect to meet 4 at once. Yan Sen smiled and proclaimed that he hit the jackpot. He remarked that a rookie is still a rookie, and it takes time for them to gather enough Kai and turn it into a dragon, and there was no way that the enemy would just stand there and give them the opportunity to power up as they are not in DBZ. But Yan Sen was speechless when he saw that the explosive green tortoise kept on inhaling and bulking its muscles. Yan Sen decided that he cannot let those little guys get hurt, and for future immortals, there is no way such a small test could stop them in their tracks. The blonde reporter addressed the audience members and noted that the battle was currently at a critical stage and both sides were gathering energy. But there were less than 30 seconds left, and he asked if they would be able to survive the exam and graduate or not. Back in the arena, the explosive green tortoise cursed at the students, called them filthy students, and challenged that they should see who is faster, them or him. Suddenly, something was floating in the air, and as the commentator noticed it, he asked what it was. It was a white cloth. It was Yan Sen who threw the cloth, and as the blonde reporter exclaimed that he couldn't believe that Class 1 had surrendered, it was repeatedly announced that Class 1 had forfeited, so the exam was over. Lan Bin was crestfallen when he saw the white cloth, while Ran Zihao was pissed and asked Yan Sen if he was kidding them. Yan Sen looked unbothered, and he assured that they would come back next year. The audience was stunned, and as one of them observed that it was how it ended, the other remarked that he really didn't see it coming, while the mechanic eye stated that from that point onward, he didn't want to be part of that school's graduation exams. Meanwhile, Lan Bin remarked that Yan Sen actually surrendered, and Ran Zihao commented that it was just when he was about to succeed. Sun Ziaolu advised that they should forget it as there is always another chance next year and there is nothing to be gained by risking it at the moment, which rendered the others speechless, and Lan Bin noted that she was so indifferent, so it was no wonder she could learn it so quickly. Sun Ziaolu asked them if they were stupid and suggested that they should use their brains for once because their move is very powerful, but for them to use it, it takes too long as they are at the moment, so the explosive green tortoise is definitely faster than them, and Yan Sen just doesn't want them to get hurt. Suddenly, the explosive green tortoise used his skill, Indiscriminate Scope Big Explosion. The blonde reporter was surprised, so he called out the explosive green tortoise and announced that the examination was over as Class 1 had already surrendered. But the explosion was already released, and the students cursed when they saw what was coming at them. The arena was filled with the explosion, but it was contained within the barrier. The audience was startled, and they asked what was going on while the mechanic eye cursed. The blonde reporter was crestfallen as he lamented that the students were still inside. The huge explosion filled the stadium, and it was so huge that it could be seen from the outside. When the explosion was done and the dust began to dissipate, it revealed the explosive green tortoise that was standing in the center of it. The explosive green tortoise declared that he was finally satisfied, but he was startled when he saw 4 figures floating in the air and a silhouette on the ground that was covered by dust. It was Yan Sen who stood on the ground with a grim look on his face, while it was the students who were up in the air, and as Hu Mengqi exclaimed and expressed that she couldn't believe that they were okay, Ran Zihao urged that they should look below, as it was Yan Sen. As they watched Yan Sen from above, Ran Zihao inquired if Yan Sen had protected them. Suddenly, Yan Sen took a step forward, and the ground began to shake. The audience was surprised, and they cursed as they exclaimed that it was an earthquake. The entire stadium shook. One of the audience members cursed and asked how there could be an earthquake at that time of the year, and another remarked that it doesn't feel like an ordinary one either. They were unaware that Yan Sen was the cause of the earthquake, and the explosive green tortoise, who was intimidated, wondered what was happening and what kind of power it was. The explosive green tortoise trembled as he gasped that he couldn't breathe. Yan Sen looked so mad, and he let out a long and deep exhale to calm himself. The explosive green tortoise couldn't believe that he was suppressed by Yan Sen's breath, and he groaned that he couldn't even lift a finger, so Yan Sen's strength was unfathomable. The ground began to crack, and the audience cursed as the stadium got cracks in it as well. Hu Mengqi was surprised, and as she exclaimed that Yan Sen is really furious, Ran Zihao observed that it was such a killing intent that the ground was splitting from the pressure alone. Yan Sen's eyes looked so menacing as he questioned the explosive green tortoise why he didn't follow the rules properly. The explosive green tortoise was terrified, and he confessed that he was wrong and pleaded with Bamboo Red for help. Bamboo Red cursed, and as he instructed that they should recall the explosive green tortoise, Bamboo Black immediately threw a card and acknowledged that he was on it. But Yan Sen was extremely pissed, and as he extended his hand, He declared that he would let Bamboo Black collect the explosive green tortoise's remains. The explosive green tortoise was surprised when it immediately got flattened to the ground by Yan Sen's pressure. Everything started crumbling as the ground shook intensely. Yan Sen looked unfazed as things were in chaos around him. The audience and the students flying in the air all cursed when they were affected by a strong gust of wind. Bamboo Black shivered as he muttered that it was his 5 stars level monster. The entire arena was filled with cracks, and a huge hole was in the middle of it. The card began retrieving the explosive green tortoise, who had turned to mush. Bamboo Black retrieved the card. He saw that the card had turned into a half stars level monster. Bamboo Black exclaimed in surprise, and he groaned that from 5 stars to half a star, it got absolutely annihilated. He was trembling in anger as he demanded why Yan Sen did that, and he fumed that it took him a goddamn lifetime to collect and train that combat-type monster. Bamboo Black turned to Yan Sen and accused that it was all his fault. He addressed him as black-robed superhero Yan Sen and questioned him if he realized that he had violated Article 1653 of the Code of Heroes because, without permission, high-ranking God-class heroes must not initiate an attack of any kind on another hero's pet monster, so he was clearly bullying him. Bamboo Black asserted that the provocation wouldn't be taken quietly, and that rendered Yan Sen speechless for a moment. Yan Sen's expression looked so grim as he pronounced that they, Immortals, are always concerned with courtesy and reciprocity, so if he hurt his disciples, only death awaits him, and leaving the explosive green tortoise alive was already him being merciful. Bamboo Black retorted that it was bullfish because there are high-healing psychics there, so nothing would ever have happened to the students, and Yan Sen countered that he could also heal them. But the damages to their Dantane weren't something he could tolerate, and if Bamboo Black couldn't understand, so be it because he's too lazy to explain to him. Yan Sen challenged that if Bamboo Black doesn't like it, he should come down and fight him. Bamboo Black called Yan Sen an asshole and asked him if he really meant that he was afraid of him. But suddenly, Bamboo Blue covered Bamboo Black's mouth, and while Bamboo Pink helped restrain Bamboo Black, Bamboo Blue excused themselves and suggested that Bamboo Black was just making a joke because the lowly ones dared not belittle Yan Sen so he could ignore all that he mentioned earlier. Lan Bin was lost for words as they watched what was happening, and Hu Mengqi remarked that it was the first time she had seen Yan Sen get angry. Ran Zihao looked so happy as he noted that he realized that Yan Sen is really caring towards his own. The blonde reporter exclaimed as he addressed the friends in the audience. Friends in front of the TV, and hoped they have heard everything. He declared that the world's 7th-ranked God-class superhero, the black-robed immortal Yan Sen, has challenged the Rainbow Rangers. And not only that, the Rainbow Rangers also accepted his challenge, which was a situation rarely seen in the last decade. Bamboo Yellow asked the blonde reporter what he was trying to do and when they accepted any challenge, and she clarified that Bamboo Black was just being a bit aggressive. But one of the audience members laughed and observed that they had also heard it earlier, and that it was going to be nice, and another audience member agreed that it was definitely worth the ticket price to see the Rainbow Rangers struggle. The blonde reporter suggested that they should all shout Rainbow Rangers together. The audience did as they were, and everyone chanted the Rainbow Rangers' name. Bamboo Yellow looked troubled, and she vowed that she was going to kill the commentator, even if it was the last thing she did. On the other hand, the blonde reporter was grinning evilly as he noted that, at last, it was an opportunity. The stadium was filled with the chants of the audience calling the Rainbow Rangers' name. The Rainbow Rangers looked so dejected, and they were speechless. Bamboo Black declared that he doesn't understand how they know they can't beat Yan Sen if they haven't even tried. He insisted that Bamboo Red should allow him to go down and face Yan Sen. But Bamboo Red commanded that he should shut the hell up because Yan Sen will literally grind his ass to dust and he was going to lose with his third-rate superpowers. Bamboo Black looked pissed and he called Yan Sen a bastard. Bamboo Yellow asked Bamboo Red what they were supposed to do, and Bamboo Red fell silent as he thought about it. The blonde reporter announced that it was a battle between some of the highest-ranked God-class heroes, and as he addressed the friends both on site and in front of the TV, he mentioned that it looked like they would be celebrating Christmas early that year. A man in the audience called their son and instructed that they should turn on the TV and watch channel 233 because something huge was about to happen. And as the son asked what it was and if it wasn't the channel where the students were being evaluated, the man informed that not anymore as it was a duel between high-ranked God-class superheroes. The son turned on the TV and saw the footage of the stadium where the audience was chanting the Rainbow Rangers' name. The son was in awe as he watched what was happening on TV. Back in the stadium, the blonde reporter stated that according to the statistics, their channel's global live viewership has literally gone through the roof, and the numbers just kept rising. The cameras were on standby, and the blonde reporter was confident that the whole world would be watching them in less than 5 minutes. Meanwhile, in their homes, a girl urged that they should hurry up and switch to channel 233, the live broadcast of the student evaluation, because something amazing is happening. Another person got a call from someone who advised that he should put the channel on 233. In an instant, a news channel started broadcasting. A female host welcomed the audience and reported that, according to the press agency, the newly appointed God-class hero, black-robed superhero Yan Sen, ranked 7th, challenged the Rainbow Rangers at the end of the student graduation exam, and the male host thanked the audience for tuning into the midday news. The male host announced that the Rainbow Rangers apparently accepted a duel from black-robed superhero Yan Sen, who recently got his hero license, and the female host ensured that they will be broadcasting for the audience the whole time to provide them with the maximum amount of information. The director ordered to cut the crap and redirect it to the action, and the crew agreed immediately. In a hospital, someone was also watching the broadcast from channel 233. It was Lan Kai Kai, and she was watching the broadcast intently. In the northern hemisphere, the fight was also being broadcast on a huge billboard on the streets. Steel Beetle was also watching the broadcast intently. In another residence, the voice of the audience chanting the Rainbow Rangers' name filled the place. Plasticman and Machoman were drinking together inside the residence, and they were watching the broadcast as well. Back at the stadium, Bamboo Blue was in a panic, and he cried that it was absolutely hopeless. The audience was unstoppable, and they continued to chant the Rainbow Rangers' name. The Rainbow Rangers fell silent, and they all looked dejected. Bamboo Yellow was pissed, and she exclaimed that it was all the asshole commentator's fault, and she swore that she would cut his tongue out. But the blonde reporter revealed that his superpower was tongue regeneration, and he dangled his tongue out of his mouth to taunt Bamboo Yellow. Bamboo Black turned to Bamboo Red and cautioned that if they were to admit defeat like that, their reputation would be ruined, so they should fight Yan Sen, while Bamboo Yellow did the same and remarked that they don't really have much of a choice there. Bamboo Red was still silent, and he seemed to be thinking things through. The blonde reporter expressed his curiosity as to who the Rainbow Rangers would actually send up to fight first. Bamboo Red suggested that they should all go together. The Rainbow Rangers jumped off the screen they were standing on immediately after Bamboo Red instructed that. They all landed in the arena simultaneously. The blonde reporter expressed his surprise and exclaimed that the Rainbow Rangers actually came out en masse to face off against Yan Sen, and he asked if it was going to end in a group fight. Bamboo Red was a God Class 2nd place. Bamboo Black was a God Class 4th place. Bamboo Blue was a God Class 3rd place. Bamboo Pink was a God Class 5th place. And Bamboo Yellow was a God Class 6th place. On the other hand, black-robed superhero Yan Sen was a God Class 7th place, and he looked unamused when he saw the Rainbow Rangers. One of the audience members observed that every single one of the Rainbow Rangers' ranking is higher than Yan Sen's, and another audience member agreed and wondered if the Rainbow Rangers even have the nerve to gang up on Yan Sen. Another member of the audience recalled reading that the strength of Yan Sen was actually hyped up out of proportions over nothing, and as he asked if the Rainbow Rangers really needed to act so desperate. Another member of the audience noted that it was not clear how strong Yan Sen is, and the Rainbow Rangers were not even sure if they could win with all of them. Back at the arena, Ran Zihao remarked that he couldn't believe that the 5 of them came together, so Yan Sen should be careful, but Yan Sen simply instructed that they should head back up there first. Yan Sen glared at the Rainbow Rangers, and he looked so menacing. Bamboo Yellow was alarmed, and she got nervous when she saw that. Yan Sen extended his fingers and pointed them towards Bamboo Yellow. Bamboo Black panicked, and he urged that they should protect their healer. Bamboo Blue quickly moved in front of Bamboo Yellow. He crossed his arms and declared that serving as a meat shield was his main purpose because his body could resist even a nuclear explosion. When Yan Sen's attack exploded and hit Bamboo Blue, it shredded his clothes into pieces. Bamboo Blue was pushed back by the pressure of Yan Sen's attack, and his butt hit Bamboo Yellow's face. The two of them flew at an incredible speed and crashed into the distance. The two of them were immobilized, and their mouths were foaming. Bamboo Black cursed and called Yan Sen a bastard as he used his skill, Lightning Step. Yan Sen quickly moved his arm up. In an instant, Yan Sen caught Bamboo Black in his hand without even looking at him. Bamboo Black trembled as his helmet began to crack, and he was asking how it happened. He asked what kind of strength and speed it was, but he realized that it was not the case because Yan Sen actually raised his hand before he even moved. Bamboo Black recalled what Yan Sen did, and he wondered if Yan Sen already knew where he was going to appear before he even activated his superpower. Bamboo Black exclaimed that Yan Sen is a freaking monster. Yan Sen threw Bamboo Black far away, and he cursed as he crashed on top of the stadium. Bamboo Black crashed near the blonde reporter, and while his mouth was also foaming, the blonde reporter asked him if he was okay. Back in the fight, Bamboo Pink was in the air, and she released multiple missiles. She gathered them all and created a huge missile. Bamboo Pink used her skill, Super Submunition. She threw the huge missile towards the ground and shouted that Yan Sen should eat it. The huge missile was charging towards Yan Sen at an incredible speed. As it was about to hit Yan Sen, one of the audience members recognized it and exclaimed that it was Bamboo Pink's giant submarine warhead. Yan Sen suddenly blew gently at the submarine warhead. The submarine's warhead quickly changed its trajectory and began going upward. It was coming at Bamboo Pink at an incredible speed, and when she saw that, all she could do was curse. There was a huge explosion above the stadium. All the audience members were looking up, and they were amazed at the sight. But they were speechless when they saw Bamboo Pink falling down in front of them. Bamboo Pink crashed on the ground, and with her mouth foaming, she requested that there would be no more. Yansen remarked that he had learned from them that if he had to fight, he was not going to hold back, and he called that following the customs of the natives. Bamboo Red was speechless, and he looked nervous. Meanwhile, Ran Zihao and the others came up to the audience stand. And when they arrived, he asked Xiao Lu and Xiao Yi how it was and if the battle had begun yet. One of the twins looked at them awkwardly and responded that it was already over. Both Ran Zihao and Lan Bin were surprised by what they heard. As if right on cue, the blonde reporter commented that the Rainbow Rangers were all slaughtered in less than 3 seconds with only their leader still standing, and it was completely beyond anything they could have imagined. The audience was in disbelief, and one of them asked which son of a witch claimed that Yansen's strength was overestimated. Yansen addressed Bamboo Red as the gentleman in red and asked him if he was not going to take action. Bamboo Red was silent, and he admitted that it was a major suck-up. He noted that Yansen was not only smart but also very experienced in combat. Bamboo Red originally asserted that the 5 of them together would be able to handle Yansen more or less, but no one could have imagined that Yansen's battle experience, accumulated over thousands of years, would catch him completely off guard. He conceded that not only was Yansen's speed and strength very high, but his combat experience was also leagues above his, and he expected to only be able to survive 2 moves from him. But he would probably lose after that, as he was absolutely not Yansen's match in any aspect. Yansen expressed that he would like to take that opportunity to see how the world's most powerful hero fights, so they should do it, but Bamboo Red declined. Yansen was puzzled when he heard what Bamboo Red stated. Bamboo Red confessed that he can't beat Yansen, and he definitely doesn't like getting hit for no reason. One of the audience members asked the others if they heard that Bamboo Red confessed that he couldn't beat Yansen, and another audience member agreed and confirmed that he thinks he heard that too. One of the audience members remarked that Bamboo Red should be the 2nd strongest warrior in their world, but if he admitted he couldn't beat Yansen, he asked if Yansen was really that powerful. Ran Zihao heard the audience, so he cursed and affirmed that, of course, Yansen is powerful, so they must be blind, while Hu Menqi was giving him a side eye as she reminded him that Ran Zihao was blind too, not too long ago. There was silence in the arena as Bamboo Red and Yansen faced each other. Yansen asked Bamboo Red if he was conceding defeat, and when Bamboo Red heard that, he declared that, as a hero of that world, even if he is a breath away from death, he will never admit defeat. Yansen was unamused by Bamboo Red's answer, so he inquired what His Excellency was thinking about. Bamboo Red mentioned that he heard the mechanic I state that Yansen didn't use superpowers, which seemed to be called Immortal Cultivation, and he asked him if that was correct. Bamboo Red smiled as he mentioned Immortal Cultivation, and he asked Yansen if he had ever heard of the ancient heroes. Everyone was surprised when they heard Bamboo Red mention the ancient heroes. Yansen stated that he heard that the strength of those ancient heroes in that world was above the level of most immortals in his. Bamboo Red raised his arm and used his skill, molecular synchronization. He fired multiple rays of energy, which went to enclose the other Rainbow Rangers. Yansen was amused, and he asked Bamboo Red if he could heal too. Bamboo Red replied that it was something like that and that they vowed back that they would not release that power until it was absolutely necessary, and currently, it is the 2nd time they have had to use that last resort. Bamboo Red called the others and instructed that they should get up as it was show time. The other Rainbow Rangers quickly flew and gathered up in the sky. They assembled around Bamboo Red, and as Bamboo Black asked Bamboo Red if he was serious because they had not been able to control that thing until that time, Bamboo Pink commented that when Bamboo Red urged to go together, it turned out that it was his plan all along. Yansen was speechless as he was surprised by what the Rainbow Rangers did. Bamboo Red declared that they would let Yansen experience the highest level of power their world has to offer. Yansen was uninterested as he asked the Rainbow Rangers to confirm if they were going to transform like the other idiots from before. The Rainbow Rangers explained that morphing with that thing 20 years ago forced them to stop fighting for a while, and they pulled out some devices and called for Megazord. They simultaneously pulled out cards. The Rainbow Rangers inserted the cards into each of their devices. A huge summoning circle appeared in the sky, and as the Rainbow Rangers jumped towards it, Ran Zihao cursed due to surprise, while the blonde reporter remarked that they were really unleashing everything they had, while Yansen still looked unamused. A mecha was summoned. The blonde reporter asked what it was. The mecha began flexing its parts, and it let out a battle cry. It was the ancient Super Mecha N0, which hovered over the stadium, and it was huge. The audience expressed their surprise while Ran Zihao was asking what super it was, and the blonde reporter confirmed that it was ancient heroes and that it turns out that the stories were true. On the other hand, Yansen seemed amused by what he saw. He looked excited as he exclaimed that it looked really fun. The blonde reporter addressed the friends on both viewers and audience, and he recalled reading that 10 years ago, in the Great War, they once used that thing, and it was only thanks to that they could achieve the peace they have at the moment, yet there was no footage of it. He mentioned that the only ones who actually saw it were probably the world's top heroes, but he never mentioned that the big guy was in fact an artificial ancient hero, so they have really squeezed their tickets for all they're worth that day. The audience was in awe, and they remarked that it was massive, while Ran Zihao exclaimed that it was the first time he had seen such a thing. And Hu Menqi called Yan Sen and requested that he be careful. Yan Sen grabbed his robe and asserted that it was the power of the immortals from that world if theirs, so it was good as he also wanted to see which world's immortal is more powerful. He threw his robe away and declared that he had accumulated too much Kai, so it was time for him to use a little bit of his power. Yan Sen's disciples were looking at him with wide eyes as he proclaimed that they should look closely. He asserted that it was what immortal cultivation was all about, and he called for his formation. Multiple flags suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of the flags released energy and combined them together. The energy was fired into the ground. The ground shook, and Hu Menqi asked what Yan Sen was up to at the moment while the other students cursed. The ground rumbled as a huge mound began to appear, and the audience panicked and ran as they asked why there was another earthquake. Ran Zihao and Lan Bin were surprised that their eyes were popping out of their sockets, and they asked Yan Sen if he was shitting them. Yan Sen created a giant spirit summoning formation and summoned the Sword King Immortal, which was extremely massive. The audience's eyes were popping out of their sockets due to shock, and they cursed when they saw the Sword King Immortal. The blonde reporter's glasses shattered as he had the same reaction, and he cursed as he asked what was going on. The Sword King Immortal was shown on TV. The kid watching the TV cursed, and his eyes popped out of their sockets due to surprise. Lan Kai was also surprised by what she saw. The people were still watching on the huge billboard, and both Steel Beetle and the people who were watching with him were surprised that Yan Sen could also summon ancient heroes. Meanwhile, both Plastic Man and Machoman were silently watching the TV, and were secretly sweating profusely. Back at the stadium, the Sword King Immortal stood outside it, and he was huge that the arena was small compared to him. The voice of the blonde reporter trembled as he asked if the Sword King Immortal was some kind of monster or maybe an ancient hero, and as he addressed the viewers, he stated that Yan Sen seemed to have come up with something quite remarkable as well. On the other hand, one of the audience members asked if they were going to get trampled if they stayed there. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaolu claimed that it was the power that comes from the immortal cultivation, and as one of the Xiao twins mentioned that Yan Sen turned out to be hella strong. Hu Menqi remarked that she told him, but he never believed her. The Sword King Immortal suddenly spoke, and as he thanked Yan Sen for summoning him, he declared that he was awaiting his orders and called him his lord. Yan Sen, who seemed to be in the Sword King Immortal's consciousness, responded that there was no need to be polite and asked the Sword King Immortal if he saw the guy in front of him. He instructed that the Sword King Immortal should go sharpen his blade on that guy. On the other hand, Bamboo Yellow and Bamboo Black were astonished, and as Bamboo Yellow questioned that Yan Sen has a similar skill too, Bamboo Red looked both nervous and excited as he admitted that he should have guessed. The ancient Super Mecha commented that after all those years, Bamboo Red and the others finally remembered that he existed. Bamboo Red explained that there was just no decent opponent before, but at that moment, the ancient Super Mecha should look in front of him. The Sword King Immortal and ancient Super Mecha were facing each other, and as the ancient Super Mecha remarked that they had quite the contender, the Sword King Immortal responded that it was how it was. The Sword King Immortal reassured that the ancient Super Mecha shouldn't worry because he will cut him cleanly with a single slash and promised that he won't feel a thing. But the ancient Super Mecha countered that 1 second is enough for him to chop the Sword Immortal King in half. While the blonde reporter changed his broken glasses, the other commentator insisted that it was no joke, so someone needs to stop them. But the blonde reporter slapped the other commentator across the face, and as he cursed at him, the blonde reporter asserted that even if the world ends, the battle must go on. The blonde reporter declared that just like life, the fight must go on and that they should tell all the heroes in the building industry to get ready because they will be very busy the next day. And as a professional commentator, he will risk his life to report that spectacular battle to them. He continued that furthermore, as watching it from the scene would be life-threatening. He urged the audience to quickly evacuate the venue. But the blonde reporter was surprised when he noticed that the stadium was empty, and he wondered where everybody was. Ran Zihao was running away with the others with all their might, and he explained that they started running long ago, so there was no need to tell them. A few moments earlier, the mayor of Y City commanded to evacuate to the cliffs in the back areas of the city for refuge, and as they all gathered by the cliff to watch the fight, one of them remarked that it was huge. Ran Zihao pointed out that it was clearly an exam a few minutes ago and questioned how it escalated that quickly while the blonde reporter was carried into the cliff by the other commentator, who flew with his wings, and as he addressed the friends in front of the TV, He commented that the fight didn't even start yet, but it was already quite a jaw-breaking view. Back in the fight, the ancient super mecha prepared to grab his sword. The ancient super mecha widened his stance and mentioned that there was a saying in their world that if one could extend their hand in a split second, no one would know that there was a fight. The Sword King Immortal began to draw his sword and agreed. The ancient super mecha suddenly charged and used overdrive. On the other hand, the Sword King Immortal charged as well and used Kai Overload. Humenki yelled and instructed that everyone should get down immediately, which startled Ran Zihao and the others, while Steel Beetle and Lan Kai Kai were astonished that they couldn't help but curse. The Sword King Immortal used his skill, Perfect Spirit Slash, and he swung his sword, while the ancient Super Mecha used his skill, Will Severing Strike, and he swung his sword as well. Everyone managed to get down, thanks to Humenki's warning. But the blonde reporter remained standing, so he got the top of his hair slashed away. Those two slashing attacks were powerful that they cut the mountain in half. The upper half of the mountain that was cut landed back on its lower half like nothing happened, and Ran Zihao, along with his classmates, were dumbfounded. Back into the fight, the Sword King Immortal asked if there were no big injuries and remarked that the ancient Super Mecha was really something, while the ancient Super Mecha declared that a single strike could not kill the Sword King Immortal. The two of them agreed that they would cut each other as much as needed, and as they began exchanging blows, the blonde reporter was amazed, and as he addressed his friends in front of the TV, he commented that the ongoing battle is absolutely breathtaking. The blonde reporter noted that the huge attacks the two giants just fired at each other sliced the entire mountain range flat, but their massive bodies remained unaffected, and they didn't even slow down in speed as they grew bigger, and every moment was still breaking the sound barrier, which is way past human capabilities. The town beneath the two giants' feet was destroyed, and when the citizens saw that, one of them exclaimed that their town was ducked, and the other lamented that he didn't even finish paying his mortgage. The ground collapsed as the ancient Super Mecha used it as a driving force to jump into the air. While the ancient Super Mecha was in the air, he raised his sword to prepare to attack. The ancient Super Mecha swung his sword at the Sword King Immortal, and the Sword King Immortal blocked the attack with his sword. Their gigantic swords clashed, and both were blown away and got stuck in the ground. The ancient Super Mecha demanded that they should transfer more energy to him, to which the Rainbow Rangers immediately agreed and insisted that he should take all he wanted. The ancient Super Mecha flew into the sky, which surprised the Sword King Immortal. Yansen stated that there was no need to use the Sword King Immortal's sword anymore, and he would help him fly, so he should go crush them. The Sword King Immortal immediately agreed with Yansen and flew up in the sky to follow the ancient Super Mecha. The ancient Super Mecha flew into outer space, and the Sword Immortal King followed him. When she looked behind her, Bamboo Yellow was surprised when she saw that the Sword Immortal King could fly too, and he was faster than them. The Sword Immortal King looked like he was enjoying chasing after ancient Super Mecha, and he taunted that he shouldn't run while calling him a big guy. Meanwhile, the people watching on the huge billboard asked where everyone was and why the video was gone. They were enraged, and as they shouted that they wanted to see the battle, they asked who was in charge of the live broadcast and threatened that they were going to give them the worst review. Back at the cliff, someone asked where the mechanic eye was and where it went when they needed it most. The blonde reporter managed to snatch the mechanic eye, and as he shook him, he exclaimed that the mechanic eye was not dead, so it should get its ass up there and start broadcasting again. To which the mechanic eye grumbled that he got it, so the blonde reporter should stop shaking him already. The mechanic eye asked them if they, the humans, were even ready to die just to watch a battle. He used his superpower, Powerful Energy Tracking, and connected to the broadcasts. Everyone saw how the Sword King Immortal chased after the ancient Super Mecha in outer space. One of the Zio twins cursed and remarked that those duckers were in outer space, while the other called their mom and pleaded that he wanted to cultivate immortality so badly. Meanwhile, as the chase continued, Bamboo Pink commented that the Sword King Immortal was strong, and she questioned if Yansen was even human because he had almost caught up with them. The ancient Super Mecha declared that there would be no more running, and as he abruptly stopped, he swung his sword at the Sword King Immortal and used his skill, the Energy Blade. When the Sword King Immortal saw that, he muttered that it was a sword strike again and used his skill, Kai Armor. With his attack, the ancient Super Mecha's strike sent the Sword King Immortal back down to Earth. The Sword King Immortal was falling towards the Earth, which one of the audience members noticed, and he exclaimed that there was one falling down while the Sword King Immortal was crashing towards the town at an extreme speed. Yansen looked unconcerned when he asked the Sword King Immortal if he was okay. The Sword King Immortal prepared to land feet first on the ground, and he boasted that he has never been better. The entire town shook, and the part where the Sword King Immortal landed crumbled. When the governor saw that, he exclaimed that they should look at what was happening to his city, and he fainted due to stress, which alarmed his bodyguard. The governor was trembling in the hands of one of his bodyguards, and as the bodyguard pleaded that the governor should pull himself together, another bodyguard cried that the governor couldn't die like that. Back into the fight, the Sword King Immortal picked something up and threw it towards the sky. It was a huge chunk of land, and when the ancient super mecha saw that, he cursed, and Bamboo Pink shouted that the ducking beast threw half of the city all the way up there. Suddenly, the ancient super mecha cut the land in half and chuckled that he was just kidding because it was nothing much. But the ancient super mecha was surprised when he saw that the Sword King Immortal suddenly appeared in front of him, ready to deliver a punch. The Sword King Immortal managed to land his punch on the ancient super mecha's face, and he declared that they should play his way. The Rainbow Rangers inside the ancient super mecha could feel the vibrations caused by the Sword King Immortal's punch, and they exclaimed their alarm. The Sword King Immortal suddenly hopped away from the ancient super mecha and returned to grab the ancient super mecha's leg. He began twirling the ancient super mecha around while laughing maniacally. The Sword King Immortal threw the ancient super mecha and commanded that it should go back to the ground. The ancient super mecha crashed into the sea near some naval ships. While looking down towards the earth, the Sword King Immortal muttered that they should clean the dishes. The ancient super mecha called for the healer and requested that they help him fix the damage, to which Bamboo Yellow reluctantly agreed. He began charging up, and the waters around him were pushed away. Lightning strikes appeared and the ocean turned fierce when the ancient super mecha continued to charge up, and as the people asked what it was, if that was some kind of air blast. Another remarked that since it was an ancient hero, it might be some kind of special ability or something. But the blonde reporter urged them to shut up because he was digging through the book to find out. The blonde reporter revealed that it was written that the Rainbow Rangers could summon some kind of combined mech that has the ability to control atomic bombs, and just as he finished reading, he was stupefied when submarines began to emerge from the sea. While the submarine's crews, who were floating in the sea because they had abandoned ship, admired what they were seeing, Bamboo Pink, called the ancient super mecha number 1, declared that it was enough because just one would do, but number 1 insisted that it was not quite. Number 1 announced that he was gathering all the nuclear weapons in the world, and the bombs began flying into the air. When the audience saw what happened, one of them called for their god to help them while number 1 used his superpower, nuclear fission manipulation. Number 1 directed all nuclear weapons towards the sky, and he proclaimed that the Sword King Immortal should have a taste of that. When the Sword King Immortal saw that, he remarked that it turned out to be fireworks, which he could do too, and as he used his skill, the Kai Dragon transformation technique, both Ran Zihao and Lan Bin cursed while Humenki was thinking about the fireworks. Number 1 gathered his auras in both his hands, and he laughed maniacally while he directed those towards the earth. Multiple huge explosions happened in the Earth's atmosphere when #001's attack met with the Sword King Immortal's attack. The blonde reporter addressed the ladies and gentlemen and exclaimed that they were literally nuking each other in outer space, and that the whole sky was lighting up like it was New Year's Eve. And as they watched the explosion, both Ran Zihao and Lan Bin were just trembling and speechless while Humenki warned that they would die if they kept fighting like that. And the audience was all angry at the blonde reporter and blamed him while calling him a bastard. But the blonde reporter just waved it off and assured them that they should not get ahead of themselves because they were not dead yet. He continued that back to the main subject, according to the book, the big mecha is named number 1, but since the Rainbow Rangers were rarely releasing it, they have close to nothing on it except that it was only one of the known ancient heroes, and the reason why number 1 has survived since ancient times is because it was a machine. The blonde reporter shared that the book also mentioned that number 1 possesses a collection of all the superpowers of the many generations of Rainbow Rangers, which translated to an almost unlimited number of superpowers. It has Bamboo Red's synchronization, Bamboo Blue's hardening, Bamboo Black's lightning step, Bamboo Pink's artillery, and Bamboo Yellow's healing. Number 1 directed another set of bombs towards the sky. He called Bamboo Black, and Bamboo Black responded that he got it. Number 1 suddenly appeared behind the Sword King Immortal as he used the skill Super Lightning Step, and he proclaimed that it was his win. But as number 1 swung his arm, the Sword King Immortal quickly moved behind him and taunted that he was still too green. But when the Sword King Immortal was about to deliver his attack on number 1 also disappeared. The outer space was filled with explosive sounds. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked up in the sky, and the blonde reporter cursed due to surprise. Number 1 and the Sword King Immortal were exchanging punches, and the fight seemed to be equal. While the blonde reporter was still dumbfounded, one of the commentators asked how long they had been fighting and if they would ever run out of stamina. And as one of the audience members urged him to read the book faster, the blonde reporter came back to reality and agreed with the audience. Both number 1 and the Sword King Immortal were dodging the attacks they threw at each other. Their attacks were fast and strong that only the impact could be seen in outer space. Suddenly, number 1 and the Sword King Immortal moved away from each other, and as the two of them turned to charge at each other, number 1 called for Bamboo Blue, and Bamboo Blue acknowledged that he was on it. Number 1 swung his arm as he used his superpower, machine hardening, while the Sword King Immortal did the same, and he commented that he knew that low-grade technique too. Everything around them vibrated as their fists collided with each other. The earth shook, and everyone screamed. Number 1 and the Sword King Immortal distanced themselves from each other again. Bamboo Pink inquired if Yan Sen's stamina was bottomless, while Bamboo Black commented that it was quite a tough fight, and Bamboo Red kept quiet, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Meanwhile, the blonde reporter who was reading the book revealed that he had found that it was Bamboo Red's ability, Atomic Synchronization, which acts as the power generator for Number 1, and one of the audience members confirmed that it was how it was. The blonde reporter addressed the viewers and friends and explained that the reason why Bamboo Red could become the world's second superhero was because his superpower was different from others, as superpowers like physical strength have a limit cap. But Bamboo Red's atomic synchronization doesn't seem to have one. He elaborated that it meant that as long as Bamboo Red could act as a generator for Number 1, it would have unlimited stamina. But it doesn't explain how the Sword King Immortal on the other side could fight for so long, seemingly without straining himself. Back into the fight, Yan Sen mentioned that with so much Kai in his body, it would take a few of Bamboo Red's lifespans before he began to run out, and he was not busy at the moment, so Bamboo Red could take as long as he needed. Bamboo Red called Number 1 and stated that he consented to the fusion, which amused Number 1, and he asked Bamboo Red if he was serious. Bamboo Pink protested that there was no way and asked Bamboo Red what would happen if he couldn't come back, to which Bamboo Black agreed and remarked that it was just a duel, so there was no need to put his life on the line. But Bamboo Red grinned and declared that since it was a duel, he might as well give it his best, and Number 1 commented that it was well stated. He pressed a button, and as he announced that they should do it, a door started closing on him, and it completely shut him inside. Number 1 began releasing a tremendous amount of energy, which surprised the Sword King Immortal. Number 1 kept charging and releasing energy, and Yan Sen was amazed. Meanwhile, on Earth, the ground was shaking, and as someone asked what kind of move it was, another suggested that the commentator should check the book, but the blonde reporter responded that there was nothing about it. A sun suddenly appeared behind Number 1, and as he used his skill, superpowered controlled fusion, he called Yan Sen an immortal cultivator and proclaimed that it was time to put an end to that. The blonde reporter exclaimed and noted that he could see that the sun itself was the result of nuclear fusion to form a massive energy, more powerful than any nuclear weapon ever made, and that Bamboo Red and Number 1 fused together to generate unparalleled levels of energy were capable of controlling even the power of the sun. But someone grabbed him by the collar and demanded if he still had the nerve to comment when they were all going to die. Back into the dark outer space, a huge ball of light continued to gather energy. Number 1 directed the energy to the Sword King Immortal and challenged him to come face that. The Sword King Immortal responded that it was excellent, and as he questioned how he could refuse that he gathered, he used his skill, the nuclear fusion heat blaster, and directed it at the Sword King Immortal. Meanwhile, the Sword King Immortal swung his arms and prepared the palm of his hand. He released powerful energy through the palm of his hand and used his skill, the Ordinary Foundation Establishment of Lesser Tian Zion Immortal. The two powerful attacks met, and the horizon was filled with light. Everything turned white, and as Number 1 started to get dissolved by the energy, the Rainbow Rangers inside it expressed their surprise. Number 1 groaned in pain as it began to disintegrate and crumble, and the Rainbow Rangers inside were surprised. On the other hand, the Sword King Immortal was surprised as well. The people on Earth also turned white, and they were also so surprised that they couldn't help but curse. The powerful energy lit up the other side of the Earth, and it was very visible through outer space. As the light disappeared, everything turned silent. Yan Sen stood there in the Sword King Immortal's consciousness, and he observed what happened. He raised his brows as he wondered if he had overdone it. Something covered in smoke was falling down to the earth. Upon closer look, it was Number 1, and he apologized to Bamboo Red and the others because he lost. Meanwhile, in outer space, the Sword King Immortals began to disintegrate, and as he excused himself from Yan Sen, he remarked that it appears that he has failed. Yan Sen raised his brows at the Sword King Immortal while he asked him if he couldn't endure that little bit of spiritual power, and he remembered to ask him which of them won in the end. But as the Sword King Immortal disappeared, Yan Sen came out of his consciousness and muttered that he should forget it and go back to get some rest. Back on Earth, Number 1 has crashed next to a huge crater created by the fight. Lan Kai Kai, who was watching the fight, was astonished and speechless. Steel Beetle was also taken aback, and he asked if it was over and who won. Meanwhile, at the cliff where the people evacuated, someone asked if everyone was alright. Some people were buried under rubble, and as one of them exclaimed and asked if they were actually okay, He grumbled that he should have known to take refuge underground, and he questioned himself about why the hell he watched that battle and muttered that he almost died there. On the other hand, the blonde reporter was still energetic, and after drawing an illustration, he addressed the audience members and his friends and explained that to give them a scientific explanation, the power from those two energy beams colliding with each other created a powerful force canceling each other, and that being said, under such a powerful impact, them being alive was simply a miracle. The mechanic eye was pissed, and he yelled and exclaimed that without him, they would be dead. While Sun Xiaolu helped Hu Mengqi up, Hu Mengqi commented that it was scary, even if they were even fighting in outer space, and Lan Bin observed that it was just an exam at first, yet it ended up like that, such a big city, just done like dust in the wind. Ran Zihao tried to be optimistic and noted that there was still a little bit of it left, and their school was far from the test side, so it should still be there, but Lan Bin was dejected, and he lamented that his house was gone. Meanwhile, one of the audience members asked who won in the end and if they did not know yet, while another audience member used a pair of binoculars and suggested that they should look ahead because it looked like they were coming down. The blonde reporter quickly called the mechanic eye and requested that it should take him to the scene to see how his master was doing, which rendered the mechanic eye speechless. Sun Xiaolu proposed that they should go check it out too, and as Lan Bin asked how they could get there when they couldn't exactly fly, Hu Mengqi suggested that they should go and borrow flying gear from their classmates. A few moments later, the mechanic eye was speechless as it flew while someone was grabbing at him. It was the blonde reporter, and as he asked the mechanic eye if he couldn't fly a little faster, the mechanic eye snapped that he should zip it. When the blonde reporter looked down, he exclaimed that they had arrived. He was surprised when he saw that an ambulance had arrived at the scene. The mechanic eye was speechless when they landed, while the blonde reporter asked the people in the ambulance how they got there so fast. The doctor explained that saving lives was their vocation in the healing department, so time is of the essence. As the blonde reporter approached them, he was surprised when he saw Bamboo Red on a stretcher. It was not just Bamboo Red but the entire Rainbow Rangers, and the doctor described that they suffered quite a shock that the intracranial pressure decreased, the acetylcholine content increased greatly, the cholinesterase activity decreased a bunch, and the potassium ion concentration spiked through the roof, which made the blonde reporter ask what it meant. The doctor clarified that it was just a little trauma and that it was okay because they would just live in the ICU for a couple of years. The mechanic eye and the blonde reporter were left speechless as the doctor instructed that they should move out, and the ambulances drove away. The blonde reporter was surprised when he noticed that Yansen was descending behind him. Hu Mengqi and the others also arrived, and they called Yansen their sensei. Yansen looked happy when he saw them, and he inquired if everyone was okay. Ran Zihao immediately blurted out and asked Yansen what kind of move it was because it was too powerful, and as he asked if the big guy was also an immortal like Yansen, he admitted that he wanted to learn it too. Everyone was disappointed when Yansen explained that the Sword King Immortal was just a type of summoning formation to call for a sword spirit belonging to the heavenly realm, and if they wanted to learn it, they would have to wait for 40 years, give or take, to reach the Kai refining stage because that formation requires a huge amount of spiritual power to provide the basic power needed to release it. They all were shrunken and dejected when they heard that it would take 40 years just to start gathering Kai. Suddenly, Lan Bin remembered to ask who really won in the end, which made Ran Zihao ask him if he was blind, and he responded that of course it was Yansen. Yansen remarked that winning or losing isn't important because they have to learn to respect the opponent, as they were also very strong and could actually contend against a summoned great spirit even if they couldn't beat it. While Bamboo Red was hooked up into a breathing apparatus, Yansen commented that he considered them the strongest individuals he had met in their world. The mechanic eye and the blonde reporter were speechless as they watched Yansen's student ask him if he was being serious when he mentioned that it takes 40 years to enter the Kai refining stage, and Yansen remarked that it depends if they were gifted because it took him 3 days back then. The blonde reporter was confused, and he asked what was going on. Eventually, the fight finished with a tiny little move from Yansen, making two big guys vanish instantly, putting an end to the epic showdown, and since then, no one in the world has dared to question the strength of the teacher, nor would they claim that he was a fraud because Yansen also smoothly crushed the Rainbow Rangers and became the second most powerful superhero in the world. The next day, the world was flooded with reports from large news agencies to small promotional brochures, informing the world of its new strongest fighter, black-robed man, Yansen. Thankfully, the impact was quite a distance from the Earth, and the school was spared in the far corner of the city, so most of the students chose to pitch their tents in the school and wait for the heroes of the construction department to restore the city. The roof of the classroom where Yansen was teaching was gone, but it was repeatedly announced that classes were in session. Yansen was about to enter the classroom when Hu Mengqi called him, handed him clothes, and mentioned that those were the clothes he abandoned earlier, to which Yansen thanked her. After wearing his robe, Yansen entered the classroom and declared that they would continue with the lectures and get them new classrooms and uniforms in the next few days. Yansen was startled when he noticed something, and he asked his students what was wrong with them. Everyone was standing, and they looked nervous and speechless. Suddenly, everyone started to kneel and bow their heads to Yansen. They all requested Yansen to teach them how to become immortals. Yansen calmly instructed that everyone should get up because the sect's disciples don't need to kneel down. He expressed that he looked forward to the day that they would be able to traverse the skies with him. After the incident, Yansen became the most powerful hero in their world, and Hu Mengqi's father, the head of the institute, not only gave him the highest salary among his peers but also granted him all powers in the establishment. The sign of the school was changed to Tiantian sect, and Yansen monitored the workers while they were working on the signs. Yansen noted that the word Shen was shifted to the right by 2 millimeters. He requested that they adjust it a little, and as the workers adjusted and asked how it was, he pointed out that at that time, the right side was off again, so he requested that they adjust the left side a little more and thanked them. After making the adjustments, one of the workers asked Yansen how it was, and he observed that they reverted to the previous position again. The worker was pissed, and as he cursed, he retorted that if Yansen was smart, instead of waving his hand and telling them what to do, he should do it himself. But Yansen explained that each world has its own order, just like humans, dividing the work accordingly, and in his case, he will not leave other people's work unfinished. One of the workers called Yansen a bastard and complained that if Yansen wasn't as powerful, he would put a laser beam through his skull, while the other worker just remarked that the customer is God, not to mention that Yansen was paying them double their rate. The worker asked Yansen if it was okay, and as Yansen replied that the word Tian seemed to be a bit off, they were just speechless. Yansen seemed to have a strong attachment to his sect, and with the authority he received, he was no longer limited to remodeling some classrooms, so over the past few months, the school building, the cafeteria, and the front door were all modified, and the school that was originally known as the Jiazia Superhuman Academy had become the Tiantian Sect Immortal Cultivation School. Back into the classroom, Ran Zihao was holding a brush, and he acknowledged that after finding out how strong Yansen really was, there were no longer any objections to copying the sect rules. Nevertheless, Yansen insisted that they copy it for another 6 months, and that day, they finally reached the next stage of cultivation. Yansen announced that it has been a hard 6 months and everyone had to work exponentially harder on getting stronger, but currently, the introduction to immortal cultivation is finally over. He declared that from that point onward, their food, sleep, and schedule would be managed by him, the sect master. Everyone was taken aback and surprised by what Yansen stated. Yansen informed them that in order to keep everyone's minds as serene as possible, he has decided to relocate their classroom. He snapped his finger. Everyone was surprised when their classroom started to shake. In an instant, their classroom was flying above the clouds. The Zhao twins were surprised, and as one of them cursed, the other asked if they just teleported. The students were astonished, and they asked what that place was. Yansen calmly explained that they would start the lesson at 12,000 meters above the ground that day. He hoped that they would study diligently, and the students were scared, while one of the Zhao twins called for their mommy. Meanwhile, Ran Zihao was shrunken, and he muttered that her mom doesn't have to worry about him skipping classes anymore. He was speechless as he kept looking out the window. Just like that, Yansen moved their classroom 12,000 meters in the air, and since then, the idea of lazing around and playing outside has been completely obliterated. After some time, the class went to Antarctica, and as Yansen supervised their running, he instructed that they should run fast and steady. Yansen was flying beside his running students, and he explained that starting that day, there would be 12 hours of uninterrupted gender-equal training, and that week, they would do 10 kilometers in the morning on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, with 10 kilometers in the afternoon and evening every other day, and that they should train themselves physically and hone their bodies beyond human limits, and his students cursed when they heard that. Some time has passed, and somewhere in the Pacific, Yansen was leisurely lying on a small moving boat, and he stated that just like running, they would do swimming 10 kilometers in the morning, 10 kilometers in the afternoon, and 10 kilometers in the evening with the same schedule because if they wanted to acquire the power to move mountains, they shouldn't stop. Lan Bin and Ran Zihao were pulling the boat Yansen was in by swimming, and as Lan Bin criticized that the way Yansen was encouraging others was rather tasteless, Ran Zihao boasted that he was definitely going to be stronger than Lan Bin. Lan Bin called Ran Zihao a burnt rat and scoffed that he could dream on, which made Ran Zihao yell and do his best. On the other hand, the Sword King Immortal was teaching Hu Mengqi how to swim, and he advised that Hu Mengqi should just alternate her legs like that. Humenki complained and whined that swimming is hard too, and the Sword King Immortal consoled that there was no rush because the road to immortality is paved with patience. Sun Xiaolu and Humenki took a picture together, and as Humenki asked Sun Xiaolu how her body became so toned, Sun Xiaolu responded that they had been working out for several days, and it was the same for Humenki. While Sun Xiaolu was checking her phone, the Sword King Immortal called Humenki and warned that if she doesn't train, Yan Sen will come to beat him up, so Humenki replied that she was coming. A few moments later, the students gathered by the beach in their uniforms, and Yan Sen stood in front of them with a blackboard, and he announced that in that day's lesson, they would learn what a martial artist and what a cultivator are. Changing locations, the students were standing on an open stance while holding a sword, and Yan Sen, who was flying over them to supervise them, explained that a martial artist is someone who is practicing a wushu system, sword technique, spear technique, or any other kind of martial art, and at that moment, they were ordinary martial artists, and the so-called mortal practitioners of martial arts, if healthy, could live from 150 to 200 years. The students were lined up on a narrow bridge, and Yan Sen stated that when they succeed at channeling Kai into the body, and using it to nourish their body, they will be able to live far longer, and the necessary condition to reach Kai refining is to achieve the peak martial artist stage, which is the limit of all human beings. Yan Sen noted that speed, strength, and spiritual power would all transcend the limits in order to absorb Kai into one's body, which is why they were urged to train themselves every day. He mentioned that everyone has something called a danshan, and after reaching its limits, the danshan will have enough capacity to absorb and assimilate the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, which they call the Kai refining, and the mortals in his world like to refer to the energy inside their bodies as true Kai when in fact it is just spiritual energy. Time passed one day after the other without the students realizing how long they had been practicing. Yan Sen was chopping ingredients. He was cooking with Humenki assisting him, and as he requested that she should pass him the salt next to her for a second, she agreed. A few moments later, Humenki went to place a dish on one of the tables, but she was startled when she saw that Ran Zihao and Lan Bin were already stuffing their faces, so she asked them why they were always so lazy when Yan Sen was cooking for them every day. But Ran Zihao replied that he didn't know how to cook, and it certainly would not be as delicious as Yan Sen's fine cuisine, and Lan Bin added that Humenki should come too because there would be nothing left if she didn't start eating soon. Humenki was pissed, and she grumbled that she really wanted to throw the soup in the faces of those two morons. On the other hand, one of the students slapped a burger out of another student's hand, and he exclaimed that he was nuts because Yan Sen reminded them that they shouldn't eat that strange meat when they were training. But the other student protested that he didn't eat it in forever, so he just wanted to remember the taste of a fried chicken burger. The other student insisted that Yan Sen claimed he made food with medicinal herbs to help with their cultivation, and he inquired if the student forgot that last time Zio, Lu, and Zeo you were punished with a night of horse stance because they drank half a cola. The student suggested that the other student should put it away while Yan Sen wasn't looking, and he could eat it when the training was over, but the other student complained that it would be moldy. Unbeknownst to them, Yan Sen was already observing them, and with a smile on his face, he remarked that they were funny youngsters. Sun Xiaolu was meditating. Everyone was confused, and Lan Bin asked her what she was doing. But Sun Xiaolu replied that all of them should be quiet, and Ran Zihao asked her if she was too serious that she really had to maintain a meditative state of mind even when she was eating. Sun Xiaolu suddenly opened her eyes. She caught a fly with her chopstick. Everyone was surprised by what she did that they couldn't help but curse. Sun Xiaolu was pleased, and as she exclaimed that she finally did it, she called the fly a nasty little bastard. Everyone was in awe when they saw what Sun Xiaolu did, while Yan Sen was pleased. Yan Sen announced that they got their first peak martial artist realm disciple. One of the students suddenly slapped the table and declared that they were full. It was Ran Zihao, and he was stomping as he went to Yan Sen and demanded that they should keep practicing because he will swim 30 kilometers at that time. While Lan Bin followed him and boasted that he will swim 40 kilometers, but Yan Sen insisted that they shouldn't waste food and that they will continue after they have eaten everything. Ran Zihao and Lan Bin looked dejected, but they both agreed. Although Yan Sen's training was harsh, he still took them to the hot springs from time to time, and he explained that it was a medicinal bath that would also help them with cultivating. And they also had the chance to experience what it was like to take a bath 12,000 meters in the air, but they were just a little afraid of falling. While the students were struggling with their training, some subtle changes were taking place in certain parts of the world, and one farmer was surprised when he saw the sky shatter and something come out of the hole. 2 blades were coming out of the crack in the sky. The farmer was stunned, and he asked himself if the sky had cracked open. Meanwhile, in a galaxy far, far away, multiple spaceships were traveling together. A man with a lightsaber was targeting the Earth, which was 130 million light years away, and he proclaimed that the Empire would be long-lived. On the other hand, at the Superhuman Alliance headquarters building, the area was quiet. Inside the building, there was some sort of machine that seemed to be containing a person whose vitals were being closely monitored. The system reported that there was a planetary crisis detected, so it was requesting the awakening of the number 1 God class, so it has permission to wake up. Black smoke came out as the doors opened. A person wearing red boots came out of the door. 2 years later, back at Tian Shen Sect Immortal Cultivation School, there were 2 people moving around the field at an incredible speed, and they were celebrating. One of them was Ran Zihao, who shouted that it was how it feels to channel Kai into his body, and it was amazing. The other one was Lan Bin, and as he ran past Ran Zihao, he called him a noob and mocked that he should shut up. Ran Zihao was pissed, and as he retorted that Lan Bin was obviously slower than him, he questioned him for daring to call him a noob. The 2 of them ran past their other classmates, and Ran Zihao called Lan Bin a son of a witch and yelled that he should wait for him. The other students were running with all their might, and as one of them asked if it was the legendary innate talent, he cursed at them, and another asked what was great about having talent. But they admitted their jealousy, murmured that they wanted to channel Kai too, and cursed. Sun Xiaolu was the first person in their class to channel Kai and entered the early stage of Kai refining realm. She was followed by Hu Menqi, but Ran Zihao was annoyed because he actually channeled Kai at the same time as the Bloody Ice Clown, Lan Bin, at the exact same minute and second, which he thought was a disgrace. Meanwhile, Hu Menqi was reading a scroll by herself, and she muttered that she should first gather her own true Kai and circulate it throughout her body. Hu Menqi was trembling and was on the verge of tears as she asked herself why it was hard to learn the Shadow Ghost Kai step because, although Hu Menqi was more talented than the others, her understanding of Qigong seemed to be a bit lacking, just like how some people have been bad at math their whole lives. On the other hand, Yan Sen was watching the students running on the track, and Sun Xiaolu was sitting beside him, and she requested that he should open his mouth. Yan Sen was startled and confused because Sun Xiaolu was feeding him a sliced apple and urging him to open his mouth. He decided to accept and eat the apple Sun Xiaolu was feeding him. Sun Xiaolu mentioned that it was the fruit she received from her family, and as she asked Yan Sen if he liked it, he replied yes, very much, and he suggested that Sun Xiaolu should speak up because he could tell that she wanted something from him, which made Sun Xiaolu giggle, and she agreed that he was wise, but Yan Sen advised that she should cut it with the ass kissing. Sun Xiaolu furrowed her brows and complained that the Kai Shadow Ghost step was too difficult to perform, so she inquired Yan Sen if he perhaps had another technique like it. Yan Sen handed a scroll to Sun Xiaolu and commended that he always knew she was a smart one. Sun Xiaolu read the scroll, and as she observed that she should use her own true Kai to make the sword body levitate, she questioned Yan Sen what that meant. Yan Sen explained that it was the Imperial Sword Art, and with that, Sun Xiaolu could use any sword to fly. Yan Sen stated that it was the Imperial Sword Art, and with it, Sun Xiaolu would be able to fly. Ran Zihao and Lan Bin were surprised when they heard what Yan Sen mentioned. Hu Menqi also heard it, and she asked herself if Yan Sen claimed that they could fly. She remarked that there were many wonderful techniques, but she shouldn't rush it, as she must first learn how to use the Shadow Ghost Kai step. Hu Menqi cursed as she questioned why that technique was hard to learn, and she expressed that she also wanted to learn the Imperial Sword Art. Meanwhile, Ran Zihao and Lan Bin were trying to get the scroll from Sun Xiaolu, and while Lan Bin asked Sun Xiaolu to let him have a look, Ran Zihao repeatedly demanded that she should give it to him. But Sun Xiaolu responded that they shouldn't even try because it was hers. Although cultivation was tough as hell, after entering the Kai refining realm, it became so much more enjoyable because, as long as they had Kai in their bodies, they could use all kinds of bizarre and amazing skills, and not only that, those who reached Kai refining, in addition to individual skills, could also use the magical arrays. They were putting up flags in the field, and one of the students noted that every day, Yan Sen taught them both Qigong and arrays, the lightning array, the 8 trigrams mesmerizing array, and many more. While the students were putting up flags in the field, Yan Sen explained that because those arrays consume a huge amount of spiritual power, they need to team up in order to use them. And an array is, based on the location of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a layout of flags set in a certain way to manipulate its concentration and frequency in order to summon the elements. Suddenly, Yan Sen hit Ran Zihao with a bamboo stick and scolded that it was the wrong position, which made Ran Zihao curse. Lan Bin was secretly snickering on the side while Yan Sen warned that he would smack Ran Zihao every time he placed it wrong, and Ran Zihao was on the verge of tears as he admitted that he understood. But Yan Sen asked Lan Bin what he was laughing at when the same goes for him, and Lan Bin expressed his pain as he got hit. Yan Sen emphasized that when releasing the spell, they must make sure the flag is in the right spot because flags mispositioned will backfire, so they should do it carefully. Meanwhile, the other students were still running around the tracks, counting their tempo. One of the Zio twins wondered how many more years those of them without innate talent will need to reach Kai refining, and he was unaware that the girl behind him was already out of breath. It was Chen Qishan, and she was exhausted. A few moments later, Yan Sen was instructing the other students and noted that it was exactly where they put it when someone called him and reported that Chen Qishan fainted. Yan Sen quickly moved towards where Chen Qishan was, and as he inquired what happened, one of the students replied that it looked like she fainted from exhaustion. Yan Sen carried Chen Qishan and commented that the exercises he gave everyone were within the limits of their capabilities, so Chen Qishan must have been secretly practicing in her free time. He turned to the other students and instructed that they should start running again, and they acknowledged yes. A few moments later, Chen Qishan and Yan Sen were sitting under a waiting shed, and as Yan Sen asked if Chen Qishan was feeling better, he inquired why she didn't follow the cultivation practices he designed and, most importantly, why she trained in secret. While she was being healed by Yan Sen, Chen Qishan sheepishly confessed that they have been training for 2 years. She explained that the worst in the class is a mid-level martial artist, while she was still stuck in the early stages, so she just didn't want to be left behind. But Yan Sen advised that even so, she needs to be moderate with her training. Yan Sen was surprised when Chen Qishan revealed that she knew that he kept quiet so that they wouldn't lose their fighting spirit in the last spiritual root evaluation, and she knew that her spiritual roots were terrible, and she asked him if it wasn't true that the people without talent were unable to cultivate. Observing Chen Qishan, Yan Sen acknowledged that indeed, those like her are everywhere in the heavens, and although they emit Kai, their spiritual roots are defective, and in the words of the heavenly realm, those kinds of physiques are inadequate for cultivation. However, one of those is an issue for him. Yan Sen assured that Chen Qishan shouldn't worry because, as long as they are his disciples, no matter how poor their potential is, he will never abandon them because he doesn't care about weak spiritual roots, defective spiritual roots, or no spiritual roots at all because he could fix them all. And when Chen Qishan cheered up and asked Yan Sen if it was real, Yan Sen confirmed of course because there was nothing he can't do. But Chen Qishan got downcast again, as she lamented that Yan Sen had mentioned before that the path to immortality is one they have to follow on their own, and using the power of others isn't a viable long-term solution. Yan Sen explained that it was not exactly what he meant by that, and he asked Chen Qishan if he had mentioned their grandmaster, to which Chen Qishan inquired to confirm it was Yan Sen's master. Yan Sen replied yes, and as he recalled his master, he remarked that at that time, the old man was peerless among his generation, the strongest being in the heavenly realm, but in his youth, he had it way worse than Chen Qishan, and that she should trust him. He noted that his master and Chen Qishan's physiques were pretty similar. He pointed out that at least she had spiritual roots, even if defective, while his master, on the other hand, didn't have any. But despite the mockeries from his master, being banished by his family, and being repudiated by his fiancée, he never stopped cultivating. Yan Sen stated that it was only through sheer determination that his master managed to reach the position of the strongest in the heavens, one step at a time. And in the words of their world, he thinks that they would call him a protagonist, so being unable to cultivate without talent was something he strongly disagreed with. Chen Qishan acknowledged that it was cool, and as she asked how exactly her grandmaster cultivated, Yan Sen explained that it was about finding what she was good at and performing to the best of her ability. She suddenly stood up as she exclaimed that she got it and that it was like a skill book where she finds the one that suits her the most and trains it to perfection, to which Yan Sen replied and agreed that she could say that. Chen Qishan bowed to Yan Sen, and she gave him many thanks for enlightening her, and she expressed that she feels better already. While Chen Qishan walked away, she suddenly remembered something. She turned back and asked Yan Sen what he was since their grandmaster was the protagonist. Yan Sen confidently declared that he was the one who stands above the protagonist, and as Chen Qishan added that she had one more question, she asked what the quality of his spiritual roots was, and Yan Sen mentioned that they never found out. Thus, the story of Yan Sen's master spread through the class and reassured some of the less gifted students, while on the other hand, Yan Sen's absolute power became the center of many theories. One day, while Lan Bin was putting up flags on the field, he was speechless when he noticed a huge shadow looming over him. Lan Bin muttered to himself what it was and looked up. He was surprised by what he saw that he couldn't help but curse. When Ran Zhao heard Lan Bin, he questioned what he was yelling about. But when he looked up, he couldn't help but be surprised and curse as well. They could see huge spaceships hovering over the Earth's sky. There were a lot of them in outer space, and they were all coming towards Earth. Someone on the ship was writing and commented that it was time to strike the Earth for the 1316th time, to which the others agreed while calling him Sir. They asserted that at that time, with their galactic emperor present, They were sure to squash that planet, which had humiliated them countless times. The huge spaceships hovered over the Earth. Someone on the ship called the Emperor and declared it was the planet he had mentioned, Earth, and the Emperor approved it was good. The Emperor stated the planet was clearly lacking technologically, to which the other alien concurred, but he mentioned their defense, a bunch of perverts fighting in spandex, was giving them a hard time. Thus, they decided to ask the Emperor for help. The alien reported he had investigated thoroughly and found that no human on that planet was a match for the Emperor. He announced he was willing to be a vanguard for the Emperor and lead the 7th Fleet to open the way for his grand arrival. But the Emperor punched the alien and questioned if he was retarded. The alien crashed against the wall, and the Emperor inquired what century it was in if he still believed dispatching troops one by one was a good plan. The Emperor stated there was no need for greetings, and they should just use the main weapon. He summoned the attention of the entire fleet. The Emperor instructed they should fire the Star Destroyer, and it immediately began preparing a downward strike. He commanded they should destroy all those animals at once. A few minutes earlier, at the Superhuman Alliance headquarters, the alarm system alerted the entire building and announced there was an alien invasion. The system indicated it was a red alert, so they should notify all God-class heroes to gather in each city to prepare for the battle. Meanwhile, at the top 10 God-class agents' office, the President's secretary contacted the Tiantian sect Immortal Cultivation School, and as he explained the enemy fleet was immense and they couldn't contact the black-robed man Yan Sen, the President remarked they were in deep fish. On the other hand, Hu Menqi's father stated he didn't know where Yan Sen was at the moment. He revealed Yan Sen had taken Hu Menqi and the entire class and disappeared for more than 2 years already, and the secretary insisted he should figure something out. Back at the office, the secretary called the president, and as he reported they still hadn't found Yan Sen yet, he inquired if the president was sure that it was serious this time because it was not the first or second time that aliens attacked, to which the president responded and explained the main fighters of their world were centered in the top 10 God class, but from those 10, 6 were currently hospitalized, and 1 was gone. The president mentioned presently there was only the black-robed Yan Sen and the googled knife to protect them. He sensed a formidable presence on the mothership. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Bamboo Red questioned Number 1 if it was true. Number 1 confirmed indeed, a guy with a formidable amount of dark energy was on the mothership, on the far right. Bamboo Black cursed and expressed he wanted to fight, but Number 1 asked him how he was going to do that and if he was going to headbutt them to death. Number 1 inquired if they wanted to fight already when they had just woken up after being vegetables for 2 years, and the Rainbow Rangers fell silent. Bamboo Blue stated they couldn't just sit there and do nothing, to which Bamboo Black agreed and asked if they knew what city the aliens planned to land in at that time. Number 1 doubted they were going to land, and he mentioned the leader didn't seem like the easy type. On the other hand, at the school field, Hu Menqi picked up her phone when her father called her. Hu Menqi's father noted she finally picked up the phone, and as he asked Hu Menqi where everyone was at the moment, Hu Menqi replied they were at school and they had just gotten back. He advised Hu Menqi to watch the news because something very important had happened and only her teacher, Yan Sen, was able to go up there and save them because all the other heroes who could were either hospitalized or missing. Meanwhile, the blonde reporter was riding on the helicopter, and he explained as the viewers could see, at least 1,000 alien battleships were gathered in outer space. Mechanic Eye stated there was a guy inside one of those battleships who was incredibly powerful, so he thought it would be better for them to hide, but the blonde reporter insisted he wouldn't hide. The blonde reporter mentioned at the moment, a large number of high-ranking heroes were gathering in each city, and even though they had the courage to come, the only outcome for them was to get their heads shoved up their asses, and Mechanic Eye remarked at that time, it felt like the aliens wouldn't even come down to fight fairly against them. On the other hand, at the mothership, the alien contacted the Emperor and reported the Star Destroyer was fully charged and ready to blast. The Emperor ordered they should fire. As the Star Destroyer fired its powerful beam towards the Earth, the blonde reporter exclaimed and questioned what the hell that was while some of the heroes condemned the aliens as shameless bastards and some called for their mama to save them. The powerful beam continued to travel towards Earth at an incredible speed. The president declared they were doomed, while Number 1 acknowledged he knew it and called for his system to come and reboot, but the system failed to reboot. Meanwhile, the Number 1 God class had woken up and prepared to exit the building. The building shook as the Number 1 God class flew up in the sky without leaving the building first. The force of the takeoff created an explosion at the top of the building, and while the secretary cursed, the president inquired what was going on. The Number 1 God class left a huge hole at the center of the building, and while one of the people inside questioned what it was, he was already up in outer space and blocked the Star Destroyer's powerful beam. Back on the mothership, the alien contacted the Emperor and advised he should look because an unidentified object was flying towards them, but the Emperor punched him and ordered he should get lost. The Number 1 God class quickly moved towards the Star Destroyer and circumnavigated it at an incredible speed. The Star Destroyer exploded. The number 1 God class released power lasers from his eyes and directed them towards the fleet. Multiple spaceships were destroyed in that single attack. The number 1 God class moved at an incredible speed, and as the alien grew concerned for their battleships, he questioned what the hell that thing was. The number 1 God class stopped moving and revealed himself. The blonde reporter exclaimed and asked what was going on because, with such a powerful blast, it was surprising that they were fine. He called Mechanic Eye and stated he should find out who saved them, and Mechanic Eye mentioned he acquired the footage so it would be ready in a few seconds. On the other hand, one of the Zhao twins asserted they were screwed while the other claimed they were fine, and Ran Zihao inquired what could possibly happen to them with Yan Sen around. Ran Zihao questioned Yan Sen if it was him who struck the battleships, but Yan Sen was baffled. Yan Sen reported it appeared that the aliens survived his attack, and Ran Zihao asked him who did those things. Meanwhile, the president wondered if it was possibly the top hero of the God class, and the secretary queried who he was talking about. On the other hand, number 1 observed it looked like they would have to head out to greet an old friend, and Bamboo Pink inquired him who it was. Number 1 asked who else it could be and revealed it was the first place of the God class, Photogenic Astro Man. Bamboo Pink was surprised when she heard what number 1 mentioned, while Bamboo Black cursed and questioned if the exhibitionist running around half naked wasn't dead. Bamboo Pink recalled how Photogenic Astro Man mentioned she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen walk that earth, and she responded not that sleazebag. While the battleships in outer space continued to explode, Bamboo Pink expressed she couldn't believe that Photogenic Astro Man was still alive. The aliens inside the battleship cursed, and as one of them requested help and reported Photogenic Astro Man was slaughtering them. The other called for his mom and stated Earth was too scary and he wanted to go home because several thousand of their battleships vanished in an instant. Photogenic Astro Man declared if they liked to launch massive attacks from the start, he would oblige, and he extracted 0.01% of his energy. He mentioned since they came all the way, they should stay forever, and he used his skill, Intense Eradicating Flashbang. Photogenic Astro Man's attack was so powerful that everything turned black and white, and the aliens astonished. The president and the blonde reporter were amazed while Ran Zihao complained about his eyes. The alien who was with the emperor was also astonished by the power he experienced. He cursed as he was blown up by the blinding light. In an instant, all the battleships disappeared. Mechanic Eye stated all the alien battleships were utterly obliterated in mere seconds, and it was the top of the God class, Photogenic Astro Man. But the blonde reporter inquired if the first of the God class wasn't already dead. Back in space, the Emperor survived, and after he coughed, he acknowledged he was careless because there was still someone that powerful on Earth. Photogenic Astro Man asked if the Emperor was still alive and mentioned he was quite robust to be able to survive that, worthy of the leader, but too bad that he was still too weak to count as a warm-up. He claimed Earth would become the sole civilization in the entire universe. Meanwhile, Ran Zihao expressed he couldn't believe that it was the first of the God class and that he was still alive. The blonde reporter announced his dear viewers should listen up because it was the first place of the God class and he was not dead and he returned. The people on the street affirmed it was really the top hero of the God class, Photogenic Astro Man, and that he was still alive. One of the people suggested Photogenic Astro Man was secretly protecting them the whole time, which was awesome, and the other began cheering for Photogenic Astro Man. Back at Tianshan Sect Immortal Cultivation School, one of the Zhao twins cursed and claimed it was really the asshole. But one of the Zhao explained it was his childhood because when he was young, he watched Photogenic Astro Man's live-action cartoons every day. So the other twin asked him if he did not read about Photogenic Astro Man's outstanding performance in the industry. Yan Sen inquired his students who the Photogenic Astro Man was, as they all seemed so agitated, and Ran Zihao explained he was the strongest superhero in their world, one rank higher than Yan Sen. Ran Zihao stated it was said Photogenic Astro Man was the most advanced robot in the world, which had been modeled from a real person, and the energy in his body was compared to, or even exceeded, the power of ancient heroes. But 10 years ago, in the showdown against the monsters leader, King of Kings, and Photogenic Astro Man died together in the final clash, bringing back peace to the world, and everyone believed that he had died. Yan Sen acknowledged he understood and that the people of their world were really strange. On the other hand, number 1 scoffed and claimed all of them had no idea how terrifying ancient heroes could be. But Bamboo Blue argued as an ancient hero, number 1 would still get his ass kicked by Photogenic Astro Man. Number 1 stated it was because the Rainbow Ranges were too weak, and if they provided him with enough energy, there was no way he would lose because he had the theoretical output of a nuclear power plant, so he couldn't imagine how humiliating it was to lose to some AAA batteries. He mentioned if Yan Sen decided to be his master, he wouldn't think twice about leaving the Rainbow Rangers. The Rainbow Rangers remained speechless, and number 1 let out a sigh. Meanwhile, the people began cheering for the greatest God class. Photogenic Astro Man was still up in outer space, floating alone. He remarked, alas, it was a cool way to make an entrance, and he asked why it was impossible to kiss his own cheeks. Suddenly, photogenic Astro Man noticed that the Emperor was gone. He inquired where the alien leader was. The alien and the Emperor were both riding on an escaping ship, and the alien laughed maniacally and insulted the pompous jerk should eat fish. He mentioned they were a bit reckless that time, but after resting a little, they would return next year to destroy him. Photogenic Astro Man stated he wouldn't let them flee. He quickly chased after the spaceship. The Emperor cursed and admitted he didn't think that the people of that planet could be that overpowered. But the alien encouraged he shouldn't be discouraged because they might have failed a few times before. But it wasn't so bad for once as they could even approach the planet, so they would upgrade their weapons and fight again next year. The alien utilized hyperspace jump and said farewell. Photogenic Astro Man cursed as the spaceship disappeared in front of him. He lamented foolishness on his part led to those two bastards running away. On the other hand, Humenki asserted Yansen couldn't let those aliens escape because if one day they managed to fire a weapon like the Star Destroyer from tens of thousands of light years away, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Sun Xiaolu stated Humenki was right that they should not let those aliens escape. Yansen continued to look up at the sky and he remained silent. Meanwhile, while traveling in hyperspace, the Emperor inquired to the alien if the brat was still following them, and the alien responded he didn't think so because photogenic Astro Man looked genuinely pissed about being unable to space jump. The alien mentioned by the time the wanker reacted, they would be tens of thousands of light years away, but as he laughed maniacally, he didn't notice that they came back to Earth, and photogenic Astro Man was puzzled when he noticed them. Photogenic Astro Man was dumbfounded. The Emperor and the alien were speechless when they saw where they were. The two of them panicked and cursed. The Emperor questioned the alien who the hell photogenic Astro Man managed to keep up when he thought he wouldn't be able to follow them, and the alien replied he had no idea. The two of them used hyperspace jump again and disappeared. The alien asserted he was positive that photogenic Astro Man doesn't know how to space jump, but he believed he just saw Earth. He explained it was not that photogenic Astro Man followed them, but they just kept circling around the same spot, and as the Emperor inquired if the ship broke down, the alien stated everything looked fine to him. The alien declared he refused to believe that they couldn't escape so they would go full throttle ahead. The spaceship traveled in hyperspace again, but the alien was surprised, and as he claimed it was impossible, he questioned how they were still in the same place. The aliens continued doing a hyperspace jump, but under Yansen's gaze, they just kept returning, and photogenic Astro Man asked what they were doing. Photogenic Astro Man was astonished when he noticed Yansen's gaze. On the other hand, while the secretary inquired the president what was happening while at the hospital, number 1 identified it was Yansen. Meanwhile, Humenki requested that Yansen stop playing around. Yansen agreed and remarked they were impolite fellows. He stated they must apologize first if they wanted to leave. Yansen utilized his skill, the Kai sword. It hit the spaceship, and as it exploded, the alien and the Emperor expressed their exasperation for it happening again. On the other hand, photogenic Astro Man was surprised when he saw Yansen's Kai sword break through space. The Emperor and the alien both cursed and questioned how many experts there were. The alien sought forgiveness and admitted they were wrong. Photogenic Astro Man stuttered as he mentioned the space itself cracked. He wondered if someone that powerful was still on Earth and how it was possible that he wasn't aware. Photogenic Astro Man was speechless as he looked at the Earth. Meanwhile, Yansen just continued to look up at the sky and remain silent. Back at the hospital, number 1 stated there was no need to watch any longer because it was already over. Bamboo Black inquired if it ended just like that, and as number 1 mentioned it seemed that they were still underestimating Yansen, and he would have gone back to bed if he had known he was watching. Bamboo Yellow remarked he was acting like a groupie. Back at the school, Humenki asked if it was over while Ran Zihao laughed and proclaimed Yansen as the greatest, and Yansen just stated it was time to resume their training. On the other hand, photogenic Astro Man was returning to the Superhuman Alliance headquarters while carrying the 2 aliens he tied up. The alien was sobbing and mentioned Earth is too scary while the Emperor remained silent. Photogenic Astro Man threw them, and they rolled into the floor. The president inquired photogenic Astro Man if it was really him and expressed relief he was still alive. And when photogenic Astro Man recognized him, he stated he would have to trouble him with those 2 on the ground. As the president questioned photogenic Astro Man what happened to him because everyone thought he sacrificed himself, he mentioned the secretary should bring the aliens to the Arkham prison, and the secretary quickly agreed. Photogenic Astro Man explained he survived due to an unexpected encounter. He asked who was it that literally tore space apart, and as the president suggested it was probably done by the second place of the God class. Photogenic Astro Man inquired if it was Bamboo Red, but the president clarified it was not Bamboo Red anymore as there was a new guy who took his place. Photogenic Astro Man found it interesting because the little ancient hero was defeated as well, so he hoped he would get a chance to fight against the new hero. The president stated photogenic Astro Man shouldn't dare because 2 years had already passed and yet there was still half a city floating in space. And as he inquired if they could stop destroying everything all the time, photogenic Astro Man responded it was just a joke, and besides, he still had many things to do. The president questioned photogenic Astro Man what things he was talking about and which poor heroine had the misfortune to get fancied by him. To which photogenic Astro Man responded by asking the president what he was talking about and if he really looked like a scumbag to him. But the president just asked him if he even needed to ask. Photogenic Astro Man asked the president if it wasn't time for the International Monster Hunting Contest to start. The president confirmed that the Triennial Monster Invasion and the Monster Hunting Contest were expected to happen in 2 months, and in addition to being the hero community's big event, it was also the occasion for them to go get a better ranking. And he questioned photogenic Astro Man why he asked and if being the number 1 of the god class wasn't enough for him anymore. Photogenic Astro Man suspected that an accident might occur since he was awakened by the system alerting him of a planetary crisis, and as he inquired the president if he knew anything about it, the president asked him what the crisis was and if he didn't just overcome one. Photogenic Astro Man asked the president if he was referring to the 2 idiots and stated it was not them because they were not even as strong as an average monster. The president started thinking. Suddenly, he realized who it was. He questioned photogenic Astro Man if he was perhaps referring to the leader of the monsters, the King of Kings. Photogenic Astro Man acknowledged he could see that the president was as quick-witted as ever. He stated since he was still alive, the King of Kings might also be. 2 months later, the International Monster Hunting Contest began. Meanwhile, at a supermarket, Yan Sen was waiting in line as the cashier took care of his purchases. The cashier welcomed Yan Sen and informed him that his total was 17,000 yen, and while Yan Sen paid for it, the people behind him in line were talking about him. One was even taking a picture. A black-haired man asked the brown-haired one if he didn't know that the internet was currently obsessed with who was stronger between black-robed Yan Sen and photogenic Astro Man, and as the brown-haired man stated that his vote was for photogenic Astro Man, the black-haired man asserted that it had to be Yan Sen. The brown-haired customer claimed photogenic Astro Man was the strongest, and the black-haired man challenged him, suggesting he was nuts because Yan Sen would crush him. Suddenly, Yan Sen put the bags he had purchased into his storage ring, and the 2 men inquired about what it was. On the other hand, there was a parade going on in the street for the monster hunting contest. Yan Sen was speechless when he saw the parade. He was surprised, and he remarked that the world was getting more bizarre with each passing day. A reporter explained to the dear viewers that the Triennial Monster Hunting Contest would begin shortly, and as always, it would be the occasion for some heroes to change their rankings and a celebration day for others. She stated that it would be a week-long event and they would be broadcasting it simultaneously on a number of international news channels when suddenly the cameraman pointed out that she should look because it was the black-robed Yan Sen, and the reporter inquired about his whereabouts. But Yan Sen quickly flew up into the sky, and the cameraman wondered what was going on when Yan Sen had been there a second ago and how he had disappeared so fast. While the reporter questioned him if he was sure that it was Yan Sen because she wanted to ask him if he would participate in that iteration of the monster hunting contest. Yan Sen was speechless when he heard what they had said. Meanwhile, the president explained that the monsters' ranks were similar to those of the heroes. Both were divided by the strength of their abilities, legend rank, myth rank, demigod rank, god rank, and the only difference was that there were even some monsters above the god class, including the King of Kings, who was supposedly stronger than the ancient heroes. The president mentioned that since the King of Kings had only appeared once, they had little to no information on him, and the secretary noted that they were still studying the strength of the monsters, plus the first of the god class was going to join the fight that time, so there was nothing to worry about. But the president stated that ancient heroes are both precious and dangerous, so if they were not careful, their world could be destroyed in the crossfire, prompting the secretary to ask what they should do. The president advised that they should send a mail to the Superhuman Alliance headquarters and tell them to hold a meeting with the top 10 of the god class to discuss their battle tactics because they needed a way to find the king of the monsters, Guguos, and work together to eliminate him for good. The secretary agreed and stated he would send it immediately, but he mentioned he didn't know if they would come or not because it had been quite a long time since they had a summit with their top superheroes, and the president assured that they would come and that he should just say it was an emergency. On the other hand, there were vendors at the entrance to Tianshan Sect Immortal Cultivation School, and one of them advertised that they had deep-fried monster crackers that shouldn't be missed, and it was 10 yen for 3 skewers, so they should come and try. Sun Xiaolu was already riding her sword to school while the others were still walking, and as one of the vendors called a student and offered him a price, the student requested the vendor to give him 10 of those. Meanwhile, Ran Zihao instructed everyone to get out of the way. He was riding his sword with the other students, and he laughed and explained that they were taking the bus before, but currently they had created something way better, so they should open their eyes and admire the sword airline, and that they should come on because they were almost there. Inside the classroom, Hu Menki asked Yan-sen if he had bought enough provisions for their next excursion, and Yan-sen replied that he had bought all he could from the various supermarkets in the city, but it was barely enough to fill one storage ring. Hu Menki assumed that Yan-sen was already familiar with the structure of their world, and Yan-sen confirmed that he had a basic understanding of it. Yan-sen asked Hu Menki what she was watching, and Hu Menki responded that she was watching someone saying a lot of bullfish. Hu Menki showed it to Yan-sen, and Yan-sen was surprised. It was a broadcast, and the host mentioned that they had the pleasure to welcome Photogenic Astro Man, the #1 god class, as their guest commentator that day, and he asked Photogenic Astro Man if what he had heard was true and that he would also participate in that year's contest. Photogenic Astro Man affirmed that he would, as he would be leading his junior sisters in the competition that time, and as the reporter inquired if his sisters should get a decent amount of points that time, Photogenic Astro Man confirmed that, of course, and that they would definitely get into the top 10 of the contest leaderboard. The host questioned Photogenic Astro Man if his recent return was to deal with the alien crisis, and Photogenic Astro Man explained that it was not really because the aliens were just a good way to make a reappearance on the stage, and the host was lost for words. Photogenic Astro Man suggested that it was better to keep them from knowing that the King of Monsters might appear that time. The host added that in addition, the internet was currently arguing like crazy about who was the strongest between Photogenic Astro Man and the second rank of the god class, the Black Robe Yan-sen, and he asked Photogenic Astro Man what his thoughts on the subject were. Photogenic Astro Man replied that he wouldn't know unless he fought with Yan-sen, but there was no fun in that, so instead of fighting each other, he would prefer showing him how to appreciate life. Yan-sen was pissed when he heard what Photogenic Astro Man had said, while Hu Menki had a mischievous smile on her face. He declared that it was preposterous. Yan-sen stated that their world was truly weird, and he asked Hu Menki what the contest was that the people were shouting about early in the morning and if it was a festival. And Hu Menki explained that it was an event called the Monster Hunting Contest. He inquired about the event, and Hu Menki described it as a monster outbreak that happens every 3 years, and it was like the beast tide in the world of mortals of the Xuan continent that he was talking about in class. Yan-sen acknowledged that he understood, and that they were just calling it a monster hunting, and not a beast tide. Hu Menki expressed sadly that last time, their school finished at the bottom of the contest, while she was chased and beaten by one of the fishiest monsters, and when Yan-sen heard her mention last time, he asked her if she was there too. Hu Menki described it as a nightmare because not only was she beaten by monsters, she was humiliated by the Supernatural Academy next door. She mentioned that their cultivation had reached a good level, so she asked Yan-sen if he could let them participate that year because she swore she would grind to dust all those assholes next door. And as Yan-sen stated that fighting would be beneficial to their cultivation, he asked if there were many more schools in the area. Hu Menki affirmed that, of course, because there are over 1,000 academies in the world just for gifted people and countless more public schools for superheroes, and those academies represent the future of their world. She added that even the god-class heroes were once students of those academies. Hu Menki further explained that their combat department was also divided into 4 different levels of power, each managing one of the 4 regions of the globe. She stated that the Superior Ninja Academy in the East specialized in training ninja warriors like the Rainbow Rangers. Hu Menki mentioned that the Wizard Academy of Magic in the West specialized in training battle mages like Lan Kai Kai. She noted that to the north was the world's most powerful, the Superhuman Institute, specializing in training tight-wearing perverts. Hu Menki added that they, the south, had the world's weakest and most ordinary people, the Superhuman Academy, at least until Yan-sen came there, but they would become the best. Hu Menki requested that Yan-sen let them participate, but Yan-sen stated that it was not good for their cultivation. She declared that as long as they reach first place on the leaderboard, the world will build a giant statue of Yan-sen at the center of the globe, and that would be a great way to demonstrate his immortal cultivation as the strongest practice in the world. And last but not the least, the academy where Photogenic Astro Man came from took first place last time, so it was their turn to shine. Yan-sen remarked that he understood, but Hu Menki mentioned that it was not only that. Hu Menki indicated that at that time, the world will produce a variety of handmade figurines of Yan-sen. She expressed that there will also be toys and clothes like cosplay, like the Rainbow Rangers before, and the Blue Star Sisters did too. Hu Menki noted that when Yan-sen's goodies sell well, the amount of gold he would earn will go from kilos to tons. She inquired Yan-sen about it and observed that they should participate, but Yan-sen commented that there was no way. Hu Menki cried, but Yan-sen just affirmed that she should cultivate properly. She tried to protest, but Yan-sen announced that it was enough with that nonsense. On the other hand, Yurong was flying in the sky at an incredible speed, and she was enjoying it. A child on a plane saw Yurong, and he called his mom and recounted that there was someone outside. The other witches called Yurong and recited that she should wait for them, and Yurong related that they were too slow. Yurong reported that the southern area was just ahead. One of the witches responded that from what she heard, they changed the name of the academy to the Celestial Deities Sect Immortal Cultivation School, and it seemed to be a new battle style, but Yurong uttered that it doesn't matter because just because their teacher is strong doesn't mean the students will be too. She voiced that they even have several people in their class who have mastered physical magic, so the results aren't set in stone yet. Yurong exclaimed that they should go because Lan Kai Kai should be discharged from the hospital by that time. A few moments later, Yurong was surprised, and she questioned Lan Kai Kai if she was retiring. Lan Kai Kai insisted yes and that it was exactly what she maintained, so there was no need to yell at her because starting that day, she would withdraw from the world of heroes. Yurong conveyed that Lan Kai Kai can't because she is the only versatile combat mage in their school, so if she retires, the school will be reduced to a second-rate academy again, to which another witch signified that Yurong was right and that she can't give up at that time, but Lan Kai Kai proclaimed that none of them could talk her out of it. Lan Kai Kai spelled out that she already submitted her resignation to the Alliance, and her assistant has made arrangements for her to retire. One of the witches testified that Lan Kai Kai is one of the top 10 God-class heroes and one of the world's strongest fighters, and if she retires like that, he queried what would happen if there is another major world crisis. Lan Kai Kai confided that the world had been already at peace for a long time, so there was no way there could be such a crisis, and even the so-called monster invasion was just an excuse for those bored heroes to have something to do. But Yurong acknowledged that they heard that the first place of God class actually reappeared to deal with a potential disaster. Lan Kai Kai probed if the alien invasion didn't work itself out, but Yurong verified that it can't be them because they attack Earth every year but never win, to which another witch agreed and enumerated that a hero who hasn't beaten up aliens can't even be called one, and the aliens are lucky they don't invade them in return. Lan Kai Kai demanded what it was all about, and Yurong recapped that her brother is working as the assistant of the president of the Alliance, and she hears them talk on the phone occasionally, and that the King of Monsters is back. Lan Kai Kai pressed if it was true and if the information was reliable, and Yurong concluded that she heard it herself. Lan Kai Kai's assistant contributed that it ought to be true because the president of the Superhuman Alliance just called about a superhero meeting, and they pronounced it was an emergency. Lan Kai Kai pondered that if that was the case, they were in big trouble because the monster was not something that could be dealt with by just one or two of the top 10 God class, and even if it seemed impossible, they must take care of him somehow. She vocalized that the others should return to the academy first and wait for her message, and as Yurong implored her if that meant that she was not retiring anymore, she reasoned that it would be when Yurong finally finds a partner. Lan Kai Kai suddenly called her assistant, and he interrogated her what was up. She contended that she wanted her assistant to accompany her as she was going to visit someone, and the assistant professed yes with a questioning tone. A few moments later, Lan Kai Kai and her assistant went to Tianshan Sect Immortal Cultivation School. Her assistant summarized no and that it was dangerous as they were marching towards hell, so Lan Kai Kai shouldn't go. He communicated that it was where the psychopath lies, so they should go back home because they will die if they enter. And he petitioned Lan Kai Kai if she had forgotten that she was in a coma and stayed in a hospital for more than 2 years because of Yan Sen. Lan Kai Kai clarified that the assistant should let go of her leg because she was there to ask for Yan Sen's help and not to pick a fight, because with his strength, he only needs one strike to turn the King of Kings into a pile of mush, but the assistant articulated that he couldn't do it and that he feels like he will die if he even looks at Yan Sen. Lan Kai Kai pointed out that the assistant should get his hands off. The assistant explained that he could feel that the whole place was enveloped by Yan Sen's evil presence, so as soon as they step in, they will be killed instantly. Lan Kai Kai interjected that she is really impressed by how brave her assistant was. She realized and quizzed if it wasn't a school day and why was there no one in there. Suddenly, Lan Kai Kai saw Wu Shenzhou and Wu Shenluo. Lan Kai Kai quipped that there were finally some students, and as Wu Shenzhou wondered if that wasn't Lan Kai Kai, he opined that it was nice to see that she has been released from the hospital. Lan Kai Kai averred that she was there to see their teacher, Yan Sen. She challenged if they knew where she could find him, and when Wu Shenzhou asserted that she had to go to class 1 because Yan Sen is their homeroom teacher while they are in class 2 and their homeroom teacher is Mr. Hades, Lan Kai Kai pursued them what they were doing those days. Wu Shenzhou muttered that they were copying the sect rules, and Wu Shenluo spoke that he had copied them more than 1,000 times that month, and they were on their way to submit their homework to Mr. Hades. Lan Kai Kai and her assistant were both speechless, and Wu Shenzhou went on that they have to go, so they would see them later. Lan Kai Kai pleaded if it was Yan Sen's way of teaching students about their superpowers, and as the assistant blurted that it was his first time seeing something like that, they both echoed that it was scary. Humenki was calling Lan Kai Kai while she was flying towards her using her flying sword. She abruptly stopped right in front of them, which startled the assistant. Hu Mengqi commented that it had been a long time since she saw Lan Kai Kai, but Lan Kai Kai queried Hu Mengqi what the hell it was and if it was a superpower, to which Hu Mengqi remarked that it was just the Imperial Sword Art. Lan Kai Kai inquired Hu Mengqi if she knew that they were coming. Hu Mengqi noted that Yan Sen told her that there were 2 people sneaking around at the front gate, and requested her to go and take a look. Both Lan Kai Kai and her assistant froze when they heard what Hu Mengqi stated. Hu Mengqi questioned if she was right that they were there to see Yan Sen by the looks of it, and she mentioned that she would guide them there, to which Lan Kai Kai reluctantly agreed. Lan Kai Kai could finally feel Yan Sen's evil presence enveloping the whole place, just like what her assistant felt earlier. She took a big gulp while her assistant was shaking so much. Hu Mengqi wondered what was wrong with them, and Lan Kai Kai stuttered as she uttered nothing. Hu Mengqi asserted that Lan Kai Kai should just relax because Yan Sen is a gentle person, and he is not the kind of person who hospitalized people just because they don't see eye to eye. She declared that they should go and that Yan Sen should be in the teacher's retreat at the moment. A few moments later, they arrived at Yan Sen's floating abode. Lan Kai Kai was formally sipping the tea from her cup. She revealed that it was delicious and that all of her previous tension was gone, so she asked Yan Sen what the drink was. Yan Sen expressed that it was a meditation tea that helps Lan Kai Kai stay healthy by keeping a serene mind so she could live longer, and a single sip could help her live 30 years longer. Lan Kai Kai wondered if he was serious, and as she requested for him to give her more, she asked if it could also have it packed. But Yan Sen disagreed as he remarked that it was for receiving guests, and it is rarely offered, but it was the first time since coming to that world that he had a guest come over. Lan Kai Kai voiced that she just wanted to bring it back for a lab test and find out the composition because the stuff is really that amazing, and drinking it every meal might allow her to live forever. But Yan Sen pointed out that Lan Kai Kai was overthinking it because mortals could only live 200 or 300 years at most, and only by reaching Kai refining could one extend their lifespan. Lan Kai Kai expressed that she doesn't know what Yan Sen means by Kai refining, but he seems to be a man of manners, and Yan Sen indicated that it is the foundation of immortal cultivation. Yan Sen posed Lan Kai Kai why she came to see him and if there was something wrong, and Lan Kai Kai admitted that she almost forgot about the main topic. On the other hand, the assistant inquired what that place was, and Hu Mengqi spoke that it was the inner sanctum of the academy, a tiny world created by Yan Sen. Hu Mengqi disclosed that it was originally located somewhere on Earth, but Yan Sen decided that it was better to relocate it there, as there are barriers there that prevent the outside from seeing anything, and she conveyed that ahead was Yan Sen's cave, and on the other side they have the residential area for students. She imparted that ever since Yan Sen changed that area into a tiny world, the volume became infinitely larger than Earth, and that Yan Sen also revealed that the rock mountains floating there are all revolving from the spiritual energy in the air, and are formed naturally, so it would take at least tens of thousands of years to form a huge mountain range as a result. Hu Mengqi pronounced that once they establish their foundation and become immortals, Yan Sen affirmed that they could have their own caves, and the assistant said that they have the most pretentious academy he has ever seen in the world of superpowers. Hu Mengqi announced that Yan Sen likes to do things in strange ways, and as the assistant quizzed if it was a portal back there, Hu Mengqi proclaimed that it was the Changshuan gate through which one could reach any place in the world. She urged that they should go because Yan Sen asked her to show him around school, and there are still lots to see, so they should go over there. Meanwhile, Yan Sen expressed that it happened, to which Lan Kai Kai confirmed, and that the King of Monsters is the greatest threat to their world. Lan Kai Kai shared that some time before Yan Sen showed up, they all saved the world from the King of Kings and earned their titles as the top 10 of God class. So being second place of God class, she expected Yan Sen to also contribute in the upcoming fight. Yan Sen agreed that naturally, since he came to their world to rebuild his sect, he shall also abide by its rules and regulations, and as he demanded if the world will be peaceful after that King of Kings is taken care of, Lan Kai Kai confirmed that it absolutely would be. Yan Sen explained that he was willing to lend Lan Kai Kai a bit of his power, and Lan Kai Kai interrogated Yan Sen if he agreed to participate in the contest. Yan Sen retorted no, he will not. He insisted that there was no need to go through the effort as he could take care of the King of Kings that instant, and he requested Lan Kai Kai if she had any of the King of Kings belongings lying around. Lan Kai Kai was speechless for a moment, and she replied no because nothing was left after photogenic Astro Man fought with the King of Kings that year. Yan Sen articulated that to kill the King of Kings with his divine sense, he must at least know where he is. He clarified that in their world of technology and science, there are no spiritual fluctuations, and they do not have anything that belonged to the King of Kings. And even if he knew what he looked like, as long as he hides his appearance, it would be extremely difficult to find him by just looking everywhere. Lan Kai Kai acknowledged that it was true, and Yan Sen conceded that if that was the case, he apologizes, but he really doesn't want to participate in that boring contest, and he still has a lot of courses to compile. Lan Kai Kai mused that Yan Sen was a freaking saint who had no love for money, fame, or even women, and that he was too perfect. but there must be something he cares about. She realized that it was Yan Sen's sect. Lan Kai maintained that as long as Yan Sen's school could get good results in that competition, a lot of people might want to enroll, and by then, their school will probably be more than double in size. But Yan Sen elaborated that immortal cultivation is dependent on fate, so if they wanted to learn, he won't stop them. But if they don't want to, there is nothing he could do. Moreover, not everyone could become an immortal. Lan Kai reflected that it was the legendary Buddhist acceptance and that she hoped that Siddhartha Gautama would go bankrupt quickly. Yan Sen let out a sigh. He vocalized that Lan Kai should let him ask once again, and he ventured if he would finally be left alone after killing the King of Kings. Lan Kai professed absolutely. She contended that if Yan Sen gets rid of the King of Kings, the world will be peaceful again and he will be able to enjoy a tranquil life. Yan Sen signaled that he and his students will participate in their contest, and he will follow Lan Kai and do as she says, but just that once. Lan Kai inquired Yan Sen if he meant it. Yan Sen stated that his word is his bond, so he will consider their world to be his guest until they are done. Lan Kai remarked that it was excellent and that Yan Sen shouldn't worry because after killing the King of Kings, she will kick the ass of anyone trying to bother him. Yan Sen agreed to Lan Kai's request in order to remain undisturbed by others while he rebuilds his sect, and until the end of the festival, he agreed to follow Lan Kai's instructions. Thus, Lan Kai managed to secure the most powerful fighter on Earth, Yan Sen. Lan Kai mentioned that it was the headquarters of the Superhuman Alliance, and they are the ones responsible for the hero's ranking, among other things, and Yan Sen noted that he understood. She declared that at that time the Superhuman Alliance probably issued the emergency meeting notice to resolve the looming disaster, and since the rules stipulate that, unless under exceptional circumstances, one is required to attend in formal attire, she has to ask Yan Sen to bear with that for a little while, and Yan Sen responded that it doesn't matter. Lan Kai uttered that they should go because they summoned all the high-ranking heroes at that time, including the top 10 of the god class, so they should be the only ones left to attend, and Yan Sen replied alright. The heroes have gathered inside, and one of them voiced that it turned out that the King of Monsters was still alive, so they guessed it was time for them to fight once again. Another hero pronounced indeed, and that it was no wonder the Alliance was gathering so many high-ranking heroes specialized in combat. Meanwhile, Photogenic Astro Man articulated that there was no way because the Rainbow Rangers were beaten so badly and that he heard that they were even in a coma for 2 years. He expressed that he knew they were weak, but he didn't think it was to that extent. But Bamboo Red observed that Photogenic Astro Man really talks big for someone who has never faced Yan Sen. Photogenic Astro Man commented that a weakling is a weakling and there was no need for excuses. Suddenly, he noticed Bamboo Pink. Photogenic Astro Man proclaimed hi and that it has been a while. Bamboo Pink retorted that Photogenic Astro Man shouldn't even try. On the other hand, the president's assistant queried if it was too hard for those high rankers to stay put without fighting each other, and the president conveyed that it was just a little bit of rivalry and they are fooling around at the moment, but they are always united against foreign threats, and he questioned who else hasn't arrived yet. The president's assistant divulged that Flowery Armor Man disappeared. Blue Star's leader Lan Kai just submitted her resignation that morning, and they were unable to get in touch with the black-robed Superman Yan Sen. He informed that they were the only 3 left. Suddenly, one of the heroes suggested that they should look over the entrance. Everyone presumed that Lan Kai and Yan Sen were there, and one of them revealed that he didn't expect to see the black-robed Superman Yan Sen, who took second place of God class only half a year after showing up, while another indicated that they shouldn't look directly into Yan Sen's eyes or they will end up hospitalized for 2 years. Photogenic Astro Man wondered if Yan Sen was the guy, and as he announced that it was strange how the Rainbow Rangers lost to someone who doesn't have any superpowers and has a battle power of 5, Bamboo Red countered that he was an idiot. Suddenly, Photogenic Astro Man noticed Lan Kai. He quickly propelled himself towards Lan Kai while grabbing a flower from a hero's head on the way. Photogenic Astro Man knelt in front of Lan Kai. He murmured that it has been so long, and Lan Kai has gotten even prettier. But Lan Kai just scoffed, and she slapped one of the flower's petals with extreme force. The petal flew so fast that it cut a banana along the way. The force was powerful that the petal pierced the wooden pillar. Lan Kai warned that Photogenic Astro Man should scram and that if he ever comes near her again, that it was what awaits him. She was pointing at the sliced banana on the table. She affirmed that Photogenic Astro Man shouldn't think that all women are stupid. Suddenly, the president called everyone's attention, and as he requested that they be quiet, he asserted that the reason they called them there that day was because they had something of great importance to discuss. The room quickly fell silent. The president added that he thinks they are all already aware of it, that the King of Monsters was still alive. One of the heroes opined that it was as expected, and the other concluded that it looked like they would have to get busy. The president clarified that the purpose of that day's meeting is to find out the King of Monsters' whereabouts and kill him once and for all. Yan Sen silently listened to what the president was saying. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the planet, a powerful thunderstorm was raining down on a stadium. The King of Kings has gathered all the monsters inside the stadium with the 4 kings of monsters. One of the 4 kings of monsters, Gugyukas, spoke that the aliens lost. Gugyukas avowed that the aliens' demise was certain, and as he questioned them for daring to try to attack Earth, he reiterated that they really don't know how to spell death. Guganaka maintained that the battle between them and the heroes has been going on for centuries with no clear winner, and all of his forefathers died at the hands of the heroes, yet they think they could subvert the Earth with their stupid technology, which is pure madness. Guganetti insisted that Guganaka was right and that against all those heroes that are always in the open, one should play dirty. The King of Kings advised that they should stop whining because they must stay united first and foremost. He pointed out that except for the 4 kings of monsters, all the remaining monsters are too terrified to face the heroes, so they have to get them back on their feet. The 4 kings of monsters immediately answered yes. On the other hand, the thunderstorm was still persisting outside the stadium. The monsters guarding the stadium were suddenly alarmed. One of them probed if there was something approaching. Behind the dust flying around, there was someone carrying a sword with a tag that says demonic. 2 ladies were standing inside the dust. One of the monster guards cursed and declared that it was humans, but the other guard remarked that he should hold on because something was off. Meanwhile, inside the stadium, one of the monsters stated that the monster hunting contest was just around the corner, and they inquired when they should strike. Guganaka announced that just hearing about that contest makes him want to puke. He observed that in the previous century, the people of that world called it the Monster Eradication Game, and currently, for their generation, it was the Monster Hunting Contest, and it was disgraceful for those monsters, simply humiliating. Guganadu commented that Guganaka should stop whining for a second because instead of wasting his time there, he could have gone to find a hero and kill him in his sleep, and that Guganaka should tell him honestly how many times he has been beaten up by the Rainbow Rangers and photogenic Astro Man. Guganaka clicked his tongue and was lost for words. The King of Kings questioned Gugyukas what he found out, and Gugyukas reported that he checked it out and they could do it in 2 days after the contest was over. Gugyukas noted that according to the rules of the contest, the heroes will be scattered around the world to catch monsters alive. He mentioned that the heroes' top 4 academies of the combat department will show up 2 days later, and generally, at the beginning of each contest, the students of those academies will start fighting against each other so they could wait until to make their move. The King of Kings believed that Gugyukas did very well and that the invasion shall mark the end of the heroic age. Guganaka proclaimed that they have their sovereign with them once again, so whatever heroes are standing in their way will be crushed, and victory will be theirs. The monsters started chanting that they should kill the heroes. They voiced that the King of Kings is invincible. Suddenly, the guard called the King of Kings, and as he queried him to pardon his intrusion, he articulated that there are 2 new monsters asking to see him, to which the King of Kings responded and affirmed that they are short-handed at the moment, so the guard should send them in, and the guard answered yes. The other guard entered the stadium with the 2 ladies. He indicated that it was fantastic that there were new monsters applying as they were lacking in numbers, and despite how weak the 2 ladies looked, they should all cooperate in those dangerous times, so an extra pair of hands meant an extra chance of victory. The guard revealed that they have arrived and that their lord is currently discussing how to deal with the heroes, so the ladies should go inside and greet him. As the ladies showed up, one of the monsters interrogated if they were the new monsters and expressed that they looked like humans, while another pronounced that it was the first time he had seen such human-shaped monsters. One of the monsters asserted that the ladies were cute, and another conveyed that he was wondering how strong they were. Guganaka probed the newcomers what kind of monsters they were supposed to be. One of the ladies uttered that they were paradise birds, while the other recounted that technically they were not really monsters. Gugyukas checked out the info of the 2 ladies. He spelled out that the ladies don't have any superpowers. Their battle power was just 5, and the system couldn't find out what type of monsters they were. One of the monsters characterized that it was as expected, and as another testified that he had no idea anyone could be worse than him. Another acknowledged that they could still be their mascots. Meanwhile, Guganaka pressed how it was possible, but the King of Kings averred that everyone should be quiet and that they are lacking in manpower at the moment, and the battle power of 5 is still better than nothing because they need to gather all the troops they could against the heroes. One of the ladies requested the King of Kings if he was the one in charge around there, and the King of Kings emphasized indeed. She used her skill, Ethereal Myriad Slash. The lady unsheathed her sword. She hit the King of Kings with multiple slashes and quickly returned her sword to its sheath in an instant. The demons were surprised that they cursed when they saw what happened. The blood and entrails of the King of Kings splattered all over the stadium. Guganaka demanded the lady what she had done. The purple blood of the King of Kings came surging towards them, but the blood moved out of the lady's way and they were not drenched in it. The other lady was the one who cleared out the blood in their way with her hand. She raised her hand towards the sky. In an instant, the dark clouds moved out of the way and the blue sky started to show. The dark clouds quickly cleared up. Guganaka couldn't help but curse due to surprise. Gugudas also cursed when he saw what happened. The other monsters were terrified that they called for their mama. The stadium quickly became sparkling clean. One of the ladies opined that starting that day, she was the monster's new leader. Guganaka implored who they were the greater demonic beasts. The president of the Superhuman Alliance stated that they needed to find the king of monsters and kill him once and for all. One of the heroes observed that the president looked nervous, and as he inquired if the situation was really that serious, another hero declared that it was, obviously. But it was not the first time the King of Kings had appeared, and if they could beat him once, they could probably beat him twice. Meanwhile, Yansen and Lan Kai stood quietly at the back, listening to the president. Suddenly, Yansen started sniffing the air. Lan Kai queried what was wrong with him. When Yansen remarked that it was nothing and it was just a familiar smell, Lan Kai wondered about the familiar smell. Yansen explained that it was something he came across more than 2 millennia ago, but he was still young at the time. And so much happened after that, so he couldn't recall what it was. On the other hand, at the stadium, the floor sparkled clean. One of the monsters in the audience screamed for their lord. Another noted that their lord was gone. And another mentioned that there was nothing left of their lord. Guganaka asserted that it was all over. The other lady queried why she killed the King of Kings if she just wanted to be the leader of the monsters, and Anon replied that it was disgusting to look at. Anon unsheathed her sword. She indicated that the monsters should kneel down before her, the Demon Emperor. Anon probed if maybe someone had an objection. The monsters fell silent and gulped. Everyone quickly knelt on the floor. They affirmed that it was all hail to the Demon Emperor. Anon commented that it was good. The other lady noted that the demon beasts in that world are far too weak that even killing their boss left a bad taste in her mouth, while Anon maintained that she checked it out already. And excluding the one she just cut down, the 4 standing on the side are barely as strong as mid-sized demon beasts from their world. The 4 kings of monsters were speechless, and they just nervously stood there. The other lady wondered if it was just 4 and expressed that they caught a large number of big demon beasts back there, so they should just forget it. And it was boring there, so they should go. And Anon responded that it was whatever. Suddenly, Guganaka called in on their leader and avowed that she shouldn't leave while wailing. Guganaka requested that they stay and maintain that if they leave, they are all doomed, and Anon retorted that Guganaka should get up and speak properly. Guganaka conveyed that since Guguos, the King of Kings, was gone, all the previous plans for the operation were also reduced to naught, and once Anon leaves, they will be turned into the heroes' pets. Anon opined that after 2 years in their world, they knew a little about them, the monsters, but they were not interested in participating in that operation of theirs. Guganaka mused if Anon could just watch her subordinates become someone else's pets, and Anon confirmed that it was true and that it reminded her of those cursed cultivators. Anon pondered what their former plan was. Guganaka averred that their plan was to attack the 4 top academies of the Heroes Combat Department because humanity has a saying. Children are the hope of the next generation, and they deemed that it was impossible to defeat the current heroes, so they got the idea to try nipping the next ones in the bud, as it would give the next generation of monsters a chance to win against them. Anon speculated if they, the monsters, were living such a miserable life in that world. The other lady surmised if the heroes he speaks of are the most powerful individuals on that planet, and Guganaka responded that it was more than that, and if anything, they are the true monsters. Guganaka admitted that even for him, a monster king, year after year he was beaten up until they were satisfied. The other lady uttered that she heard the monsters say from afar that their boss and the world's #1 hero were equal in strength, so if that was the case, it is nothing noteworthy, and at most, he is stronger than a small fry. But Gugudas contended that the other lady was wrong. Gugudas related that there is a strange energy in their world that is protecting the heroes, and Gugudas recounted that they call it the heroes' passive skills. The other lady got curious and solicited confirmation whether it was passive skills. Guganaka confirmed yes. He iterated that they are the tears of hope and light of justice. Anon and the other lady both interrogated what that was. Guganaka started explaining, and he acknowledged that they should take the Rainbow Rangers and Photogenic Astro Man as an example. He revealed that the Rainbow Ranger's greatest skill is the nuclear fusion heat blaster. Guganaka mentioned that Photogenic Astro Man has the photonic shockwave. He divulged that those were their active skills, but they also have the battle flow skill, which is a passive skill that all heroes have. Guganaka detailed that it activates every time a king of monsters attacks the world and beats the heroes until they are a breath away from death. He added that it also activates in death. Guganaka informed that just as their lord was going to dominate the world, something strange suddenly happened, and the people of that world inexplicably united. And with tears in their eyes, they formed hearts with their fingers or raised their hands in support. He clarified that it was, namely, tears of hope and light of justice. Guganaka predicted that the hero, who was originally dying or had died, would revive full of power in a ray of light. He concluded that after that comeback, the hero's strength increases greatly and nonsensically, defeating the King of Monsters in a single strike. The King of Monsters opined that Photogenic Astro Man was a cheater and shame was on him. Guganaka admitted that as time passed, they could no longer contend against the heroes, and as he began sobbing, Anon and the other lady fell awkwardly silent. Gugukas chimed in and acknowledged that Guganaka was right and that several of his ancestors died to that skill. He narrated that when Guguos saw it coming, he ran away immediately, which is why he didn't die back then. To which Anan and the other lady agreed okay. Anan inquired what was with the weird power. Guganaka stated that they tried everything. He remarked that from singling them out from the group, to sneak attack, to poisoning, etc., nothing worked, and no matter what they did, the hero never died, and they either got saved or were simply invincible, and nothing they did made a difference. Guganaka declared that for countless days and nights, they kept pondering that they just stop fighting and forget about it, that life and death depend on fate, and luck is predetermined. However, the more he reflected on it, the angrier he became. He queried why they are living in that world only to be reduced to playthings for the heroes and asserted that he refuses to submit and to comply. Guganaka observed that they will still keep on fighting, and sooner or later, they will rub the heroes' faces in the mud, and Anan mentioned that she knew how Guganaka feels. Guganaka wondered if that was true, and Anan noted that they are both villains of their respective worlds, so she could relate to his plight. Anan declared that Guganaka's world has heroes, and their side has all kinds of shady immortal cultivators who are always up to no good. She stated that she had decided to help them in whatever way she could. Anan gave a bag to Guganaka and remarked that he should take that. Guganaka probed what it was. Anan explained that it was a universal bag used by demonic cultivators, which contains 400,600,000 demonic treasures, and it should be enough for the time being. The 4 kings of monsters were stunned when they heard the number 400,600,000. Anan mentioned that it could be activated using their flesh and blood, so it is perfect for them, but they should beware that there are 4 magic weapons inside, which they have to use with caution. She stated that it was 1 quasi-demon emperorite, 2 Kai blood restoration tools, and 1 Kai blood transformation treasure. Anan declared that the 4 kings of monsters can't kill their enemy if they kill themselves first, and as the 4 kings of monsters got speechless, Anan observed that it was alright and they would be on their way, but they would be cheering for them. Guganaka pressed if she could tell them where they were going. Anan observed that Guganaka's world is really fun, so they are going to enjoy it a bit more. She stated that she heard that a huge amusement park opened in the north, so they are going to visit it, and the 4 kings of monsters should go for it, and if they really couldn't handle it, there are demon pigeons inside the bag to contact them. The 4 kings of monsters were moved by what Anan did. They bowed to her and wished that she should have a safe trip. Guganaka wondered if such a small bag could really hold more than 400 million weapons, to which Gugudas agreed and remarked that he didn't know because it was his first time seeing something like that. Guganaka stated that Guguo's death was definitely worth it, so when they are through with the hero's abuse, they will erect a large monument in his honor. Meanwhile, on the other front, after the meeting, it was decided that the top 10 of God class would act as the competition's jury, and the others would be responsible for collecting information about the King of Kings' whereabouts, and after obtaining the information, they were told to regroup to get rid of the King of Kings. But the heroes did not know that the King of Kings had already died and that the earth got dragged into a battle royale between demons and immortals, monsters and heroes. 2 days later, the sky was blue, and the city was peaceful. Suddenly, the blonde reporter greeted everyone and stated that it was great to be with them once again. He added that the Monster Hunting Contest Committee offered him to be the commentator for the whole live, so he would request the audience to pay attention to his WeChat. He noted that, as he always maintained, where there is fighting, they could find him, and it was a once every 3 years combat buffet. And as a professional anchor, he certainly would not let go of that opportunity, and he would risk his life to provide them with a live broadcast. The blonde reporter explained that because that contest is different from the previous ones, the heroes of the God class will be responsible for gathering information on monsters, and the top 10 will act as the jury of that competition. He added that in the previous years, it was the Academy headmasters who acted as the jury, but it turns out to be the top 10 heroes at that time, and although he does not know why the Alliance made such a decision, in that way, they don't have to worry about security. He stated that at that time, their attention will be focused on the 4 major academies of the combat department, and since the students of those academies have been oppressed by the top 10 God class for many years and were unable to graduate, some of them became even stronger than professional heroes, so the competition will definitely be more exciting than in previous years. The blonde reporter noted that he is rather curious to see which academy will come out on top at the end of the day, so they should watch and find out. A kid watching the TV observed that the commentator really loves the sound of his own voice, and if it weren't for his commitment to giving them the perfect footage of the battle, he would never have watched his videos. People in internet cafes have also gathered to watch the blonde reporter's video. A man in an office declared that he wanted to beat the blonde reporter up so badly because it was because of him that they almost died last time. Back at the broadcast, the blonde reporter stated that first of all, he would like to thank their cameraman, the God-class monster Mechai, and that it will give them a spectacular view of the battle once again. The Mechai remarked that it was only because the blonde reporter stated that he would pay him double that he agreed to work with him, and the blonde reporter responded, of course, as long as he does a good job at broadcasting. Meanwhile, at the Tianshan Sect Immortal Cultivation School, the students were preparing. Ran Zihao remarked that it was finally there, and he had waited ages for that day. He declared that those perverts, ninjas, and wizards should just wait for him because at that time, They will redeem themselves. Sun Xiaolu remarked that they were idiots, and as she inquired if Yan Sen didn't teach them to never underestimate their opponents when he taught them immortal cultivation, she stated that they would be better in cultivation if they used their brains more. Both Ran Zihao and Lan Bin were deemed speechless because of what Sun Xiaolu uttered. Another student chimed in and observed that a cultivator should not be belligerent, and Lan Bin noted that it was as if he was any better. Meanwhile, another student approached Hu Menqi, and as she inquired why they have new clothes and they don't, Hu Menqi stated that Yan Sen mentioned that the disciples of the celestial deities sect will have Taoist uniforms unique to each realm, so they will also get them later. Hu Menqi declared that Yan Sen's robe is the Emperor Deity Realm uniform, and the women's version of the robe is super sexy, which intrigued the other student. At that moment, Yan Sen arrived, and he inquired if everyone was present. The students immediately turned their attention towards Yan Sen. They all addressed Yan Sen as their sect master. Yan Sen inquired if everybody saw Hu Menqi, Sun Xiaolu, Ran Zihao, and Lan Bin's reigning uniforms, and remarked that the sect rules specify that each cultivation stage will have a whole new set of Taoist robes, so there is no need to be jealous as everyone will have them when they reach Kai refining in the future. He stated that since their world's dressing style is different, he made some improvements to the original designs. One of the male students took a glance at Sun Xiaolu's legs. He observed that Yan Sen really gets it, while the other student mentioned that he wouldn't understand that what Yan Sen was doing is called following the customs. Yan Sen noted that, however, since everyone was still young and still new to the lifestyle of the sect, they should let him ask them a few things, and he queried if someone could tell him the precepts of immortal cultivation. One of the students declared that they should refrain from fighting and use their wits, while Sun Xiaolu noted that the path to immortality is paved with patience. Yan Sen asserted that indeed, manners are the prime requirements for cultivation because they are not fighters, but although they are not fighters, it does not mean that they are weak or afraid to fight. He explained that if they have no other choice but to fight, they must go all out and not give the other side the opportunity to catch their breath. The students were stunned when they heard what Yan Sen conveyed, and they considered that it was so cruel. Yan Sen maintained that even if manners are primordial for cultivators, when it comes to fighting, slyness, underhandedness, and other trickery are also acceptable tools for an immortal. One of the students wondered if that is how immortals fight and deemed that it was shameless. Yan Sen commented that in the cultivation world, if one is not cautious, they will die without even knowing how, and though they are not currently in that world and things aren't as extreme, they should not forget about those guidelines. He expressed that the students should always remember that if they could use a weapon to strike, they should never use their bare hands, and if they could fight as a group, they should never fight alone, and he probed if they understood. The students acknowledged that they understood. Yan Sen affirmed that all right and that they should go. He summoned a huge ship. A few moments later, while traveling, Hu Menqi interrogated if he had beaten many deities before and if he ever fought a particularly vicious one, to which Yan Sen declared that they were mostly playing around. Hu Menqi believed that Yan Sen was probably the only one being playful. The ship continued to travel steadily in the sky. A few moments later, in the city, someone informed that the monsters are coming. A demigod-ranked monster, Hairy Monster, opined that they are going to attack the city and requested that the people form an orderly line to the underground shelter and be mindful of their safety and give priority to the elderly and children. The hairy monster indicated that the people were doing good just like that and that they should watch their steps. A kid pressed which academy they were planning to attack at that time, and the hairy monster averred that they were going to the Ninja Academy in the east because they heard that the Ninja Academy was hoping to become the greatest academy at that time. A man suddenly chimed in and avowed that he would recommend for the hairy monster to go to the Immortal Cultivation School in the south, which has recently been raised to a top academy, which intrigued the hairy monster, and as he inquired if it wasn't one of the worst superhero academies of the south, the one full of ordinary ability users, the man noted that academy welcomed a new teacher lately, a strong veteran, and in 6 months, the God-class heroes were all pummeled by him, and there is still half of the high-ranking God class lying in the hospital at the moment. A few monsters had a barbecue on the rooftop of a building. They used the magic weapons from the universe bag given by Anon as skewers for their barbecue. One of the monsters remarked that the world is simply unstable for villains, and he was not going to fight that year anyway, and as he inquired if he would, the other monster declared that he wouldn't either, as he refuses to be cannon fodder, and he was through with trying to resist. Another monster asserted that their new leader abandoned them to go on a trip around the world, and the heroes are unbeatable, but they only gave them those tiny weapons to fight at the front line, so they are basically asking them to sacrifice themselves. He declared that they are not stupid, so after those 4 main academies of the combat department come down, he will follow whichever offers the highest salary. Meanwhile, the blonde reporter addressed his fellow viewers and commented that the competition was about to start and that the last winner of the competition, the Superhuman Institute, was in charge of the event that year, so at that time, their starting point will be 10,000 meters in the air. He noted that as for the rules of the competition, It was the same as in previous years. One rank 10 monster would be 3 points, one legend rank monster would be 5 points, one myth rank monster would be 20 points, one demigod monster should be 50 points, and one god class rank monster would be 100 points. The blonde reporter declared that there was an additional rule that the academy that reaches the town on the ground first will receive 30 points. He stated that lastly, the academy with the highest score wins. The blonde reporter declared that without further ado, they are pleased to introduce their 4 top students from the combat department. Huge eagles started flying towards the Superhuman Institute. They carried students on their back. It was the Eastern Superior Ninja Academy. On the other hand, witches rode their brooms across the sky. It was the Western Wizards Academy of Magic. Meanwhile, a huge battleship flew in the sky. It was the Northern Superhuman Institute leader. On the other hand, there was the recently renamed Southern Immortal Cultivation School. The top god-class heroes stood on the jury platform. The blonde reporter remarked that he almost forgot to mention their jury members, and they are the cream of the crop of the heroes their world has to offer. He stated that there was the first place god-class photogenic Astroman. In second place was the black-robed Superman Yansen. From third to seventh place was the Rainbow Rangers, and at the 8th place of god-class was Blue Star's Lan Kai Kai. The blonde reporter noted that each of them represents the highest level of power they have in the world, and the most iconic figures of the 4 major academies, and with them as judges at that time. In case the scores obtained by the academies are the same at the end of the contest, they will vote for the winner but will be unable to vote for their own. The people on the streets started cheering for photogenic Astroman. The people at home watching cheered for photogenic Astroman. The people on the streets watched from a huge screen and cheered for photogenic Astroman. Photogenic Astroman quickly flexed his muscles to show off to his fans, which rendered the Rainbow Rangers speechless. Bamboo Yellow cursed photogenic Astroman and declared that the pervert has been dead for so long and still has such a high popularity. And Bamboo Blue asserted that even though photogenic Astroman is a scumbag in the darkest times of the world, he still saved everyone, and that kind of popularity doesn't fade easily. Bamboo Yellow suddenly remembered and queried how come she hadn't seen Steel Beetle when he is also an alumnus of their academy, and where he went to, which Bamboo Blue replied to and added that he didn't know, but he had a friend who observed that he saw Steel Beetle running around naked in the Northern Hemisphere last month. Meanwhile, the Superior Ninja Academy leader informed that everybody should listen up. He mentioned that they should hit first and think later because as long as the Immortal Cultivation School, Wizards Academy of Magic, and Superhuman Institute leader are down, the monsters will be theirs, and he wondered if they understood. The Eastern Superior Ninja Academy members all affirmed yes. On the other hand, one of the Wizards Academy of Magic students inquired how they were going to capture the monsters. Yurong advised that they should forget about the monsters and they should crush all the opponents first. Meanwhile, the Superhuman Institute leader suggested that they should get their adrenaline pumping and prepare for a cluster mess. Everyone roared in response. On the other hand, the Immortal Cultivation School's ship sailed in the sky. Sun Xiaolu proclaimed that everyone should listen up. She expressed that she will guard the front, Lan Bin will cover the left, and Ran Zihao will cover the right, and they should cut anyone who dares to come near them. Both Lan Bin and Ran Zihao reluctantly uttered okay. Sun Xiaolu called Humenki, and as soon as Humenki confirmed yes, Sun Xiaolu opined that they should prepare the nukes. Humenki was stunned when she heard what Sun Xiaolu indicated. Sun Xiaolu explained that Humenki was the only one who successfully released it, so they will cover her for as long as she needs. She maintained that when the fight starts, Humenki will blow the enemies straight away. One of the Xiao twins probed if they were sure that the enemies could survive that, and the other twin remained silent. Sun Xiaolu reminded that they should remember what Yansen claimed, that it was either they live or they die. One of the students observed that it was so ruthless, and Sun Xiaolu was becoming more and more like the immortals that Yansen talked about, to which another student responded and commented that the healer heroes will be very busy pretty soon. Meanwhile, the audience and officials have gathered. One of the officials rang the bell on their table. He intimated that everyone should be ready. The official indicated that they should start. Lan Bin and Ran Zihao cursed and claimed that the Superior Ninja Academy leader jumped straight down. The blonde student from Wizards Academy of Magic was surprised when she heard what Lan Bin and Ran Zihao conveyed. The Superior Ninja Academy leader addressed the clothes as his fellow students, and as he avowed that their brother would go first, he laughed maniacally. The Superhuman Institute leader contended that the Superior Ninja Academy leader was a bastard, and he was aiming for the 30 points. He interrogated if he was trying to be a smartass in front of him and averred that the Superior Ninja Academy leader should watch him break his legs, but the Superior Ninja Academy leader countered that he would have to catch up with him first. Ran Zihao commented that it was no wonder those ninja bastards stayed so far away from them because it turned out that it was their plan all along. And although the starting point is in the sky, there are no rules that specify the location, which is why their leader descended vertically and arrived way faster than any of them. Back at the chase, the Superior Ninja Academy leader insisted that the Superhuman Institute leader should come and get him, and the Superhuman Institute leader cursed him and warned that he will remember that. The blonde reporter avouched that it was so exciting as they already have a chase, and the other academies didn't expect the Superior Ninja Academy to pull that kind of stunt, so it looked like they would be able to get the first 30 points of that competition. People watching the broadcast in their homes cheered. The people on the streets cheered too. Meanwhile, the Superhuman Institute leader chased the Superior Ninja Academy leader. The Superhuman Institute leader exclaimed that the Superior Ninja Academy leader was dead meat. The blonde reporter maintained that the Superhuman Institute was going strong and they were worthy of being the previous champion as they managed to catch up from such a disadvantage, which is simply amazing. Suddenly, the Superior Ninja Academy leader threw an explosive ball towards the Superhuman Institute leader. The Superhuman Institute leader got caught off guard, and he froze in place, unable to dodge the ball. The ball exploded in the air. The superhuman leader coughed and inquired if it was smoke bombs. The blonde student urged that they should move out, but she was caught off guard when a smoke bomb struck near her. A smoke bomb struck Lan Bin and Ran Zihao too, and they were stunned. Gray Shadow remarked that there was no need to be jealous because there was enough for everyone. They were a bunch of buffoons. The superhuman leader swore and vowed that he would skin that guy alive. The blonde reporter declared that he was in an indescribable rage. Lan Bin muttered that it was cheap, while Ran Zihao pointed out that Gray Shadow had almost reached the ground already. Sun Xiaolu scolded that they were two dunces who should stop bickering and return to their positions. She called Hu Menqi and instructed that she should ignore them and start casting, to which she agreed. They warned that if the Ninja Academy got to the ground, they could level the whole city, but Sun Xiaolu assured that they shouldn't worry because they wouldn't reach it. On the other hand, Gray Shadow laughed and claimed that the 30 points were his. Once they got to the ground, the game would be theirs, and they would take their time to clean them up. Yurong cursed and exclaimed that he was almost there, and the blonde student wondered what they should do. She suggested that they should get their aims on him. Gray Shadow kept laughing as he repeated 30 points. Yurong threatened that she would shred him into 30 pieces. He kept laughing and remained unaware of the coming attack. He was hit, and a huge explosion erupted. Everyone was shocked. Ran Zihao gasped that there was no way, and Sun Xiaolu reminded that the academies were not so simple, so they should pay attention and cover her. Gray Shadow's shoe was the only thing that hit the ground. Yurong scoffed and warned that they shouldn't get cocky just because she spared him for a bit. Her sisters should have their guns out, and the blonde reporter described that the Wizard Academy collectively tossed away their wands and pulled out rocket launchers, machine guns, and laser-guided missile launchers, which was outrageous, and the competition was beginning to feel more like a gang war than a hero face-off. Yurong ordered that they should show them what physical magic was all about. Ran Zihao cursed and ranted that they were all crazy, while Lan Bin agreed that Sun Xiaolu was right that in order to deal with those people, they should attack with the intention to kill. Meanwhile, Gray Shadow returned to their eagle. One of the members urged that he should stay with them, while the other encouraged that he should hurry up and heal and wondered if he was able to save him. Gray Shadow cursed and admitted that he was careless because it seemed that those weapons were enhanced with some kind of magic, and the other member pointed out that he was still bleeding. He recalled that last time, they were hammering people with maces and flails, and that year they were taking out bazookas, and he wondered if they weren't supposed to be mages. Yurong laughed and commented that it was so much fun. Members of the Superhuman Academy flew their utmost best to evade the bullets. One of them muttered that they were a bunch of hooligans, but the other urged that he should stop whining and find a way to get closer. Another member wondered why he didn't see anyone from the Immortal Cultivation School, and the superhuman leader assured that he shouldn't worry about them because they were the perpetual bottom feeders. Gray Shadow stated that it was simply unforgivable to humiliate them in front of the whole world. He didn't care about the 30 points anymore, so they should go up there and kick their asses, beat them all to death and not spare a single one of them. The blonde reporter laughed and observed that everything was getting wild because what was originally a monster hunting contest had turned into a mob fight. It was so much better than just catching monsters, and he wondered which academy would prevail. The people watching the fight on a huge billboard cheered. The people watching in their homes urged that they should punch harder. Another voiced that his bet was on the Eastern Ninja Academy. Another argued if he couldn't see that the Western Academy was also very strong with their magic. Plus, the Northerners hadn't even gotten serious yet, and they were the previous champions, while the other remarked that it was strange and wondered why he couldn't see the Immortal Cultivation School. On the other hand, Hu Menqi floated above their flying ship. The people exclaimed that they should check it out because the Immortal Cultivation School was preparing something. The blonde reporter questioned why they kept floating over there, and if they had already given up. Hu Menqi calmly stood at the hilt of her sword and meditated. Ran Zihao inquired if she was done yet, and she replied more or less. She promised that she would show them the upgraded version of the Kai Dragon transformation technique. She waved her arm in the air to create a circular moving aura. She created a gigantic orb of aura above her. Ran Zihao was so surprised. Lan Bin couldn't believe it either. Hu Menqi remarked that focus, serenity, and the Kai of the heavens turned into a dragon. Ran Zihao insisted that it was not Yan Sen's technique. Lan Bin wondered if she could not just use the normal one. Sun Xiaolu urged the two of them to stop saying stupid stuff and questioned whether they only came there to enjoy the show. And she explained that the true technique had a total of 6 tiers and what they learned was just the rudiments of the first one. Hu Menqi explained that it was no match in terms of quality compared to the Spirit Kings, but it was enough to make sure there wouldn't even be a nail left on them. The blonde reporter's jaw dropped, and he became lost for words. The people on the streets were also surprised. Her orb of powerful aura shone so brightly in the sky. It made some of the people worried. The blonde reporter wondered why that thing looked so familiar, and the mechanic eye cursed. He muttered that he didn't want the money anymore and he should just be allowed to leave. But the blonde reporter refused because as professionals, they needed to finish the broadcast even if it killed them. Bamboo Pink observed that it was a small version of the big guy's strike, and while Bamboo Blue cursed and identified it as the technique of the Spirit King, Photogenic Astro Man inquired what Spirit King was and whether there was still someone he hadn't met yet. Bamboo Black pointed out that it was not a fight but a massacre, and the cultivation school was overdoing it, while Bamboo Red pondered if it would happen again. Yan Sen found it amusing and praised Hu Menqi for being a fast learner, and Lan Kai stated that he could not let his students destroy everything. Meanwhile, the explosion created by the fight of the other schools still erupted in the air. Yurong and her team members launched their rockets on their enemies. She laughed and bragged that all of them should go to hell because she was the best. The superhuman leader urged that they should find a way to get close because the mages were defenseless in close range when their system suddenly alerted that thermal energy was detected. One of his members called him and urged that he should check it out. He became surprised when he saw the huge orb above them. He cursed and decided that he was out. Hu Menqi laughed and commented that it looked like they finally noticed. Gray Shadow questioned what was going on because the Superhuman Institute was screaming like madmen, to which Yurong concurred. But they became stunned when they saw the gigantic orb. It was so huge that it looked like it could consume the entire city. Yurong cursed while Gray Shadow declared that they were doomed. He forgot that those retards had that trick, which was why they stayed far away, and one of the superhuman members reassured them not to panic because he investigated that trick and they needed to buff it for at least a minute, so they still had time to get them. The three leaders decided that they should smash the Immortal Cultivation School first. The blonde reporter observed that the 3 academies were starting to join forces, and he didn't expect the Immortal Cultivation School, which had been hiding in the back without doing anything, to use the chaos of the fight to sneakily prepare that move, and if that got out of control, everyone present might die, so those students were absolute mad lads. Gray Shadow commanded that the Superhuman Institute should charge forward while their Ninja Academy and Wizards Academy would get around them in a pincer maneuver. They needed time to release that move, and they couldn't be disturbed, so they should kill that bunch of losers first, and after that, they would resume their fight. Yurong agreed. Sun Xiaolu complained that it was such a hurdle to be the best. She called Hu Menqi and inquired how it was going. Hu Menqi explained that the dragon was not formed yet, so she needed more time. Sun Xiaolu acknowledged and assured her to leave it to them, while the blonde reporter reported that the Immortal Cultivation School was preparing to strike. But their situation did not look favorable at the moment because they had to deal with the other 3 academies while buying time for their class president to cast the spell. Ran Zihao volunteered that he would take care of the ninjas, and Lan Bin declared that he would handle the witches. After those 2 years of hard work, the time had come to put their training to the test, so the burnt rat should not hold back. Gray Shadow accused them of being so devious that they almost killed them all. He cursed them and claimed that they shouldn't think learning a bizarre trick would allow them to win that year because last time they tormented them, and that year would be the same. He challenged what else they could do besides being one-trick ponies. Ran Zihao dared him to come over there and he would show him. Gray Shadow urged that Ran Zihao should cut the crap and insisted they should do it. He executed his Ayao sword skill, Aerial Razor Slash. Ran Zihao utilized his Earth Grade, 9th tier basic sword technique. Gray Shadow was caught off guard. He narrowly evaded Ran Zihao's attack, but the sword kept shifting direction and targeted him again. He exerted himself and evaded them all. He muttered a curse. He inquired what kind of sword technique it was and remarked that 2 of those strikes actually made him bleed, but he expressed that it was fine since he enjoyed it more when there was resistance. But Ran Zihao suddenly lunged at him. He considered that he was so fast and speculated whether he hadn't employed fire attacks earlier. He instantly spun around and pursued Ran Zihao. He warned that he shouldn't look down on him. Ran Zihao challenged whether he didn't declare that he wanted to torment him and dared him to show it. The blonde reporter observed that Gray Shadow was intercepted by Ran Zihao, and they were currently locked in close combat. with neither appearing to have the advantage. It appeared that the Southern Immortal cultivation didn't just undergo a name change. Their strength increased so much that they even employed superpowers that were previously unseen. However, at that moment, it was impossible to identify who the victor would be, and it seemed that the three academies would be in serious trouble during that time. Gray Shadow and Ran Zihao clashed at an incredibly rapid pace. The spectators below were astonished, and one of them recalled that during the last competition, Ran Zihao couldn't even land a hit on Gray Shadow. Gray Shadow unleashed Cut and Ran Zihao merely scoffed. He activated telekinesis. He responded with agreement and acknowledged that he underestimated Ran Zihao because his improvement since last time was significant. Ran Zihao admitted that it seemed like he hadn't trained enough since he couldn't defeat him in one move like Yan Sen. Gray Shadow proposed that they should go at it again. Ran Zihao invited him to come. Meanwhile, Lan Bin defended against the wizard's rockets using his sword. The blonde student cursed in shock. He released his skill, Unseen Blades. She exclaimed that the immortal cultivation was extremely strong, and another member questioned what type of move it was since she couldn't see anything. Yurong identified it as a lopsided formation, and the blonde student inquired what they were supposed to do. She declared that they should leave it to her, promising to handle him because they needed to prevent the nukes. Lan Bin realized that the wizards retreated. They confirmed that they were off. Gray Shadow instructed that his team should go support them as he would take care of the rat, and they acknowledged it. One of the ninjas wondered why they hadn't acted yet, and he confessed that he feared it might be a trap. But Gray Shadow rebuked that it wasn't the moment for the Superhuman Institute to start using their brains, and when he pointed out the big ball in front of him, he commented that it was the sort of trap that couldn't be avoided even if one wanted to. Following that last competition, Ran Zihao and Lan Bin strangely became some of the most formidable figures in the four main academies, and he found it puzzling because while they were being restrained by him and Yurong, and Hu Menqi was unable to escape, the superhuman leader was telling him that he was scared to face a girl. The superhuman leader agreed and instructed that they should proceed. Sun Xiaolu simply stared at them and stayed silent. Ran Zihao laughed and remarked that he feared they chose the worst opponent, and Gray Shadow asked for clarification. Ran Zihao believed that Sun Xiaolu's cultivation was far above theirs, or perhaps even realms beyond. Gray Shadow was startled. The superhuman leader ordered that all of them should charge forward and intercept them. Ran Zihao called to Sun Xiaolu and indicated that they were on their way, and Gray Shadow should have instructed his men to come fight against him and Lan Bin. Sun Xiaolu should let them witness the power of a half-step foundation deity realm expert. Gray Shadow inquired what expert they meant and whether Ran Zihao was bluffing. Meanwhile, the blonde reporter remarked that finally, the students of the three major academies were flying towards the Immortal cultivation team. Sun Xiaolu's eyes lit up, and she gathered her energy. Gray Shadow warned that he sensed danger, so they should fall back. But everyone was too focused on charging forward and did not hear him. Sun Xiaolu unleashed her sword-killing array. The leaders of the three teams reacted with alarm. The sky turned dark, and a huge array emerged. Swords descended from the array. The students screamed in pain as they got hit by the swords. A ninja cursed and shouted that he couldn't move. The blonde student cried that it hurt. The superhuman leader remained silent and gritted his teeth. Sun Xiaolu warned that if they didn't want to be chopped up, they had better stay put. The blonde reporter stared at the array, unable to speak. On the other hand, the judges also observed the array from their spot. Bamboo Pink wondered what kind of power that was, and as Bamboo Blue responded that the sword-killing array was probably a skill designed specifically to kill people, she questioned why that was even a thing. Meanwhile, Photogenic Astro Man marveled at the Immortal Cultivation School. One of the people exclaimed that they were so strong. Another commented that the power of one academy was enough to crush the other three, and with that terrifying bomb, the Immortal Cultivation School was too scary, and they questioned how anyone could compete against that. Another doubted what they were talking about and reminded them if they had forgotten the motto of their world. He claimed that they never gave up until the very end and winning or losing was always decided in a flash, to which another affirmed that it was true, so he supposed the cultivation school also considered that before making their big move at the beginning. A man complained that the nuclear level explosion was too cheap, so he truly wondered where they learned it. And another explained that they claimed it was invented by the black-robed Superman Yan Sen, as he released it before, and only he could teach such things. The man questioned if they could learn that superpower, and the other explained that supposedly, they could. He shared that he heard they had to train for a lifetime, and even then, it was not certain. And another man added that his brother had two twins in their second class, and he heard that they dislocated their hands copying the school rules. The man asked just what they had been through, and another pointed out that they should look at the superhuman leader and questioned what he was doing. The superhuman leader repeated that it was one after the other. Sun Xiaolu noticed him. He muttered that it was shameful, and as he pondered when the last time he suffered from that kind of embarrassment was, he concluded that they must believe their superhuman institute was soft. Yurong cursed and declared that he was getting angry. Grey Shadow also cursed and revealed that his plan was not to let that madman completely lose it. One of the people explained that the superhuman leader's superpower made it so that the angrier he became, the stronger he got, and once the anger exceeded his sanity, he would go berserk. At the end of the last competition, the Ninja Academy, who were winning because of foul play, made him angry and ended up being beaten up, so as a result, they lost the championship. When the guy became furious, except for the top 10 god class, it was difficult for the rest of the professional heroes to suppress him, so they were in for a treat, to which the other man agreed. The superhuman leader exhaled deeply. Ran Zihao and Lan Bin felt the pressure of his power. He insisted that they should stop looking down on him. Sun Xiaolu felt surprised. He roared as he released his power. He lunged towards her at an incredible speed. The blonde reporter explained that the superhuman leader broke through the restriction of the cultivation school and charged toward their ship, and it was his unique technique, the Berserker mode. Ran Zihao warned that Sun Xiaolu should watch out because he would get stronger and stronger as he lost his mind. But she replied that there was no need to remind her. She activated her subduing array. A huge sword was summoned. It dropped in the middle of the array. Everyone reacted with surprise, including Ran Zihao. The superhuman leader yelled as he used his strength to stop the gigantic sword. Hu Menqi remarked that everyone should hold on a little longer because it would be ready soon. The superhuman leader tried his best to lift the sword on his shoulder. He insisted that they were still underestimating him. The sword rose, but Sun Xiaolu retorted that it was as if she would let him. The sword lowered itself, and he groaned in pain. He howled again as he attempted to lift the sword back up. One of the people mentioned that the superhuman leader's berserker mode was something that even professional heroes found hard to handle, and yet she was suppressing him by herself, and another commented that he must be joking. Another man pointed out that just relying on that trick allowed him to become the strongest fighter in the 4 major academies, and if he weren't squashed by the top 10 of the god class, he would have graduated a long time ago. Now another student who could rival that monster showed up that day, so he feared that the 4 strongest students would lose their spots to the cultivation school. But another man countered what he was talking about when the guy was not yet defeated. He was merely being suppressed, and with the berserker mode, even if they knocked him out, he would keep growing stronger. The other people simply looked up at the sky, silent. The blonde reporter observed that that year's competition was full of surprises, as the Southern Superhuman Academy, which was always at the bottom of the rankings, managed to overpower the other 3 major academies that year thanks to the many changes they underwent. However, the superhuman leader's passive superpower, Berserker mode, converted anger into physical strength, rendering a long battle disadvantageous for the opponent, as that ability enabled him to break through his limits, and even professional heroes didn't dare take it lightly. Sun Xiaolu muttered that he was a stubborn guy. He declared that he was going and screamed. Grey Shadow inquired whether they were tied, and Yurong confirmed that they were both monsters. He announced that he was going to help because the superhuman leader's passive skill could help salvage even the most desperate battles, and Sun Xiaolu seemed to reach her limit, but Ran Zihao challenged whether he was trying to run away when facing him. He intercepted him. Grey Shadow wondered what the point of him doing that was and mentioned that the guys were too close, so even if they managed to launch it, they would all die together. He demanded if he had to be such a crazy bastard. Ran Zihao exclaimed that he was really dumb because if they were using that, it was obvious they had a way to survive. Grey Shadow realized that it made sense. He pointed out that Ran Zihao should look over there because there was a UFO. He instantly used his imprisoning art. Ran Zihao looked surprised. Grey Shadow swiftly jumped away after he got imprisoned. He insulted him as a sucker, and while he questioned how he could fall for such an old-fashioned trick, he claimed that the trapping skill couldn't restrain him for too long and time was running out. Ran Zihao insulted him as stupid. Sun Xiaolu scoffed that he was a punk. The 3 academy leaders were the most powerful, and she remained in the Kai refinement realm and couldn't knock the superhuman leader unconscious. The guy grew stronger because of the anger, and coupled with Grey Shadow, she might not have enough energy to keep restraining him, so she must not let that ninja bastard come near her. Grey Shadow instructed all of them to come with him because as long as the hot-headed bastard didn't faint, he would become increasingly stronger, and Sun Xiaolu wouldn't be able to make a move against them. Everyone charged forward. Sun Xiaolu merely scoffed. She activated her first form. She aimed her attack toward them. Multiple swords pierced one of the ninjas. He shrieked in pain. Gray Shadow immediately halted and looked surprised. The ninja confessed that he thought she couldn't lift a finger and said it hurt so bad. Sun Xiaolu reminded them that she already showed kindness to them once, but if they still dared to approach, she would pierce their hearts with thousands of swords. She demanded if she made herself clear. Gray Shadow cursed that she was a hateful witch. She figured that it was a chance that her bluff succeeded. Suddenly, 2 dragons emerged. One of the ninjas muttered that it was over, but Gray Shadow barked at him to shut up because there was always a way. The judges observed as the dragons materialized. Bamboo Blue questioned if those dragons didn't look as huge at that time in the mecha or if it was because they were far away. Bamboo Pink cursed and claimed that if things continued like that, it would happen all over again, while Bamboo Yellow stated that they should know it better than anyone. Meanwhile, Gray Shadow recalled the illusions. He summoned Zhu to come to him, and as Zhu responded if he called, he reminded him that in order to use that move, they must maintain absolute peace of mind, so he would use illusions to confuse Humenki. Zhu admitted that he also considered using illusions, but he wondered what kind, because there were 3 types of illusions, with the help of drugs, through eye contact, and from sound waves, but they couldn't even get through at the moment. They were too far to reach them with sound, so even if he shouted until his throat got sore, the other party wouldn't hear anything. Gray Shadow remarked that his brain was full of stuff because it wasn't as if such technology didn't exist, so he ordered him to give all he got. Zhu agreed curtly. He shouted on the megaphone. His voice echoed toward Humenki. It reached her. It entered her ears. Sun Xiaolu questioned if she was done yet. She confirmed that it was done, but she inquired where she was. Yan Sen wondered what she was thinking about, and she appeared flustered. She recalled that she was thinking about him. Humenki coughed up blood as she was mentally shaken. Sun Xiaolu got worried about her. She fell on the ship. She explained that she got trapped in an illusion and there was no way Yan Sen would pick her among the countless stars in the sky. Sun Xiaolu inquired if everything was okay. Gray Shadow remarked that it was an opportunity and summoned the exploding tiny green tortoise. Sun Xiaolu used her skill, cut. The tortoise was sliced in half. On the other hand, Ran Zihao wondered how such a flimsy cage could restrain him. The tortoise exploded. Gray Shadow was blown away. Sun Xiaolu and Humenki were blown away as well. She got worried for Humenki. She dove to catch her. Humenki urged her to forget about her and insisted she must go and take over the Kai dragons. Sun Xiaolu declared that there was no way she would abandon her. Humenki pointed out that the first layer is different from that second layer of the technique, and even if the caster is interrupted, it won't disappear. If no one is linked to it, it is going to blow up on the spot. Furthermore, when the spiritual beings lose control, they will become chaotic and more powerful than before. Sun Xiaolu cursed. Meanwhile, one of the ninjas declared that they had finally taken care of the losers, while Zhu chuckled and commented that it worked. But Gray Shadow urged them to be quiet and wondered why that big ball was still there. Sun Xiaolu realized that the talisman she made was in the hands of Ran Zihao, and with him still caged and Humenki unable to move, she considered what she could do. The blonde reporter screamed that the dragons were rampaging. The Rainbow Rangers were speechless. The superhuman leader was also speechless. Zhu screamed that it was going to explode, and he believed that those wicked immortal cultivators had absolutely no control over the situation. Photogenic Astro Man prepared to make his move. On the other hand, Yan Sen observed that Ran Zihao is constantly distracted. Lan Bin is only concerned with his own fight. Humenki is still too careless, and Sun Xiaolu, he would like to say, is beyond reproach but nevertheless too indecisive to take the win. On the road to cultivation, it is impossible to cut corners, so he hoped that the battle would help them grow. He loomed over the dragons. The dragons froze due to the pressure, and Photogenic Astro Man stopped in his tracks when he felt it too. He was surprised. Meanwhile, Yan Sen clenched his fist. The dragons disappeared, and everyone was astonished. Gray Shadow wondered if it was erased as easily as that. On the other hand, Photogenic Astro Man quickly turned to look at Yan Sen. He was speechless. The blonde student exclaimed that Yan Sen was too strong, while Yurong was speechless. Yan Sen remarked all right and confirmed that he was done. Meanwhile, Humenki was still falling. Sun Xiaolu managed to grab her, and she urged her to hang in there. Humenki reassured that it was okay and she would be better after some rest. She apologized that she was the only one who failed, but she comforted her that she shouldn't blame herself because they are all at fault. However, she was curious because they have been training for so long to strengthen their minds, and with such distance away from that crappy illusion, she wondered how she could get affected, and what she saw, and Humenki dismissed it as nothing. On the other hand, one of the ninjas cursed and admitted that it scared the hell out of him, and as another remarked that it was so easily resolved. So the gap between their strength was vast. Another ninja confessed that he still felt that something was off. Gray Shadow concluded that the threat the Immortal Cultivation School posed has been eliminated, so they should stay alert because as long as they take down the rest of the academies, victory will be theirs. Yurong scoffed that he had a big mouth. The superhuman leader stated that the battle has just begun, so they should take care of the ninjas first, and after that, the witches will be a piece of cake. But the blonde reporter suddenly revealed that the cultivation school was the first to land, scoring 30 points. Everyone was surprised, and Gray Shadow admitted that he finally remembered. On the ground, Xiaoyu warned that the others should watch their step. Xiaoyu commented that those idiots should know that fighting and killing leads nowhere, and Xiaoyu described them as a bunch of blockheads. A few minutes ago, the fact is, as soon as the fight started, they began to withdraw in the back. They originally thought their academies would send people to follow them, so they made a few detours, but they kept overthinking and were genuinely stupid. Gray Shadow cursed them and accused them of being two undeserving assholes, but Zhu advised him to calm down because they were still 10,000 meters above the ground. He inquired what they should do and if they should continue fighting, but Gray Shadow concluded that since those cheap bastards reached the ground before them, there is no reason to keep fighting in the sky, so they better go catch monsters. Lan Bin acknowledged that Xiaoyu and Xiaoyi did a good job, and Sun Xiaolu agreed that they did a nice one. Yan Sen believed that even though they have yet to reach Kai refining, they are really promising. Meanwhile, the superhuman leader announced that they should go down too because a 30-point lead is nothing, and one god-class monster is enough to overtake them, so they should follow him. Yurong declared that they were going down. The monster hunting contest is progressing quickly, and the first stage of the battle ended with the win of last year's bottom rankers, who got the first 30 points. The 4 major academies are preparing to face the second round in an attempt to win, but no one knew that trouble was brewing far away. At the same time in the northern amusement park, Steel Beetle, Anon, and Ling Ling met. Anon and Ling Ling were at an amusement park. One of the people exclaimed that monsters were attacking, while another pleaded for help. Ling Ling picked up the stuffed toys on the ground. She remarked that they were bastards. It was a stupid place, and it was no fun at all, but Anon reminded that she should take it easy as it was just a game. Ling Ling expressed that she was pissed, so they should destroy that planet. A man explained that the amusement park was under attack by monsters, and she was too strong because a wave of her hand leveled the whole 100,000 square meter facility. Steel Beetle inquired whether it was Guganadu or Guganaka, but the man clarified that it was neither and they had never seen such powerful monsters, and they heard the small ones calling them Lord Demon Emperor. Steel Beetle remarked that they were a new species, and it was interesting. Ling Ling complained that they were so noisy, and it looked like he was a high-ranked professional hero. They were looking down on them, but the monster insisted that they were not really because he was a god-class hero, and a scary one at that, to which the other monster confirmed and added that he was in the top 10 of the terrifying god class, so far beyond the limits of humanity. That world had more than 50, or even hundreds of god-class heroes, but they were nothing compared to the top 10. The gap between them was sky-high, and it was called the top 10 because each of them had the power to topple the world. As they all had their own characteristics, when they activated their passive skills, the effect was also different. Ling Ling wondered if it was the tears of hope and the light of justice, and considered that no matter how many times she heard it, it always sounded stupid. The monster clarified that it was just the name they gave those skills, but it branched into many more skills depending on their characteristics, and the other monster gave an example that there were heroes with passives that took longer than others, but it became more powerful as it channeled. The activation method was also specific: anger, sadness, flashbacks, etc. And the other monster explained that it raised their strength like crazy, and he would inform her that it was bullcrap. He even mentioned that Astro Man almost managed to transform his passive skill into an active one, and they were their last hope, so they must not underestimate the heroes. But Ling Ling admitted that besides the Immortals, she had never been afraid of anyone. Steel Beetle arrived at the scene. He immediately caught Anon and Ling Ling's attention. They stood at a distance from each other in the already barren amusement park. One of the monsters recognized that it was Steel Beetle from the top 10 god class, while the other confessed that he thought that with the Lord Demon Emperor with them at that time, as long as they didn't meet the top 10 god class, they could kill the next generation and help future monsters win, and he questioned why they were always so unlucky. They wondered why he was in that remote region of the north, while Steel Beetle observed that, sure enough, the Demon Emperor looked like a new species. After last time, he ran naked for 3 years in anticipation of that day, and with his upgraded battle armor, He was sure he would be able to return to the top 10 of the God-class heroes, and currently, he had met that new kind of monster king, so if he could take it as a pet, no one knew if he might be able to overpower the Rainbow Rangers. He caught their attention. He declared that he would only ask once. As he questioned how much he should pay them to be his pets, he affirmed that money was no object. Ling Ling mocked that the weakling wanted them to be his pets, and Anon remarked that it was a bold statement. Meanwhile, Machaman sneezed in his home. Back at the fight, Ling Ling instructed that Anon should stay there as she would take care of him. They didn't need money, but if he could beat her, she would be his. He commented that it was nice to come across such a bargain once in a while, and with his new upgrade, he was no longer limited to land, which he would show her. The monsters warned that she should be careful because he was the type that got stronger as the battle dragged on. Steel Beetle lunged at Ling Ling, and she effortlessly blocked his fist with her foot without losing her balance. They fought, and the sound of their explosive attacks filled the air. The monsters were in awe. Anon took a seat. She instructed that the two of them should come and make her some tea, and they agreed. They watched as Steel Beetle and Ling Ling fought in the sky. 2 hours later, Ling Ling landed a kick on Steel Beetle. He was sent flying and bounced off the ground. She questioned if he wasn't supposed to get stronger the longer he fought and why she felt like he was still as weak even though it had been more than an hour since they started. He unleashed his skill, Plasma Flare, but she quickly appeared behind him and asked if he was ready to go. The dust in the area scattered in the air. Steel Beetle inquired how that could happen. He coughed up blood, and it dripped on the ground. He explained that not only did that armor upgrade allow him unlimited uses of the Plasma Flare he fired against Yansen, it also enhanced all of his abilities too. And yet he couldn't even touch her, and she still had that look in her eyes. He was a slow-paced fighter, but even after more than 2 hours of fighting, that new monster just eased him in and let him slowly suppress his limits, which was a disgrace as a Western Academy alumnus. On the other hand, Ling Ling questioned if those two little monsters were not bluffing her and remarked that she didn't feel any difference, but she believed that if they really dared lie to her, she would burn those douchebags when she got back. Steel Beetle declared that he could not lose again. Ling Ling felt intrigued. Meanwhile, the monsters exclaimed that it was happening. The legendary flashback kill move appeared. On the other hand, Steel Beetle groaned as flashbacks overwhelmed him. He recalled when the ancient hero revealed that his time had come and, in the future, he would be the one who would protect the world. He felt excited and stood in awe. The ancient hero encouraged him to take it, and as long as his will remained undying, he would possess unparalleled power. He felt moved. Back in the present, the monsters claimed that there it was, the ancient monster beaten by the hero, which was the crap that kept them awake at night. Back at the fight, Steel Beetle unleashed his skill, Beetle Blast. The monsters pointed out that he gained a new move, and it was the unique skill of the previous Steel Beetle, the ancient hero. Anon muttered that it was such a sappy name. On the other hand, Ling Ling stated that she could feel that he grew stronger, and indeed, they told her the truth because that power level suddenly jumping to another level was the same as when they reached another realm. And it was funny that their world had such a way to elevate their strength, and she would love to have it too. Steel Beetle gathered a powerful energy around him. Meanwhile, Anon questioned what that Beetle Blast was and what it did. One of the monsters explained that he used the excessive energy in his body to send heat to the armor and generate hydrogen ions. The hydrogen ions generated by the battle originated from solar radiation, and when the high-energy particles generated passed through the ion cannon, they got launched in a powerful beam, and it emitted highly energized, positively charged hydrogen ion particles, causing large-scale devastation. But she complained that it was too long, so the other monster concluded that it was a plasma beam. Back at the fight, Steel Beetle let out a battle cry. The energy he gathered grew larger. Ling Ling laughed and encouraged him to let her try it too. She imagined an ice cream cone. She informed that they were going. She launched the skill plasma cannon. Steel Beetle screamed and warned that the witch shouldn't belittle him. She challenged if that was it. She claimed that she had won too. Her attack dispersed when it clashed with his energy. He appeared surprised. One of the monsters expressed concern. The other screamed, while Anon just effortlessly blocked the explosion. The explosion affected a huge area of the land. Everything in the area filled with light. On the other hand, Yansen still stood at his pillar when he sensed it. He sniffed the air and appeared puzzled. Lan Kai Kai questioned what was going on with him, and he responded that it was nothing, just a familiar smell, the same as last time. It puzzled him because he was only 2,000 years old, and he queried how come he couldn't remember what it was. He remarked that, indeed, in his world, immortals needed to spend tens of thousands of years to reach their realm, so for them, he was just like an infant, so she addressed him as kiddo and reminded it was lunchtime. He answered that immortals didn't need to eat, and she countered that eating wasn't necessarily about filling his stomach. He wondered if they shouldn't be done at that time, and she replied that there was still the afternoon left. The blonde reporter suddenly reported that while the representatives of the cultivation school and the Wizard Academy ate hot pot in the middle of the field, it seemed the competition entered a feverish pace. Yan-sen stayed speechless. Meanwhile, one of the judges revealed that the major academies submitted their scores one after another, and another mentioned that Ninja Academy had 120 points, Superman Institute had 110 points, and Wizard Academy had 90 points. The reporter added that so far, they hadn't seen the cultivation school come in to submit theirs, and judging from the images transmitted by the Mechai, it seemed that the situation wasn't good for them, which obtained the first 30 points. On the other hand, Ran Zihao and Grey Shadow fought each other. A monster wondered who was going to win the second round. Ran Zihao demanded if he could stop that crap already, but he declared that as long as he was there, he wouldn't get even 1 point. Ran Zihao retorted that neither would he, but he reminded not to mind him. They fought as they descended the building. Meanwhile, a monster insisted that Lan Bin should pay up. Lan Bin appeared taken aback. The monster explained that as he could see, since he was a free monster, if he wanted to keep him as a pet, he had to abide by the rules, and he would be direct, so he questioned how much he could pay him. Lan Bin asked for its opinion about that amount. The monster remarked that his Immortal cultivation school was way too poor, and he was still a demigod rank monster, so even just sweeping the floor of the Ninja Academy would earn him more than what he could offer. Lan Bin cursed him, and one of his classmates advised him to calm down, while the other reminded that they just started out, so they didn't have much money. They proposed thinking of another way, to which the monster agreed and stated that they were righteous people, so there was no need to use violence as they were civilized monsters. On the other hand, Yan-sen and Lan Kai still continued their meal. She observed that it seemed he made a blunder because in their world, money was something vital. He claimed that not really because he did have loads of it, as he possessed several thousand tons of spirit stones lying around in his spatial ring. There were still more than 100,000 spirit stone mines in his small world that remained unexploited, but she argued that he might be rich in his world, but nothing he showed her held any value there. He acknowledged that and assumed that spirit stones had a remarkable effect even on mortals, but it was a pity that people there didn't know how to use them. Meanwhile, Hu Menqi chased Ju. He pleaded that she should forgive him and apologized for using illusions to disturb her. He promised not to tell anyone about what happened in the illusion and begged her to spare him. She declared there was not a chance and insisted that he must die that day no matter what. He cried for help and exclaimed that she was going to kill him, while Sun Xiaolu remarked that it was weird and wondered why there were no monsters there. On the other hand, Gray warned that everyone should listen up and stay away from the witch. He referred to Sun Xiaolu. Yurong also urged everyone to keep their distance from the crazy woman. The girl agreed and affirmed that her strength was unfathomable, so they must avoid confrontation at all costs. Meanwhile, one of the ninjas negotiated a deal with a monster. Suddenly, another ninja alerted him that Sun Xiaolu headed his way. He cursed in frustration. He grabbed the monster in a panic. He utilized his skill, Lightning Step. The monster demanded what he tried to do and reminded that as heroes, they were forbidden to use force. The ninja responded that he could give him that much and confirmed that it was a deal. The monster quickly entered the card. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaolu commented that it was strange because she clearly felt someone over there earlier. She remained unaware that she was the isolated student. On the other hand, the reporter explained that after the epic fight in the sky, the major academies all witnessed the tremendous power of the Immortal Cultivation School, especially Sun Xiaolu, who was currently being isolated from the competition by the other teams. But he recalled seeing that scene in the last competition. He observed that it seemed to be called the Forever Alone strategy, and he explained that it was a tactic designed by the Ninja Academy to deal with the squad leader of the Superman Institute. The leader of the Superman Institute cursed that they were bastards and remarked that it was no wonder he couldn't find jack crap that year. He recalled the previous contest where he questioned where everyone was. He confessed that he still felt a little sad inside. The reporter informed that only 3 hours were left in the competition and emphasized that the current situation was still awfully bad for the cultivation school, which made Gray laugh. As he mocked that they were screwed, he inquired what the point of getting 30 points at the beginning was if it was to end up like that. There were less than 3 hours left before the game ended, and they hadn't gotten a single point yet. But as for them, they already scored more than 100 points, and it would be impossible for them to catch up with the little bit of money they had. He proposed that he stop immediately and go back to cry in the arms of his teacher. Ran Zihao insulted that he was an asshole. Meanwhile, a monster declared that he was leaving and bid goodbye to the broke idiots. One of the students called Lan Bin and urged him to look, and he announced that it was over. Hu Menqi still chased Ju. while Sun Xiaolu remained isolated. The Superman leader stated that the cultivators were out and all their monsters were grabbed by the other academies. But suddenly, the reporter declared that the cultivation school earned 130 points. The Superman leader reacted with surprise. The others, including the cultivation school students, also reacted with surprise. Gray questioned how that happened. The reporter verified and affirmed that the info was legit. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyi greeted them and concluded that they were really a bunch of idiots always underestimating them. Gray groaned that it was those pieces of shit again. A few minutes ago, Xiaoyu inquired if he could see Yan Sen and praised that it was their master who was absolutely peerless and rose to the second place of God class only 6 months after becoming a hero, which intrigued the monster, who demanded what he tried to say. He answered that it was only a matter of time before their master climbed to the top of the god class, which meant that their master would make a lot of money in the near future, and neither of them cared about money, so he would even give him his share, and the monster verified if he was serious. He confirmed, but clarified that even if they were rich, they couldn't spend money willy-nilly, and everything would depend on whether he would be worth the price, so they would put him through a trial period before he could start earning the full salary. So he proposed that he give him half for the time being and the rest as a bonus starting next year. He added the condition that if they didn't respect their end of the deal, he would be granted freedom immediately, and the monster accepted that it was a deal. He cheered that it was bingo. Gray raged that those shameless bastards were scamming the monsters. Lan Kai complained that it looked like Yan Sen's image was going to be worthless before he could even try selling it. Ran Zihao laughed and praised that Xiaoyu and Xiaoyi were geniuses. With that, the competition entered its second half. With the twins' scamming method, the Immortal cultivation school led by Yan Sen still achieved good results, even under the joint efforts of the other 3 academies to isolate them. Having no way to suppress the Immortal cultivation school, the other teams focused on gathering monsters. The whole competition grew crazier as time went on, and it was finally time for the last sprint toward victory. But at the same time, above the competition, the 4 kings of monsters stood on their ship. They took a step forward. Gaganaka encouraged that they should do it. The students of the Cultivation Immortal School gathered on the street. One of them inquired how it was going and how many he got, and the other replied that he got a lot. Ran Zihao observed that it seemed everyone was in a good mood, and Lan Bin remarked that they had a chance at victory that year after all. Sun Xiaolu noted that something was wrong. She questioned if they hadn't noticed that they hadn't seen any god class rank monsters apart from a few demigod rank ones, and Ran Zihao wondered what she meant. She remained silent but stayed wary. Ran Zihao acknowledged that since she brought it up, it was indeed strange because in the last competition, there were several god class rank monsters here and there, and yet they didn't even see the shadow of one that day, so he questioned what was going on. Sun Xiaolu summoned Xiaoyu and Xiaoyi to come over to her, and they confirmed. She instructed that they should take those and deploy the array flags according to the map she drew. They confirmed and promised to get it done as soon as possible. She laid out a map. Ran Zihao speculated if she was implying that the monsters were plotting something, and she admitted that she was not sure, but they needed to be careful. On the other hand, Xiaoyu mentioned that Sun Xiaolu had been going to Yan Sen lately every day for supplementary lessons, becoming ever more cautious when dealing with problems, to which Xiaoyi agreed. Hu Menki supported that Sun Xiaolu was right, and she also sensed something was strange at the beginning, and she just couldn't identify why, so they should stop collecting monsters for the time being. She inquired what kind of array she was making. Sun Xiaolu explained that she created it herself and it allowed her to go past the half-step foundation establishment deity realm for 10 minutes, but she would need their help. Ran Zihao assured that she shouldn't worry because she could count on them, while Lan Bin chuckled and remarked that he also wanted to see what the power of a true foundation establishment deity really was. Sun Xiaolu ordered that they could start placing the flags, to which the twins confirmed. They agreed that they should go. Xiaoyi remarked that it felt like Sun Xiaolu wanted to take charge of the class recently, and Xiaoyu responded that no one cared because when the boss ordered, they obeyed. The two of them traveled together. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaolu hoped that it was just her overthinking. On the other hand, the ship of the King of Monsters floated high up in the air. They observed the competition in their command center. Gaganaka questioned if they saw the man standing on the central column. Gagudas affirmed that indeed, he was the new hero that recently got promoted. He identified him as the new god-class hero, but he couldn't recall his name, so they needed to find out his identity. But that thing earlier was absolutely terrifying because the energy contained in the big ball was immeasurable after it went haywire, and yet, he erased it just by grasping the air with his hand. Guggenadu assured that they shouldn't be afraid because the Demon Emperor just sent a message that the hero's passive was not unbeatable, so they should proceed as planned. But Gugyudas wondered if Yansen's dressing style wasn't similar to the Demon Emperor's. Guggenadu recommended that they better review their strategy just in case. Meanwhile, they planted one of the weapons on the floor of their ship. On the other hand, Lan Kai inquired what was wrong and if it was that familiar smell again, to which he affirmed and confirmed it was pretty close. Back at the ship, Guggenaka declared that after that, they would contain the top 10 god class, and the students would be in their hands, so in 30 minutes, they would have destroyed their future. The 4 kings of monsters departed. They descended towards the examination area. Gugyukas initiated his program input. He triggered his skill, Spatial Lockdown, to the entire area. Photogenic Astro Man reacted with surprise. The Rainbow Rangers reacted with surprise as well. Lan Kai asked what it was while Yansen reflected deeply. Gugyuka's skill isolated them. The signal got cut off, and the footage the people were watching vanished. One of them questioned why the image was gone, while another urged that they should let them see what was happening. At the station, a cameraman questioned what the deal with that was. Guggenaka insisted that they should hurry and suck them into the hollow space, as they had to isolate them before they found out. Gugyukas retorted that he shouldn't yell at him because it was the first time he used that space lock program. Photogenic Astro Man reacted with alarm when the pillar he stood on was moved. The Rainbow Rangers mirrored the same reaction. Meanwhile, Yansen stated that he finally recalled that it was the Greater Demon transformations. Lan Kai inquired what he meant and what a Greater Demon was. On the other hand, Humenki grew worried for Yansen while Lan Bin summoned Sun Xiaolu and urged that she should look over there. The monsters carried the weapons to the landing zone. They whistled as they carried it on their shoulders. One of them questioned if it was how they did it, and another responded that it was what the manual instructed. They simultaneously recited that with blood as a token, the contracted spirit was summoned. The monsters wished upon that blood covenant. They demanded his presence. The monsters screamed as they got blown away. The area filled with smoke caused by the lightning strike. The Superman leader inquired what happened, while Yurong questioned what the thing up in the sky was. Gray replied that he had no idea. The Superman leader grew alarmed. The smoke slowly dissipated and revealed what the monsters summoned. It was the demon spirit beast, Demon's Kai. Sun Xiaolu felt surprised when she recognized him while he queried if she was a human cultivator. She wondered why there was a spirit beast there and even a demon like that. The Superhuman Institute reacted with surprise when they heard her mention spirit beast. Their leader probed if Sun Xiaolu knew that beast, and Gray responded that he didn't know. Ran Zihao questioned if she knew that beast, and she retorted if they hadn't read any books in the library. Humenki clarified that it was the beast coming from Yansen's world. Demon Beast Level 1, Damon's Kai stage. As Ran Zihao and Lan Bin followed up if she had also read about it, she remarked that only the two of them hadn't. Sun Xiaolu felt concerned. She considered that it was really a big problem. Inside the space, Yansen laughed and remarked that it was a Damon spirit beast, while Lan Kai screamed. He caught her and brought her back to the platform. He commented that his poor brain nearly forgot it. She apologized to him that she couldn't fly. He assured her that it was okay, and she questioned what the demon he was referring to was. He explained that it was a name of the kind of spirit beast in his world, and in other words, she could recognize them as the monsters in his world. The difference was that they turned into human shape completely, and although their minds remained very simple, they were kind of stubborn, so he presumed that their demon king already died. She inquired how he could know. He directed her to look over there. The monsters in her world held the standard Demon King's weapon and prepared to attack them soon. Guggenaka and Gugyukas focused on reading the manual in their hands. Lan Kai asked about the standard Demon King's weapon. Yansen explained that it was the weapon of a Demon King, so it must bear Kai, and it was good timing when he had something to ask about it. She inquired how he could ask them. He confirmed that he would obviously take them there and ask. He activated his skill, Anti-Isolated Space. They became trapped in a pyramid-shaped enclosure. He created a cube to enclose that pyramid and transport them back to the exam area. Guggenaka demanded what he was doing, and he questioned what happened. Guggenaka inquired how it was going, and Gugyukas answered that he still learned the incantations by heart. Guggenaka wondered why Yansen brought him an uneasy feeling. Yansen merely smiled at them. On the Celestial Pearl continent, as long as a thing fulfilled the condition, it could cultivate spirituality, even the animals. Due to the conditions, some animals absorbed the Kai, formed the energy source. As a result, it became the spirit beast. But according to the divine rule, if they wanted to reach demon level, they must have human bodies, so they needed to go through 4 stages in total: shape-changing Kai, sacred forming Kai, recuperating Kai, and damon Kai. When they got the complete human shape, they became the divine entities with divination, and because they possessed divine attributes when they were the beasts, people preferred calling them demon spirit beasts. Lion Kai stated that Yansen isolated the space and inquired if his students weren't in danger. He reasoned that he could hardly protect them forever, so they needed to mature. Meanwhile, the spirit beast stared at the students below. The spirit beast was contemplating. He was looking at the students below him. The leaders of the other schools were wary. On the other hand, Sun Xiaolu was on edge. The sky was eerily quiet as the spirit beast remained floating in there. The other students prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaolu instructed that everyone should stay alert, and that they should wait for her signal. The leader of the Superman Institute claimed that they should relax because it was just a new species, and they were future heroes for God's sake, to which Yuan concurred. The spirit beast declared that since the monsters were already his masters, he inquired who they wanted him to cut down. One of the monsters replied that it was all of those Superhero Academy bastards, while another requested that he, the monster from another world, take care of them immediately. He affirmed that he understood, and they should rest assured that they would be dealt with before their blood ran dry. The monsters questioned about their blood. They looked at the wound they created in their palm. On the other hand, Yurong and the Superman Institute students prepared to fight. The spirit beast captured their attention. He commanded that they should get to it. Sun Xiaolu urged that they should run. Meanwhile, the leader of the Superman Institute instructed that they should prepare to fight. The students of the Immortal Cultivation School followed Sun Xiaolu and ran. Gray mocked that they were wimps, but Sun Xiaolu warned that they should avoid clashing with that demonic beast at all costs, because it was not an enemy they could beat. The spirit beast ordered that they should kill the strongest first, and he wondered which one it was. One of the monsters indicated that it was that one, the one with the red cloak, but the spirit beast contradicted that he was wrong. It was Sun Xiaolu. She was on edge as she ran away. She was unaware of the blade that the spirit beast had thrown towards her. She explained that he was a demon beast sealed inside a weapon, so they would win if they could stall him until their blood ran dry. Ran Zihao cautioned that she should watch out. The twins were startled. Xiaoyi quickly jumped towards Sun Xiaolu. He protected her from the blade. Lan Bin was taken aback. Fu Menqi was surprised as well. The two of them landed on a rooftop, and Xiaoyu approached them. Sun Xiaolu inquired if he was okay. He assured that he was fine and it was just a scratch, so it looked like the last 2 years of training had not been in vain, and they counted on her to turn the tables on them. Xiaoyu scoffed and declared that if the spirit beast wanted to hurt their big sister, he would have to get through them. They would stick together. The spirit beast questioned if a mere martial arts practitioner thought he could stop him. Suddenly, the leader of the Superman Institute demanded if he thought he would just watch. He wondered how she was the strongest and noted that they had not even finished their fight yet. The spirit beast was surprised that he blocked his way. On the other hand, Xiaoyu inquired if that was the squad leader of the Superman Institute, and the leader instructed that he should take the wounded and leave. He was really pissed off at the moment, so the spirit beast should come at him. The spirit beast eagerly swung his fist. The leader was taken aback. He was punched in the stomach. It was so powerful that snot came out of his nose and tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. He crashed towards the buildings. He pierced through multiple buildings before he crashed on the ground. Yurong cursed in disbelief. Gray had the same reaction. The leader got an instant KO. The spirit beast remained floating in the sky. Gray questioned if he lost, and Yurong insisted that there was no way. Meanwhile, the spirit beast inquired if that was it. He wondered where they all went, if they were for real. He concluded that, as expected of cultivators, the only thing they were good at was running away. The blonde reporter addressed his dear viewers and friends of the audience and declared that the situation was currently critical, with the top 10 heroes of God class isolated in various subspaces. The students were having a hard time with no support. But the mechanic I inquired why he was still commentating when the comms were blocked and it was not like anyone could hear him. On the other hand, Ran Zihao questioned if it was impossible for her to knock out the leader of the Superman Institute in one blow, and she replied of course not, as it was hard enough to suppress him. And with the way their leader was getting stronger as time passed, she promised him she was trying to end it as fast as she could, so it would be difficult for her to completely defeat him. Back at the superhero headquarters, the phones were incessantly ringing. One of the callers demanded to know what the hell was going on, while the staff responded that they didn't know because the lines were down, the people inside couldn't get out, and the people outside couldn't get in. The secretary acknowledged and expressed that he understood, and he called the president and revealed that it was a dimensional seal. The students, along with a few other god classes, were currently trapped there. The president ordered that they should assemble a rescue team quickly, and as he inquired where the 9th and 10th of the god class were, the secretary explained that they had gone underground to search for Gyuguos and they hadn't returned yet. They were running out of time to mobilize the other high rankers, unless they somehow sensed that something was wrong and came back early, which made the president cure. Meanwhile, the audience on the street questioned why they couldn't see anything and insisted that they should turn it back on. Another audience member at home complained that it was a crappy anchor, and he would give him the worst review. On the other hand, at the city outskirts, the rescue team 1 was working on the dimensional seal. The demigod class hero ranked 124th inquired if it was unlocked yet and mentioned that his grandson had almost turned 1 month old waiting for him. And the demigod class hero ranked 143rd replied that it would be in a minute. It was done. He requested to know how it was, but the 124th questioned how he was supposed to get through that, and he suggested that he should just try it. 124th attempted to squeeze through the tiny hole. He demanded if he was kidding him and complained that it didn't fit. He was surprised when Black Gold pulled him out. He was thrown on the ground. They were the 34th of the god class and the 39th of the god class, and Black Gold declared that they would take it from there. Back at the headquarters, the secretary informed that the 39th and 34th ranked god class had arrived at their designated location, and the president instructed that he should tell them to prioritize the students' safety. At the city outskirts, a loud booming sound echoed through the forest. One of the audience in the street urged that they should look because the image was back. The others cheered. The audience at home remarked that it was on again. Meanwhile, 143rd and 124th were left speechless. 124th asked if the communications were restored, and 143rd observed that it looked like it. A huge hole was created in the dimension seal. On the other hand, the blood reporter addressed the ladies and gentlemen and announced that the situation was most dire. Just moments ago, the Monster Kings used a space blocking skill to disable the signal, causing him to accidentally crash the chopper. And the top 10 of the god class were currently fighting what appeared to be the current leader of the monsters in various subspaces. The monster's helper seemed alien to that world and was extremely powerful. Within 10 minutes of the new opponent's appearance, the Superman Institute, the Immortal School, the Ninja Academy, and the Wizards Academy had all been defeated. Since the cultivation class had chosen to run away just before the battle started, they were the only ones who survived for the time being, but their current whereabouts were unknown. If the high-ranking heroes of the god class didn't come to their rescue soon, the lives of their students would be in mortal danger. The spirit beast was choking Yurong. Ran Zihao observed that the class president of the Wizard Academy was getting choked to death. She was completely helpless in his hand. She couldn't believe his strength, and she wondered if she was going to die. She was surprised when she noticed Lan Bin. He charged at them with all his might while drawing his sword. He slashed the spirit beast from behind. He swung his sword, but it shattered. He was surprised. The spirit beast declared that he was finally showing his face. He threw Yurong at him. Lan Bin caught her, but the force was so strong that the two of them crashed on the ground. Hu Mengqi called Lan Bin. The area was covered with dust from the crash. She couldn't see anything. A few moments later, the dust settled down. Yurong asked if he was okay. She was surprised when she noticed that his hands were grabbing her bosoms. She was flustered and enraged at the same time, and she was about to punch him. But she stopped in her tracks when she saw that he was completely unconscious. The spirit beast solemnly stood there midair. Meanwhile, the audience questioned who the spirit beast was and if they had seen it before. One of them suggested that it might be a new species of monster, while another commented that it was so weird looking. On the other hand, the one at home was amazed. The others claimed that he was so strong. He scoffed and warned that they should see if they could run away at that time. He extended his arm. His sword quickly returned to him. He threatened that he would cut them both first. Yurong was alarmed. Meanwhile, Lan Bin was still unconscious. Suddenly, a large boulder was heading for the spirit beast. He was taken aback, and he was not able to dodge it. It crashed against a huge building. Ran Zihao urged that they should look. Black Gold let out a sigh of relief and declared that it was just a new monster causing trouble. Ran Zihao identified it as the 34th and 39th ranks of the god class, Black Gold and Platinum Woman. Black Gold called Platinum Woman and instructed that as she was from the healing department, he wanted her to go heal the students and take them away, and she acknowledged that she got it. He said that she should stay close and they would get the wounded out of there first. On the other hand, Yurong was carrying Lan Bin on her back. She urged that he should hang in there. Meanwhile, Hu Mengqi explained that the high rankers were coming to the rescue, so they should go help them carry the wounded and get out of there, to which Ran Zihao agreed. but Sun Xiaolu advised that they shouldn't move. They should stay where they were, and they must stick to the plan. She grabbed her robe. She instructed that they should get in formation. Sun Xiaolu was brought to another dimension as she meditated. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of her. Ran Zihao inquired if they set up their flags correctly, and Xiao Yu confirmed that of course they did. Respectively, they are at the outermost corners of the city. Sun Xiaolu explained that she is currently acting as the eye of that formation, but they will have to take over when she gets out, and those of them who have already reached Kai refining will go to the southwest of the city to infuse their Kai into the formation, while the rest of them should stay hidden. Fu Mengi observed that the formation eye is the weakest point of every formation, but it is also the palace with the strongest spiritual power, so one could use themselves as the eye of the formation to gain more power, which made Ran Zihao wonder why he didn't think of that. Sun Xiaolu assured that they don't have to worry too much about that formation, but it will break when she goes out to fight, so as soon as she leaves, someone has to take it over, and she is counting on their help to keep the formation going. On the other hand, the blonde reporter and the mechanic eye were surprised. The huge boulder turned into smaller pieces and was sent flying. The spirit beast chuckled. Black Gold mentioned that it was the first time since the monster surrendered that he had seen such a resilient one. The little kitty shouldn't even think about hurting any of the students with him around. The spirit beast was enraged. One of the audience affirmed that it was right and it was what a high-ranking hero should be like, while another urged that Black Gold should defeat that new breed and show them who's boss. He should whoop his ass. Meanwhile, the red monster cursed the humans. The black monster questioned what was wrong with him, and he confessed that he didn't know. Back at the fight, the spirit beast used his demonic arts. Black Gold was wary of it. He used his skill, Slaughtering Blade. Black Gold was taken aback. He released a powerful beam. The blonde reporter wondered what it was. The attack created a huge hole in Black Gold's torso. Platinum Woman was worried for him. Black Gold coughed up blood. He shrank. The spirit beast claimed that he was a bastard and his whole family were cats. The monsters declared that it was Bullseye and that the arrogant bastard should take that. Back at the headquarters, the secretary came running to the president. He called him and informed that the Black Gold Superman had been defeated. The president questioned if there were any other high-ranked heroes around, and he replied that not really, only his partner, and except for the top 10, all the others were probably defeated. The president cursed. On the other hand, one of the audience members wondered how that could happen and commented that it was already way beyond the strength of a monster king, while another concluded that it was hopeless. Meanwhile, the spirit beast noticed Platinum Woman. She was healing Black Gold. He asked if she was trying to heal him. He stated that she shouldn't think about it. He lunged at him at an incredible speed. He proclaimed that they should die. On the other hand, Lan Bin called Sun Xiaolu. She declared that she would cut. She jumped from the eye of the formation. The spirit beast barely managed to dodge her. He was surprised. She was heading towards the sky at an incredible speed. She stopped when she reached the height she was aiming for. She quickly turned and swung her sword. She used her skill, Full-Powered Foundation Establishment Slash. The spirit beast was terrified. Her attack cut the city in half. Ran Zihao and the others were so surprised. Meanwhile, Platinum Woman screamed as she tried to steady herself while carrying Black Gold. On the other hand, the audience was so surprised that they couldn't help but curse. The cut extended outside the city and reached the mountain ranges. The blonde reporter called for his mommy. Ran Zihao wondered if it was the true strength of the Foundation Establishment realm, while Lan Bin observed that the city was cleaved in half and even the seal was broken. Even Sun Xiaolu was shocked by the devastating power. Suddenly, the spirit beast cleared his throat and coughed. She questioned if he was still alive. He inquired if it was Foundation Establishment and commented that it was interesting. One of the audience urged that they should look because he was bleeding. He guessed it was time to get serious. She insisted that she was not afraid of him. He wondered why she was running before and if she wasn't going to come out until she successfully reached the Foundation Establishment. He remarked that the cultivators were still the same sly dogs as ever. She demanded that he cut the bullcrap and fight and that he should come on. He warned that she shouldn't regret it. Two heroes traveled to the northern hemisphere. One of them mentioned that the heat signature came from there, while the other inquired if there wasn't a huge amusement park there. He suddenly proposed that they should look over there. They cursed when they saw the huge hole in the ground. One of them observed that it was one huge and deep hole, and the other declared that it was certainly made by Gyuguos, no doubt about it. Suddenly, they heard coughing, and they noted that someone was still alive. They quickly went down the hole. Steel Beetle was lying on the ground. He admitted that he lost. The heroes recognized him and inquired if he was okay. He confirmed that he was fine, and one of the heroes questioned if he got in a fight with Gyuguos. He explained that it wasn't him and they are far more powerful than any monster king. The two heroes were puzzled. One of them questioned if it was the new breed and mentioned that the message from the contest stated that there was a new breed of monster, so that could have been their king. And the other agreed that it was very likely. As long as they all team up, no monster is their match, so they should go. Suddenly, one of them inquired about Steel Beetle. They were surprised when they saw that he was still lying on the ground. He expressed that he would pass and wished them good luck. The heroes were speechless. He warned that they shouldn't try to talk him into it either, and if they wanted to fight, they should go because he would go back to HQ. He considered that the world would never be peaceful again. Meanwhile, Anon and Ling Ling were traveling with the monsters. Anon questioned why she didn't finish him off earlier, and she revealed that seeing as he was quite handsome, she figured that it wouldn't hurt to let him live. The monsters stated that their Lord Gyuguos should rest in peace. Suddenly, Ling Ling called them, and as they responded affirmatively, they immediately swore that they were not ugly. But she clarified that she was asking them if there were any righteous people in their world who wore those clothes. One of them replied there were not really, and as far as he knew, they all wear that attire. She stated that it was perfect because no one in that world could beat them then. One of the monsters questioned who the person she just showed them was, and Anon revealed that it was an archenemy. They should go because there was nothing interesting there anymore. He asked where they were going, and Ling Ling explained that they were going to subvert their world. Also, they should check how well their kings are fighting at the moment. The monsters were nervous. On the other hand, the spirit beast and Sun Xiaolu lunged towards each other. They punched each other in the face at the same time. Their movements were so fast that they were barely visible in the sky. Platinum Woman couldn't believe it. Ran Zihao and the others were amused. Meanwhile, the leader of the Superman and Ninja Academy questioned if they were kidding him. Sun Xiaolu cursed the spirit beast. He scoffed and warned that she shouldn't get cocky. Their fists clashed, and their power was even. The audience couldn't believe it. One of them wondered if she was on steroids and commented that she was at least as powerful as the top 10 of God class. But another remarked that she was even stronger. Ling Ling was taken aback when she looked at the broadcasts. On the other hand, Sun Xiaolu's power kept oozing out. She reached the stabilized Foundation establishment realm, and she questioned how it felt. He was at the Kai blood transformation realm, and he compared it to a mosquito bite, so they should go again. He was taken aback when she charged at him without any warning. She punched him across the face. Sun Xiaolu disappeared while the spirit beast fell on his back. She immediately appeared behind him, ready to give him an axe kick. He was hit on the back of his head. He cursed her. Before she crashed on the ground, she appeared again. She kicked him on the face. She sent him flying, and he pierced through a building. He screamed in pain. He used his force to stop himself midair. He remarked that she shouldn't think she could rely on her formation forever. But he inquired where she was. She was in outer space. She held her breath. She scoffed. She released an aura orb on her right hand. She also did it on her left hand. She used her skill, Kai Dragon Transformation Technique, second form. Ran Zihao was so surprised. Two dragons appeared, and they moved around the huge orb of energy. Ran Zihao and the others wondered if she did it instantly. He observed that it turned out that when one reaches Foundation establishment, they enter easy mode, and even though they were only one realm away, the difference is heavens high. Fu Menki commented that Yan Sen stated that in the Immortal cultivation world, the gap between two big realms is similar to the ground and the sun, so millions of lower realms can't dream of beating one higher realm. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaolu wondered how the spirit beast would like that one. She explained that it was a cheat technique that her master gave her so he should enjoy it. He was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The skill came at him at an incredible speed. Ran Zihao questioned if she wanted to blow up the whole city and remarked that they were still down there while calling her an idiot. But Hu Menki advised that he should stop shouting because she knew what she was doing. Back at the fight, the spirit beast cursed. He insisted that she shouldn't look down on him. He raised his arm and prepared to attack her skill. He demanded that it should get away. He deflected the skill. It changed its direction towards the mountains. But the explosion was so powerful that he was still pushed back by its pressure. The heroes were speechless. Her classmates were speechless. The other academies were also speechless. The explosion created a loud booming sound and illuminated the area. The audience fell silent. Meanwhile, Anon and Ling Ling acknowledged that there were immortal cultivators. They questioned why those bastards were there too. Ling Ling wondered if they didn't claim that there were no cultivators in that world, and they admitted that they didn't know. She suggested that she and Anon should run away, but Anon insisted that she should wait a minute and check their realms because there was one peak Kai refining, one mid Kai refining, two early stage, and the rest were mere martial artists. Ling Ling questioned why they should run and insisted that they should kill them, as they must avenge the destruction of their clan. Anon was speechless. She requested that Ling Ling calm down because she must always be careful when dealing with immortal practitioners. But she wondered what she was afraid of and claimed that they were several realms above them, so she could even kill them with a sneeze. Anon questioned if she didn't remember what those bastards liked to do most, and she asked what it was again. Anon explained that it was hiding their cultivation and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. She thought she was a master pretending to be a novice, and at the last minute, she would beat them to death. Those immortals were vile, devious, and cunning, so to deal with such bastards, they had to play it safe, to which Ling Ling agreed. Back at the fight, the explosion created a mushroom cloud. The spirit beast could not resist its pressure. Lan Bin remarked that it was blowing him away, as the explosion was as powerful as 160 million tons of TNT, so even the continental shelves were being shifted. And Ran Zihao observed that it was the first time he had seen someone get blasted off like that. But the spirit beast claimed that it was not as bad as it looked. Sun Xiaolu inquired if no one told him. He was puzzled. She explained that the technique could be cast endlessly. The spirit beast was so surprised. One of the audience members remarked that it was true that trick of the cultivation class is disgustingly cheap, and another inquired if he felt bad for their opponents somehow. Ling Ling questioned if she heard that, and she confirmed yes. The surrounding spiritual energy solidified to use the technique so it didn't use Kai or physical strength, and that is the skill created by that psychopath. Yan Sen was puzzled. Back at the fight, Sun Xiaolu mentioned that they should see how many blasts the spirit beast could handle. She created multiple swirling orbs of aura simultaneously. He complained that it was cheating. She invited him to come over. He replied that she should wait, as there was no need to be hasty. She suggested that they should go with 10 first. He was terrified. He insisted that he can't let that woman have it her way. He noticed the other students. Ran Zihao encouraged that Sun Xiaolu could do it and she should beat the crap out of him. Lan Bin urged that she should punch him harder, and Gray observed that the cultivation class was pummeling him. The spirit beast snickered sinisterly. Everyone's face immediately became sunken. He quickly flew towards his sword that was stuck in a building. He vowed that if he can't beat her, he will deal with them because that will teach them to laugh at him. Everyone called for Sun Xiaolu. She inquired if he wanted to break the formation. She warned that he will have to survive 10 blasts first, but he declared that she will see how arrogant she will be after her formation is destroyed. The students screamed. Sun Xiaolu quickly flew towards her sword. A huge explosion occurred in the middle of the city. The dust settled, and the students were in awe. The spirit beast wondered if it was so satisfying firing it that she wanted to clash again. But he vowed not to give her another chance to pull that trick again, though. The students silently watched them from the sidelines. She noted that it was too close to the formation, and with the battle range being so vast, she needed to find a way to lure him away. The two of them took a step away from each other. She laughed. She grabbed a fistful of sand from the ground. He laughed and questioned that she was outmatched, so he wondered what else she had up her sleeves. She threw the sand at him. He complained about his eyes and labeled her a despicable cultivator. She asked who would want to fight fair against him. She was heading towards the building where the monsters were. She challenged that he should bring it on because she too could harm him. The monsters panicked and begged that she shouldn't come any closer. The spirit beast was enraged. He commanded that she should stop right there. He chased after her. The students were relieved. He threw his blade at her. She was alarmed when she noticed it. She quickly deflected it with her sword. He swung his fist. He explained that she didn't know the first thing about the true power of a Kai blood transformation realm. She questioned how that could be. Hu Menqi called for her.
Sun Xiaolu crashed on the ground. Ran Zihao inquired whether something had gone wrong with her cultivation and if the connection had been cut, to which Hu Mengqi confirmed they had indeed been using qi, but the formation had shown no signs of weakening. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaolu landed on her feet and skidded across the ground. The spirit beast remarked that whoever had taught her that martial skill must have been formidable, and if he had let her cast it a few more times, he probably would have died there. She stiffened and whirled around the moment she noticed him standing behind her. He commented that she was relying on a formation to artificially boost her realm. The crowd watching the street fight hurled curses. The spirit beast explained that although they were technically on the same level, he had reached Qi blood transformation 300 years ago, which meant a canyon of experience separated them. Sun Xiaolu crashed in front of a building complex. She reappeared on the other side. Ran Zihao and Lan Bin called her name. The spirit beast declared that he had mastered how to fully wield the power of this realm, but she was still a fledgling, and he would now demonstrate what it meant to be a true martial master. Cue the Kenpachi level flex. Their fight escalated so violently that they slammed through multiple buildings and blasted into the other side of the city. The leader of the Superman Institute muttered that it was over, while Gray remarked that if even the roided-out version of Sun Xiaolu couldn't handle that beast, they were all doomed. They pushed against each other with as much force as they could summon. The ground shook beneath them, and the other students screamed. Sun Xiaolu stated that she had only been training for 2 years and was already at the peak of qi refining, but he, in contrast, was proudly flaunting being stuck at the early foundation establishment stage for 300 years, which was frankly embarrassing. He cursed at her and demanded to know how she dared. She flinched from the surge of his power. He launched a massive beam of aura and sent her flying. She slammed into the top of a building. Smoke billowed into the sky from the impact. She coughed on the rooftop and remarked on the pain. She stood there, breathless and stunned. The spirit beast acknowledged that trying to bait him into draining the last of his energy was indeed clever, but claimed he still had enough left to deal with her amateur-level foundation establishment, declaring that she, despite being an immortal practitioner, had already lost. Meanwhile, the monsters who had summoned him were swaying as their blood drained away. Lun Bin, wide-eyed, noted that the demonic qi was terrifying. Sun Xiaolu stated that her master always claimed nothing beat a good formation, so if the current one wasn't enough, then he should face one that was stronger. The spirit beast asked what formation she meant. Ran Zihao echoed the question, inquiring if it was something stronger. Anan and Ling Ling also joined in, asking about this other formation. Sun Xiaolu admitted she wasn't sure she could pull it off, but she wouldn't know unless she tried. Ran Zihao and Lan Bin immediately recognized her stance. They identified it as the giant spirit summoning formation. She called forth Hades, Sword King Immortal. The spirit beast demanded to know when she had deployed it. Hades descended from the sky. He replied that he would see for himself. It was a little demonic beast. The spirit beast stood stunned, his eyes nearly forcing their way out of their sockets. Sun Xiaolu's classmates froze in place. The blonde reporter and the mechanic eye both jolted with surprise. On the streets, bystanders wiped sweat from their foreheads in stiff silence. Leaders from the other academies muttered that the cultivation class had gone way too far and labeled them a pack of assholes. Anon grumbled that Sun Xiaolu had to die, while Ling Ling commented that she couldn't be allowed to grow any stronger. At the center of the chaos, Hades turned to the spirit beast and demanded whether it truly intended to act insolently before his king. The spirit beast blinked rapidly and questioned if he was truly the legendary sword immortal of the netherworld, which hit with the force of Gojo Satoru, dropping into the middle of an exam hall. He cursed under his breath and conceded defeat to the immortal cultivator. Sun Xiaolu called out to Hades and accused the spirit beast of trying to escape. Hades turned to it again and questioned whether fleeing was truly its plan. He drew his sword. He raised it toward the sky. He brought it down without hesitation. The spirit beast roared a curse. Hades drove his blade into the heart of the city. The spirit beast launched itself out of the blast radius at full speed and cried out for the Lord Demon Emperor's aid. The city detonated. Smoke billowed high above the wreckage. Lun Bin and Ran Zihao stared wide-eyed. The onlookers stood frozen in the same stunned awe. Where once there had been a city, only a colossal crater remained. The Superman Academy's leader in gray trembled, tears welling up as they muttered something about their house. Lun Bin remarked that Hades was clearly talented in destruction. Ran Zihao added that it was probably fine, since their homes were on the opposite side of town, brushing it off like a casual bystander in a Dragon Ball episode watching a city get erased from the map. Anan and Ling Ling were left completely dumbfounded. Overhead, monsters began falling out of the sky. Ran Zihao remarked that they had been obliterated in one strike. They plummeted alongside the weapon used to summon the spirit beast. None of them stirred as they hit the ground. Hades turned toward them and questioned why they would gang up on a disciple of their so-called celestial deities sect. Sun Xiaolu fixated on the enormous pit in front of her. She let out a curse and muttered that it was incredibly deep. She contacted Hades and accused him of going too far, pointing out that he had burned through all her spiritual energy with that attack. Hades replied that it was merely a basic swing, and that the fact she could summon him with such a low cultivation level already proved her remarkable potential. He noted that if Yansen had seen this, he would have smiled with pride. She reflected that the formation probably shouldn't be used again until she reached at least the peak of Foundation establishment, as she now couldn't even lift a finger. Then something clicked. She turned to Hades and questioned why he was still present. He remained at the crater's edge without reacting. He replied that she clearly hadn't realized she was already in danger. She repeated the words back, unsure. He confirmed it. Two powerful forces in the far northern reaches of her world had begun to radiate an overwhelming killing intent. Their fury was locked directly onto her. Anan and Ling Ling radiated killing intent while watching the competition unfold on the screen. Sun Xiaolu turned to Hades and pressed if he meant they were demons too, and if they had already taken one down, then it shouldn't be an issue to eliminate the rest. Hades dismissed her assumption. She froze. He clarified that if they released their killing intent in front of her, she would be annihilated instantly, as they operated on a completely different level. He didn't need to explain their strength, since she barely registered as a speck of dust in their perception. She inquired whether the gap was truly that vast, but he chuckled and remarked that she need not worry, since he was still there to shield her. She admitted she had regressed to the Qi refinement realm and could no longer provide him with enough Qi for another strike, nor did she possess the strength to escape. Still, she sensed the formation remained active, feeding her spiritual energy. Recognition struck. Hades remained solidly in place and showed no sign of fading. She questioned whether he was sacrificing his lifespan to maintain the formation. He confirmed it, adding that he still had several thousand years left to burn through, and if anything befell her, Yansen would flay him alive. As long as he kept her safe, he could beg for 1,000,000 years of vitality, and Yansen would gladly hand it over. She started to argue, but he brushed it aside and asked if she had a better solution. She wondered if he could break through the spatial seals ahead. He plunged his sword into the ground. He commented that it was elementary, manageable with his pinky finger, while juggling a Sudoku and an episode of One Piece. She asked if he could extract Yansen from it. He replied that it probably wouldn't work. She pressed him for a reason, and he countered by asking if she really believed Yansen needed rescuing. He figured the guy was likely enjoying himself inside. A reverse spatial seal had been placed on the outside, one only he could bypass. She then asked what their next move should be. He instructed her to leave it to him. Her master would likely emerge soon, already aware that he couldn't win as things stood, so until then, he would need assistance. She prompted him for the source. He revealed that the help was sealed inside one of the spatial prisons. Meanwhile, 001 crashed to the ground, battered and gasping. Gugudas cackled at the sight. He called on his father, mother, grandparents, great-grandfathers, and ancestors, asking if they could witness the scene. After all these centuries, watching a hero brought so low would have delighted them had they still been alive. The Rainbow Rangers remained stunned. 001 muttered that he had been crying for nearly 30 minutes, and as he asked if Gugudas was finished, Gugudas apologized mockingly, claiming that years of torment made the moment of redemption overwhelming. The heroes would not escape that day, and summoning the strange beast, he commanded it to finish them off. The creature gathered energy in its maw, readying an attack. 001 told them to bring it on and urged the others to leave. But the system flagged an alert that it could not absorb solar radiation and energy reserves were depleted. Gugudas burst out laughing and declared the heroes doomed. Hades suddenly burst onto the battlefield. Gugudas swore. Smirking with renewed confidence, he lunged at him. The strange beast howled in agony as Hades kicked it in the face. Addressing 001 as his brother, he remarked that he had grown soft. The strange beast's face had twisted grotesquely after Hades broke through the space seal and kicked it. The Rainbow Rangers demanded how the bastard managed to get in. Hades soared towards 001. 001 blinked in confusion. They had broken through the space seal. As they returned to the real world, Hades landed on his feet, while 001 slammed into the ground face first. 001 cursed and snapped that he didn't need help. Hades remarked that without him, he'd already be dead. Meanwhile, Ranzihao squinted and wondered if it was Master Hades, while Gray tilted his head and noted the presence of the ancient Super Mecha 001. On the other side, the people stood frozen, and not in the sanitized award show type of stunned. Meanwhile, the blonde reporter couldn't even form words. In outer space, the strange beast emerged from the space seal. Ranzihao questioned what that thing was, while Gray speculated whether it counted as a monster. On the other side, the blonde reporter turned to the Mechanici, and inquired whether it belonged to its species. Meanwhile, Hades mocked that his brother was pitifully weak and wondered aloud if he couldn't even handle that runt. But 001 retorted with a dry inquiry about who this so-called brother was and remarked that if solar radiation weren't blocked, he would have flattened it already. Once they dealt with the beast, they could settle things between themselves, and Hades muttered that he was ready whenever. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yansen brawled with Gugukas and Gugunaka. The pair hovered at the edge of the sealed space. Gugunaka shouted for help, and as Gugukas cried out for his mother and pleaded to go home, Gugunaka yelled over the chaos to ask what kind of spatial seal this was and how he had managed to trap them inside, but Gugukas stammered that he had no clue. On the other side, the spirit of a demon emperor's weapon begged Yansen to back off and insisted that he genuinely had no idea where the heavenly domain was. He bolted at full speed and zipped through the sealed space. Lan Chi-Chi stayed silent, dangling in Yansen's grasp. She dryly commented that he kept maiming the guy, healing him, and doing it again, and asked if he didn't think that was a bit much. He deflected with a rhetorical jab and explained that back in the heavenly domain as a kid, he never killed anyone in battle, just left them permanently broken. She replied that he was right, clearly the living portrait of compassion, but privately wondered if he was completely deranged, and maybe those poor bastards would have preferred dying. Yansen narrowed his eyes and challenged the spirit again, accusing him of reeking with guilt while still pretending not to know. The spirit repeated his plea, insisting on his ignorance. He scanned his surroundings and froze in alarm. Yansen loomed ahead and struck him hard across the face. He crashed to the floor. Yansen drove his foot into the spirit's face. He warned this would be the last chance to give a real answer. And Lan Chi-Chi commented that spilling the truth might be a wise move. But the spirit whimpered that he truly didn't know anything, claiming he was just a low-tier demon beast, and asked why Yansen couldn't believe him. Lan Chi-Chi noted that the crying had become so hysterical he was practically drowning in it, so maybe the idiot genuinely had nothing. The spirit sniffled and assumed it was over. To his shock, Yansen increased the pressure against his face. The force split the ground. Yansen radiated pure fury, final arc Vegeta vibes humming like a personal omen. Ugudas muttered that they were bastards, and he had been so close, so the offense could not be forgiven. Hades and 001 remained near the hole. Gugudas commanded the strange beast to eliminate them all. It launched its attack toward Earth. Gugudas insisted that not a single one should be spared. Hades commented that if 001 lacked the strength to fight, he should stay out of the way. The strange beast's assault barreled down toward the surface at terrifying speed. Hades kicked it back upward. It soared into space. A massive explosion followed. The strange beast inquired whether he was a sword immortal from the underworld. Gugudas ordered it to ignore the man and destroy everything. The strange beast let out a roar. It unleashed several beams at Earth. Gugudas noted that he finally had enough blood to work with, so they should proceed cautiously. But Hades challenged him, demanding whether he truly believed he could be ignored. He targeted each beam the strange beast fired. He diverted all of them away from Earth. Down below, Ran Zihao warned that it had become too dangerous. Back in the sky, the strange beast acknowledged that the sword immortal belonged to a realm beyond his, meaning he was not a match. Gugudas announced they would self-destruct and bring their enemies with them. He confirmed that as long as they drew breath, the Lord Demon Emperor could still save them. Hades narrowed his eyes when he noticed their intent. Gugudas dared him to try because any contact would guarantee mutual destruction. The students below remarked that they were cowards, but the strange beast was already overwhelmed by the energy it had consumed. Meanwhile, 001 reported that the core replenishment process had finished. It was finally complete. A surge of energy erupted from him, splitting the ground with raw force. The students flinched at the sudden shockwave. Civilians were also stunned. Even the strange beast took notice. Gugudas turned toward him. Hades, too, fixed his gaze on the figure. His body now radiated electric energy so fierce it resembled Super Saiyan Blue taken to a violent extreme. The strange beast observed his ascension. Gugudas proclaimed he had reached full power. He ordered their erasure. The blonde reporter and Mechanic Eye froze in awe. The students reacted the same way. The strange beast howled. Hades responded that he would not allow it, but 001 unleashed a devastating beam. Hades twisted aside just in time. The blast shot skyward at blinding speed. The strange beast let out a pained cry as it took the hit. Guguda screamed and hurled curses at the heroes. The strange beast vanished into nothingness. The beam remained visible, still searing through outer space. 001 scoffed. Gugudas plummeted back toward Earth. 001 remarked that this was payback for the earlier beating. Hades remained frozen. Sun Xiaolu mirrored his silence. Hades concluded that maybe 001 was not so bad after all. 001 replied that he earned a pass too, so they might as well settle their scores. But Hades waved it off, remarking that there were bigger threats to handle. Elsewhere, Anon and Ling Ling were still in the northern hemisphere with the two monsters. They stood in silence. Anon drew her sword, prepared for whatever final boss idiocy was coming next. The people celebrated. They laughed and declared that they won. One of them remarked that it was awesome because he truly believed they were going to die, to which another agreed. They cheered for the Ninja Academy and the Immortal School. Sun Xiaolu frowned at them in exasperation. On the other hand, the sky remained clear in the northern hemisphere. Anon unsheathed her sword. The two monsters flinched in alarm. They were blown away as she leapt into the sky. In an instant, she appeared behind Hades with her sword fully drawn. Hades groaned in pain as a fresh cut opened across his body. Sun Xiaolu reacted. No. 001 failed to register what just happened. Hades coughed up blood. The students all froze in shock. The people stood with mouths hanging open. The blonde reporter and Mechanic Eye mirrored the same reaction, synchronized like two background NPCs witnessing Saitama punch a god. Sun Xiaolu called out to Hades. She demanded to know what just happened. 001 checked if he was okay. He supported his weight and helped him stay upright. He blinked in surprise. He spotted Anon and Ling Ling standing in the distance. The people began asking who they were. The kid watching on TV blinked in disbelief. They asked who they were and where they came from. And another commented that they had never seen them before. The people marveled at their strength. Another blurted out gibberish from sheer shock. 001 cursed and declared that they were definitely not human. And as he demanded to know what they were, Hades muttered that they were greater demonic beasts. He coughed, and Sun Xiaolu asked if he was all right. He replied that he was fine, so she should just stay put. She muttered that they were bastards and declared that she was about to release the formation, but Hades told her to stop it, because lifting the spell would get her killed instantly. She tried to reason with him, but he argued that they came for her, and they couldn't let them succeed. So she should stop worrying and stay back. Ling Ling asked if they were playing hide-and-seek, channeling chaotic toddler energy with the power level of a final boss. The four of them stood in a face-off. Suddenly, Anon launched forward. A dark look clouded her face as she flew at Hades. Sun Xiaolu shouted a warning. 001 challenged Anon, accusing her of still trying to harm Hades. There was no way she would get past him. But Ling Ling suddenly lifted her index finger. She gestured and pulled it downward through the air. 0001 groaned in pain. A crushing force slammed him into the ground. Ranzihao blinked in surprise. Dust across the city scattered in gusts. Hu Mengqi struggled to keep her footing. Meanwhile, the leader of the Superman Academy and Gray were hurled back. On the other hand, the force pinning 001 was so powerful that it cracked the ground beneath him. The crowd watching the live footage gawked in shock. Their eyes bulged out anime style, complete with imaginary sound effects and a reaction cut in. 001 lay immobilized. Bamboo Red called out to him. Meanwhile, one of the people questioned how that could be. Another pointed out that she didn't even touch him. Another commented on how effortlessly she did it. As someone cursed and demanded if they were monsters, another countered that he didn't think so. Back at the fight, Anon laughed and glanced over at Ling Ling. She charged again at Hades. Sun Xiaolu cried out for Hades, but he remained doubled over, coughing up blood. Suddenly, photogenic Astroman cut in and declared that it was enough. Anon veered away just in time to avoid his strike. She turned her gaze toward him. He flew at her at breakneck speed. He told her that she should quit it. Sun Xiaolu inquired whether the injuries had recovered and what the deal was with that light. Hades replied it wasn't a light, it was chi. Photogenic Astroman hovered in the sky with practiced ease. The potent beam he launched earlier had been restoring Hades and 001. The crowd commented that it was the world's #1 god class, Photogenic Astroman, which meant the world had been saved, and amid their cheering, one of them suggested he should go ahead and vaporize the enemies. 001 remarked that the bastard had finally bothered to show up. Bamboo Black commented that he didn't remember that jerk having any healing powers. Meanwhile, One of the monsters checked whether Gugudos was alright, while the other mentioned they had brought the Lord Demon Emperor to rescue him. Back at the clash, photogenic Astroman considered that, with Anon's expression, she seemed to be underestimating him. Meanwhile, Anon figured it was yet another exhibitionist. A gun barrel emerged from his index finger. He unleashed a powerful beam at her. The blast was strong enough to shoot into outer space. She grew intrigued once she noticed the bruise forming on her face. He remarked that he knew she was powerful and probably took down Gugos, but he worried she'd be in trouble if she lumped him in with someone like that. Standard overconfident main character routine, lodged somewhere between All Might post-smile and Aizen pre-glasses removal. Anon's bruise healed. She replied that it was fascinating and that he was an amusing one. She called out to Ling Ling and told her to wait a minute and keep an eye on the pair on the ground because she wanted to fight him one-on-one. Ling Ling responded with an alright, but warned her to keep her eyes open because something was off, and Anon confirmed she got the message. Meanwhile, Hades and 001 stood frozen. Back in the battle, Anon commented that he was a pervert and told him to bring it on. Photogenic Astroman chuckled and considered she shouldn't mock his energy extraction outfit, which looked like a rejected Cyan armor prototype. He activated his skill, Full-Powered Blast. 001 remarked that he had gone straight for the kill. Anon inhaled deeply and asked whether he had any other tricks in that world. She commented that it was boring. Photogenic Astroman moved swiftly to dodge his own attack being hurled back at him. He asked her what she made of his other technique. She had no response. She was flipped upside down. She quickly noticed he had shifted behind her. He explained that this was his full power, and he could maintain it for a full year if necessary. Meanwhile, 001 remarked that Hades was an idiot, and they were only dragging things down by sticking around. And Hades replied that he hadn't expected anyone in their world to be standing at the peak of the Golden Orb realm. Back in the fight, photogenic Astroman showered Anon with attacks. The crowd cheered him on and commented that he should punish her and make them all regret crossing them. Meanwhile, 001 asked Hades what a Golden Orb realm even was, and Hades explained it was one of their world's power levels, and his friend over there was only sitting at the top of Hollow Orb with half a foot into Golden Orb. 001 replied that he understood, and Hades confirmed that. Meanwhile, Yansen remained trapped inside the sealed space. He was still fuming. The ground shuddered as he stomped on the spirit. Lan Shichi noted that he should probably stop because the spirit had been completely reduced to dust, and they couldn't even interrogate him anymore. So she asked what they were supposed to do next. He replied that they should leave. The sound of the fight carried with such intensity that it echoed through outer space. Photogenic Astroman landed a punch on Anon. Hades remarked that at the early stage of the Golden Orb realm, one could split mountains and seas with ease, and at its peak, one approached the level of a true immortal. However, since people in their world lacked spiritual energy and relied entirely on physical strength, it was remarkable that a mere mortal could reach the power of a peak hollow orb. It was unexpected, but 001 clarified that he was a robot. Hades considered that whoever he was, he needed to hold on, because every second counted. Back at the fight, photogenic Astroman kicked Anon's body. The people cheered him on, but he questioned why it felt so strange. Anon commented that he could hit harder because she could handle it. He froze in astonishment. He immediately created a wide distance between them. He was already drenched in sweat from the strain. He remarked that it had to be a joke and insisted that it was absolutely impossible. The little girl's strength exceeded everything known in their world. Back then, when Gugos cheated against him, he had been injured while protecting the Earth's core and had no choice but to let him escape. But he reflected that after countless repairs and upgrades over the years, he could now kill him in seconds if he reappeared. Yet he had never expected to face anything that strong. That girl stood far beyond any monster king. He kept his distance from her and refrained from attacking. She provoked him, accusing him of chickening out. He fired back by demanding to know who the real chicken was. He declared that he would show her that in that world, heroes only grew stronger through adversity. His chamber at the superhero headquarters activated. He triggered the emergency power unit. Ranzihao cursed and commented that an earthquake was happening. Anon was amused. Photogenic Astroman used his skill, Intense Eradicating Flashbang, a move loaded with enough self-sabotage to resemble a discarded shonen power-up gone wrong. Hades and 001 were blinded by the light. The people were affected too, so were the blonde reporter and the mechanic eye. Anon remarked that it looked interesting. He should give it a try. Photogenic Astroman groaned in pain as the attack turned on him. He plummeted from the sky. Gray questioned what was happening. His body was wrecked and he struggled to breathe. He inquired whether it had worked. He landed on a rooftop. The students called out to him. Anon noted that it seemed she had gone a little overboard, but she had to acknowledge him as the strongest opponent she had faced on that version of Earth, though it was a shame. Back at headquarters, his system issued repeated warnings that the core was damaged beyond repair. His vital signs dropped rapidly. His vitals flatlined. He lay still, lifeless. Ran Zihao called out to him while the leader of the Superman Academy inquired if he had died. The people watching the broadcast fell silent. They were all struck dumb. Anon remarked that it appeared she was not the only one left disappointed. Photogenic Astroman bragged with absolute confidence that he couldn't die, and he couldn't possibly fall there because he was the #1 in the world, and if he did fall, everything would collapse into ruin. He couldn't afford to lose. Not now, not ever. He gave him his word, solid and unshakable. He begged him, poured every ounce of his will, his strength, urging him to share just a little more, even a single drop. He pressed that he should come on already. A raw, overwhelming surge of energy burst out of him like a tidal wave. Anon watched, genuinely amused by the spectacle. The people observing all around were thrown into confusion. One of the monsters yelled that it was happening, the so-called Tears of Hope and Light of Justice. But the other scoffed, declaring he was already dead and called it pure bullcrap. They both insisted it was absurd, that none of it made any sense at all. Number 001 muttered that those monsters were unbelievable, and as he questioned what nonsense this Light of Justice and Tears of Hope even meant, he remarked they should just call it having faith instead. But Hades snapped back, warning him to stay put if he didn't want to die. Meanwhile, Photogenic Astroman declared that they should move out. Anon cursed under his breath, frustration bleeding through. Across the earth, people poured their energy forward, fueled by desperate hope, determined to defeat her, chanting that heroes were the ones who always pulled through impossible situations. Hades demanded to know what the hell was going on and whether he should jump in. Photogenic Astroman warned that it was coming. The energy he unleashed kept swelling, growing heavier and stronger with every passing moment. Anon started to worry, tension creeping in. Photogenic Astroman finally turned to his friends, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. He declared that giving up wasn't an option. Never. He unleashed a colossal, devastating beam straight at Anon. The blast was so massive that she looked like nothing more than a tiny speck against its brilliance. Ling Ling shouted for her to be careful. Anon's eyes widened as panic surged. There was no way she could dodge in time. Photogenic Astroman roared that she should die. She took the full brunt of his attack, head on. Everything around them dissolved into blinding white from the force of the explosion. The sky itself turned pitch dark as the beam ripped across it. Then, just as suddenly, the beam vanished, and the heavens slowly brightened again. Gray hesitantly asked if it was finally over, while Ran Zihao muttered if they had actually won. Meanwhile, Photogenic Astroman stood there, completely out of breath, shoulders heaving. But Anon? She was only mildly injured and exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Everyone froze, stunned beyond belief. She laughed, exhilarated, admitting it was incredible because that strike had reached at least the true immortal level. And if it weren't for her protective artifacts, she'd probably be shredded and barely clinging to life. It fascinated her endlessly. He wasn't just pushing immortal level power while still being mortal, but he had actually clawed his way back from death itself. So no wonder those little creatures were frantic. Because with that monster around, there was no way in hell they could ever hope to win. Photogenic Astroman cursed bitterly, admitting that was everything he had left. She smirked faintly and told him that in her world, there was a saying, if one can't beat someone, they shouldn't fight them. It was known as the Immortal's Law. Anon gathered her energy with a wild surge and spun it fiercely around her torso. It spiraled downward, wrapping tightly around her legs in restless motion. She unleashed her immortal arts, Rising Phoenix, without a hint of hesitation. She grinned wickedly as she stretched her arms wide, commanding the fiery phoenix with precision. Ran Zihao and Gray pressed her about what it was. Yurong spat a curse while Gray blurted out if it was some kind of bird. Ran Zihao declared sharply that it was the Immortal's way. The phoenix flared magnificently, wings beating like thunder and its tail cutting arcs of light. Photogenic Astroman snapped that Anon was a bastard. His strength was nearly drained to the brink. She mocked him coolly, telling him to let her send him off properly. She thrust the phoenix forward, aiming it straight at him. It launched like a blazing spear, ripping through the air at terrifying speed. Number 001 cried out that he was doomed, insisting he wouldn't recover from the injuries and that they should save him now. But Ling Ling shot back coldly that they had no luxury to waste worrying about others. She detonated her own overwhelming energy and hurled an attack at them. Ran Zihao and Lan Bin's nerves spiked as they panicked over Sun Xiaolu. Sun Xiaolu screamed, bracing herself against the incoming force. The audience muttered that this was the end, utterly convinced of it. Meanwhile, the Phoenix bore down on photogenic Astroman without slowing. He groaned through clenched teeth, frozen in place, unable to evade. Out of nowhere, a colossal sword plummeted from the heavens. It slammed into the heart of the city with earth-shattering force. It landed right in front of Number 001 and Hades, shielding them from Ling Ling's deadly strike. Number 001 shouted, demanding to know what that monstrous sword was. At the same time, the Phoenix was about to annihilate photogenic Astroman. Yansen abruptly appeared before him without warning. He fixed his sharp gaze on the Phoenix, unblinking and calm. With a single contemptuous strike, he slapped the Phoenix square across the face, stunning it instantly. He scoffed under his breath and dismissed it as boring. The Phoenix lost consciousness and crashed violently at the city's outskirts. Anon stood there in pure shock, her eyes bulging as if ready to pop. Ling Ling muttered in disbelief, questioning how such a thing was possible. Ran Zihao broke into a relieved laugh, declaring that it was their master. Yansen remarked flatly that even after ascending to immortality, they were still as cheeky as ever. There was a heavy silence hanging up in the sky. Photogenic Astroman just stood there, utterly floored, staring blankly at Yansen right in front of him. He blurted out, asking if he was actually black-robed Superman Yansen, and when Yansen confirmed with a casual closeness, he quickly muttered a thanks, earning a flat, "You're welcome" in return. Someone nearby whispered in awe about him being the world's second rank, while another murmured that he had come to rescue them. But Yansen brushed past it and turned sharply, telling Lan Qiqi to unhand him already, prompting her to stiffly admit he was right before apologizing under her breath. Without another word, she leaped straight off the nearest building. Anon and Ling Ling remained frozen where they stood, still shocked beyond words. Yansen's gaze shifted toward them. Anon pressed out a shaky question, wondering if he was actually an immortal, and saying he definitely wasn't at the Foundation establishment, and Ling Ling immediately agreed, insisting she was dead certain he stood at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Anon spat that he was a bastard and claimed she already knew it, while Ling Ling snapped out a curse. Anon went on, declaring that from the oppressive power and aura Yansen had just unleashed, he had to be at least a peak nascent soul cultivator. Yet there was something deeply chaotic about him that didn't line up with anyone they'd seen before. It felt more like he had used some dangerous, profound, nascent soul secret art, and Ling Ling pointed out sharply that if he was really at the peak, they never had a chance against him anyway, so she shouldn't act like it was no big deal. Then her brows furrowed when she noticed Anon discreetly tracing a gesture across her back. Meanwhile, one of the bystanders shouted that the world's second rank was there to save them, and another urged everyone to send him their energy. Yansen grimaced, disgust flashing across his face, and with a swift motion he smacked away the so-called light of justice without a hint of hesitation. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Yansen finally snarled, demanding that the demons cough up the location of the heavenly domain because he was in a hurry to take revenge on those old bastards, warning them that if they dared dump him anywhere else, he'd string them up naked when he got back. Ling Ling muttered that they had no idea. Anon, keeping her voice low, warned Ling Ling that if she told him now, he'd definitely try to kill them on the spot. And since the two of them were only early nascent soul cultivators, there was no way they could take on someone at peak nascent soul. She suggested a safer play. He should let them go, and she'd send him a letter later via demonic pigeon with the information. Yansen immediately rejected that outright. Ling Ling tried again, saying she'd explain it differently, claiming that even if he stood at the peak, the two of them together could still seriously injure him if they worked in unison. He narrowed his eyes, unconvinced, and told her to cut the games and hurry it up. She snapped at him, calling him a stubborn jerk, and demanding to know what part he couldn't wrap his head around. Then she abruptly shifted and told him, fine, all right, he should look because that right there was the heavenly domain. He blinked and asked where exactly it was. Without missing a beat, she barked that they should split up. He coldly questioned if they were actually trying to run. Yansen blurred into motion. He shot straight toward the city center. Then his voice rumbled as he invoked his technique, Immortal Arts, Golden Jail. An enormous array unfolded across the sky above him, shimmering with power. He forced a surge of energy into it, and multiple dense layers of the array manifested far beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Anon and Ling Ling found themselves instantly trapped inside the blazing golden prison. Their faces dropped as they realized there was no way out. Anon glared up and called out, demanding if Yansen honestly thought they were afraid of him. She snapped that if they couldn't run, then they wouldn't. Fine, they'd fight, and she'd show him exactly whether they were scared or not. Yansen's tone turned sharp and cold as he mocked her for not shedding tears until she saw the coffin, warning that since she refused to reveal where the heavenly domain was, he'd just have to drag it out the hard way. He raised his hand and with brutal focus he unleashed his soul search. Ling Ling casually brought up the soul search while Anon threw out a sharp claim that he was a son of a witch. He came off as a wicked bastard, no hesitation there. On the other side, Hades announced with blunt finality that it was time for him to leave, since he had already burned through nearly 800 years of his lifespan, which left Sun Xiaolu stunned. He reassured her that she was safe for now, but reminded her she couldn't afford to drop her guard, warning that as an immortal, vigilance was her constant companion. He added that she should remember to ask Yansen to replenish his vitality later. She agreed without hesitation. He then told her to watch carefully because this was a real clash between immortals, the kind of rare battle that could shape her growth if she learned from it. Scenes like this were almost impossible to witness even in the heavenly domain. With that, Hades vanished, and Sun Xiaolu plummeted toward the ground. Ran Zihao and Lan Bin shouted her name in worry, but Hu Mengqi snapped at them, demanding if yelling was all those idiots knew how to do. She swooped in and caught Sun Xiaolu mid-fall. Hu Mengqi checked on her, asking if she was okay. Sun Xiaolu assured her that she was fine. Back in the fight, Yansen released a torrent of dark auras entwined with vibrant, colorful strands at his fingertips. He declared that it was time to begin. Ling Ling immediately tensed, her instincts flaring. Meanwhile, Anon barked out a challenge, daring him to come closer. Yansen didn't hesitate and charged straight at them. Ling Ling called out to Anon, pointing out that Yansen was already right there, and this wasn't the time for jokes. Unbothered, Anon unleashed her energy, summoning her immortal art skill. Ling Ling intercepted Yansen's attack head-on, while Anon redirected her power skyward. The sky instantly darkened as an overwhelming surge of energy built up, culminating in a devastating beam that tore upward. She activated her technique, 9 Celestial Birds, Heavenly Phoenix Canopy, and declared that she was about to scorch his entire world. Nearby, Ran Zihao kept shouting that it was unbearably hot, frantically calling for help, while Lan Bin groaned that he was about to be roasted alive like a pig. In the distance, the once blooming flowers shriveled, and the serene blue sky turned pitch black. The ground split apart under the crushing heat, flames licking at the cracks. At that same moment, photogenic Astroman's system blared a warning that critical temperature levels had been reached. He groaned in agony as smoke curled off his skin, his body already baking under the pressure. He cursed at the unbearable heat, demanding to know what kind of monster he was even up against. Overhead, the blinding light intensified, pumping out even more scorching heat. Photogenic Astroman groaned sharply in pain while trying to desperately shield himself from the suffocating heat with his arm. Yansen grew puzzled when he caught sight of his struggle. He spotted the tree below already withered, and the ground smoking under the relentless waves of heat. He swiftly grabbed Ling Ling's leg, the one she had just used to block him. She cursed instantly, caught completely off guard. She barked out a harsh refusal and then screamed in frustration. He hurled her straight toward a nearby building without hesitation. She smashed through it and burst out from the other side in a violent crash. He rushed over to where she landed and snatched her leg again. She was so dizzy now that incoherent noises spilled from her lips. She demanded that he put her down, but he retorted that a naughty child deserved proper punishment. She lashed out, calling him an immortal cultivator bastard, pig, smelly idiot, and rascal, and he warned that every swear word meant an extra spank. Out of nowhere, Anon declared she would barbecue his entire world. He instantly caught the surge of powerful rays she was unleashing. Without pause, he triggered his immortal art skill. He clenched his fist and thrust it into the air with force. Following his command, the tides of the earth roared and rose, forming colossal waves taller than the surrounding buildings. Lan Bin couldn't hold back a vicious curse at the sight. The towering waves gathered under perfect control. They shaped themselves into immense, tower-like torrents. Water dragons took form, all looming far outside the Earth's boundary. Back on the planet, the seas themselves drained away. The blonde reporter gawked, declaring that even the great oceans were gone. Yansen then unleashed his sea dragons gathering, Among the crowd, one person cursed openly, while another muttered that this was already a lot better than before. The massive sea dragons roared ferociously. Yansen drove them straight toward the Phoenix. The Phoenixes, blazing with power, charged right back at them, set for an earth-shaking collision. Everything flashed pure white as the opposing forces clashed. Steam exploded outward, blasting away everyone near the impact zone. Moments later, the blinding steam began to thin and the sky cleared gradually. Ran Zihao asked if this meant it had to be over, and Gray muttered that he hoped so. Yet one onlooker shouted that it wasn't done. Another questioned why he was still so strong without even using their energy, and another complained that it made no sense, wondering aloud if this wasn't supposed to be the last chapter already. Meanwhile, the steam still hung thickest where the powers had collided. The silhouettes of Anan and Yansen slowly emerged as the haze dispersed. He warned her that he would ask again since it wasn't too late for her to reveal the truth, but she spat back a defiant never, vowing she'd rather die than speak. Suddenly, Ling Ling snapped that he should release her. She slashed at him from behind with her sword. To her shock, the blade shattered instantly. She reeled, baffled that not even a scratch marked him, not even the faintest stain, let alone the fact that he could mortally wound the spirit of a refined demonic sword forged from the core of a transformed demonic beast, something she couldn't comprehend. But then, the realization finally crashed over her. She declared that he was absolutely no nascent soul cultivator. He belonged to the infant soul realm. Ling Ling remarked that Yansen was no nascent soul realm, so it was basically finished. He reminded her that he had already handed her a chance. He triggered his skill, break, and the air itself seemed to quiver. The sky went black in an instant, and vicious lightning tore through the clouds. A single bolt slammed down into the city, setting off a chorus of screams. At the same time, Lan Chi lay sprawled on a rooftop, muttering that the sensation felt way too familiar. Anan and Ling Ling shrieked as they hit the ground hard. Ling Ling declared that he was a grand immortal, fusing his divine soul with his Jindan in that moment. The surge of energy exploded outward, swallowing the city in its storm. She muttered that a grand immortal like that was a once-in-8-lifetime sight, not even in the heavenly domain or the greater worlds, and wondered aloud how they had the rotten luck to run into one in such a tiny realm. She demanded to know how fate could treat them that miserably. Tears streaked her cheeks as she tried to hurl curses at him. Meanwhile, Lan Chi snapped at everyone to listen, warning that if they didn't want to end up hospitalized, they'd better not look up or stand. Otherwise, they'd be heading straight for the ICU. Ran Zihao retorted that they weren't idiots, and she didn't need to spell it out, but Gray muttered that he'd still see if he could get up. Down on the street, a spectator yelled to ask how far they were from Yansen, and another hollered it was half a planet away, prompting someone else to swear about how terrifying that was, while another wailed for his mommy. Back in the battle, Anan struggled to push herself upright. Ling Ling urged that it was too dangerous and she should stay put, but Anan gritted that she wouldn't bow down. Yansen coldly pressed if she intended to resist. Ling Ling urged her once more to stop. Yansen snapped his fingers and the pressure around Anan multiplied until her tears burned red. She slammed into the ground, crushed beneath the force. The weight of it was monstrous. The planet itself shuddered beneath the strain. It drifted through outer space, and it had already veered far from its orbit. Mechanic Eye cursed that the Earth had slipped off its path, and the blonde reporter burst out swearing too. He muttered that, scientifically, if the Earth left its orbit, sea levels would rise, the planet would freeze into a massive ice sphere, and the other planets would get knocked off balance from gravity. Because of the gravitational mess, the rest of the solar system might start slipping out of orbit and crashing into one another. Ran Zihao addressed Yansen as an old man, then quickly corrected himself, calling him master instead, and complaining that he was being way too overkill. Yansen hovered silent in the sky, unmoved. A bystander whispered if he was some kind of god, and another muttered how horrifying he was. Sun Xiaolu remarked that the book hadn't exaggerated. This was exactly what it meant about a grand immortal capable of wiping out countless worlds, and Hu Mengqi asked whether they wouldn't reach that level themselves someday. The world went still for a breath. Yansen then descended toward the ground to confront Anan directly. She spat that she would never bow to him. Ling Ling turned to Anan, her tone clipped but weary, saying that it was enough, and she had already given everything she could. But he replied that it wasn't over yet. Yansen descended before her in a slow, deliberate motion. She declared that she would never kneel to an immortal again, no matter the consequence. She drew power into her palm, energy crackling in quiet defiance. Hu Mengqi remarked that knowing their master's temperament, if she revealed the location of the heavenly domain, he would likely stop. So she demanded why they were being so stubborn. And Sun Xiaolu commented that the book mentioned demons might fight like legends, but heed no one's words. And the stronger they were, the less control anyone had over them, as force alone did nothing. Gray questioned if their teacher even possessed the ability to transform, and both Ran Zihao and Lan Bin replied that their master had always been that way. Back in the fight, Anan sat unmoving, the silence heavy. She looked at Yansen and pressed if he truly wanted to know where the heavenly domain lay. He stayed wordless. She declared that if that was his desire, then she would stake her life on never letting him find it. She turned the gathered energy on herself, striking without hesitation. Yet Yansen showed no reaction. Everyone else froze, disbelief tightening the air. Sun Xiaolu and Hu Mengqi couldn't form words. Ling Ling cried out Anan's name. She vowed that they would never be apart. Sun Xiaolu muttered that she was gone. Anan remained seated unmoving. The light in her eyes had vanished completely. Photogenic Astroman stiffened in shock as well, but Yansen stayed silent, suspended above. Expression unreadable. Energy rippled from him, wild and consuming, but still, he voiced nothing. Ling Ling demanded if it was the origin Yuan Qi and how he managed to wield it. Yansen lifted his hand. Time folded backward, and everything unraveled into its untouched state. The planet's orbit reset, flawless once again. The crushing force he had placed on Anan dissolved like it never was. Confusion clouded Anan's face as consciousness returned to her. At that same instant, Gray once again asked if their teacher could even transform, and both Ran Zihao and Lan Bin repeated that their master had always been that way. They exchanged uncertain looks, and Ran Zihao pressed if they hadn't just said the same thing moments ago. Back at the battlefield, Anan's body quivered, her mind tangled in disbelief. She stared at her hands. She murmured that she remembered dying and questioned how such a thing could be. Ling Ling explained it was the Tao of the Void, a command over space and time, a reversal of reality itself. Yansen remarked that Anan was stubborn. However, he couldn't allow her death before she revealed the heavenly domain's location, and that trying to die would only make her suffering worse. It was then Ling Ling understood that before one with absolute power, death offered no release, only a longer torment until use was exhausted. She fell into stunned silence, stripped of resistance. Meanwhile, Yansen stepped toward Anan. He laid his hand upon her head, cold and unyielding. She trembled, powerless and afraid. Photogenic Astroman muttered that what stood before them was death itself. Yansen performed a soul search on Anan. He found himself standing in a tranquil courtyard. Ling Ling and Anan appeared as children. They were with their parents, and their home radiated warmth and joy. Her mother laughed brightly as Anan stumbled toward her with wobbly steps. Moments later, Yansen drifted into an inn where one man mentioned hearing that 2 princesses had been born in the northern demon tribe, already in human form, demonic immortals from the start, and another man cheered that it was glorious news for them. But the first one muttered that the demon race could soon eclipse the human race, while the other murmured that 2 such immortals could flatten the entire mortal realm with ease. Someone else added that all the sects and local cultivators had banded together to kill those demon girls before they matured, though truthfully, they just wanted to seize the girls' inner cores to forge their own immortality. Back in the demon tribe, a cultivator grumbled that no one should blame them for cruelty. It was simply the cost of being weak. The tribe burned in roaring flames. The head magistrate and the 2 princesses fled toward a bridge by a cliff. Suddenly, Anan stumbled and fell. The head magistrate barked that he had no time left to live, ordering the general to save the young misses. He snapped, demanding why the man hesitated, warning that if either mistress lost her inner core, he'd bear the blame, so he should move fast. Yansen hovered above, watching the general dash frantically through the inferno with the princesses in tow. He observed the desperate escape with sharp focus. Anan cried out, calling for her father and mother. Out of nowhere, countless immortal teleportation arrays flared to life and immortals descended from the skies. They announced that the greater demon stood before them. The general told the princesses to keep running and never look back, but Anan begged him not to leave. He confessed that he couldn't go any farther and urged them to stay safe. He set them by the bridge and charged at the immortals. He shouted for them to come at him. An immortal struck him down instantly without lifting a hand. He fell lifeless. Meanwhile, Anan and Ling Ling tried to cross the bridge, but the immortals shattered it. They plunged into the rushing river below. Yansen muttered that it was no wonder they were so stubborn. That was how Anon and Ling Ling's bright world crumbled apart. They were hurled onto another planet, where Ling Ling trembled and said it was frightening. She asked Anon where they were, but Anon admitted she didn't know, and Ling Ling whimpered that she wanted to go home. The two screamed and ran as a beast tore after them. Later they wandered through a vast desert alone. Ling Ling crafted 102 dolls while Anon forged weapons beside her. Again the beast found them and gave chase. Years slipped by, and when the two grew stronger, they finally struck down the monster that had stalked them for so long. Together, they departed that forsaken world. Back in the present, Yansen ended the soul search. He swore bitterly in frustration. Ling Ling demanded how that could even be real. The other students stood frozen. The audience stayed silent in disbelief. Photogenic Astroman mirrored their stunned reaction. Ling Ling questioned if it had been a soul search, with no damage to the soul at all. Yansen retorted that if she didn't understand, she should admit it, and demanded why she would endure such torment. He ordered them to leave, declaring that he never wanted to see them again. Anon froze, startled. He warned them to vanish before he regretted sparing them. Yansen turned his back against Anon with an easy air, as though the whole mess bored him beyond words. Ling Ling tossed a sharp look his way and pressed if he was honestly planning to let them walk free. Just like that. He fired back with a lazy tone, asking why, and whether she actually wanted to stay forever instead. She froze, her pulse thudding because his question landed like a stone. He remarked that they shouldn't forget to make up for all the wreckage they had caused. One of the monsters piped up, claiming he'd cover the cost and that they could take everything, while another muttered about another truck waiting behind. One of the judges insisted that was plenty, but they still urged to take it all, saying they'd keep pushing till they did. Meanwhile, Photogenic Astroman barked that they couldn't let them slip away. Ling Ling clutched Anon's arm and urged him to move fast. They grabbed the monsters near the judge's table with wild energy. In a flash, they soared beyond the city limits. They leapt from rooftop to rooftop in quick bursts, like sparks across the skyline. Photogenic Astroman snapped that Yansen shouldn't just stand there and demanded if he understood the fallout of his actions. He warned that they were far too powerful, stronger than even the King of Kings, and if left unchecked, they'd bring ruin on everyone. As far as he could see, they could crush the entire planet without breaking a sweat. Yansen answered with calm confidence that he supposed he could do the same, and if the time ever came, he'd take care of it himself. Photogenic Astroman admitted he knew Yansen was strong, but he pressed about what came next. He questioned what would happen when they returned long after this generation faded, pointing out that they looked younger than their own students and would surely surpass the next line. But Yansen replied that he trusted his disciples and planned to outlive them all anyway. Photogenic Astroman demanded to know how that was even possible. Yansen replied simply that it was because he was an immortal emperor. Photogenic Astroman stood speechless, completely thrown. Ling Ling and Anon, on the other hand, went wide-eyed when the words hit. The students nearby gaped in the same stunned silence. Ling Ling and Anon were so rattled they both smashed straight into a rooftop. Anon groaned, calling for Ling Ling and urging her to help because she felt her legs give out beneath her. To her shock, Ling Ling lay knocked out cold right beside her. Meanwhile, Yansen gazed up at the endless sky with a faint ache of homesickness clinging to him. And so, the monster hunting competition came to its close. And thanks to Yansen's final act, tilting the planet's course, twisting time's stream, and reshaping fate itself, the Alliance swore to skip the event for at least the next decade. Even though the various academies carried their monsters back home, no victor could be named because of the demon's interference. A month later, the world had shifted beyond recognition. Photogenic Astroman's statue had been swapped out for Yansen's. Since father using his divine sense to notice and destroy them, Ling Ling conceded and asked what they should do now, and Anon proposed that they just go straight up and kneel before him as their teacher. Ling Ling murmured that he was an emperor and admitted she was terrified. Anon teased her, asking what she was scared of, saying he doesn't eat demons anyway. By then, Yansen had already caught their presence. They were crouching quietly on a rooftop nearby. Anon nudged her and asked if she wanted to count to 3, and Ling Ling agreed. They counted to 3 and declared it was time to go. In a blink, both appeared inside Yansen's room. Anon opened her mouth to make their request, but before she could finish, they were hurled straight out the window. They landed right in a garbage truck. The truck rolled off down the street. Ling Ling groaned that at least they were still alive, while Anon complained that she didn't even get to see him before being tossed out. Meanwhile, Yansen found the whole thing bizarre. A bit later, he was walking down the street with the two of them tailing him. Spotting them, he rose into the air and darted away. The distance between them grew in an instant. They bolted after him with wide strides, doing their best to stay discreet. When Yansen glanced back at the corner, they ducked out of sight. Ling Ling whispered if they'd been spotted, and Anan replied no, since there was no stir in his divine sense. Then her brow furrowed when they peeked again. They wondered where he'd gone. They crept forward to chase after him, clueless that they were stepping into a trap. Their legs snapped upward, tangled tight. They yelled that it was the demon catching rope. They cried out that it hurt and begged for help, but Yansen warned flatly that this was the final warning. They needed to stop following him. Not long after, they trudged back to their home, lost somewhere in the wilderness. One of the monsters asked what was wrong with the demon lords, and another muttered he had no idea. The other grunted that they should just drop it if they wanted to stay alive longer. The sisters sat sulking, dragging a stick along the dirt. And so, the days rolled on. At the Immortal Cultivation School, the students announced it was time for class. Inside Yansen's classroom, everyone greeted each other politely. One student asked Lu about his winter break. Lu replied it was good and mentioned that ever since the end of the competition, he felt close to drawing qi into his body that year. But another student laughed that with his talent, it would take 20 more years to pull that off. Meanwhile, another student poked Ran Zihao about what he was doing, and he admitted he still hadn't finished his homework. The bell chimed. Yansen faced the class and stated that the holidays were over, and he hoped they'd focus this semester so they could all reach immortality soon. He pointed out that the bamboo scrolls before them were their new textbooks, detailing every kind of herb in the heavenly realm and their effects. 480 billion herbs altogether. Naturally, he wasn't going to make them copy them right now. In 10 years, though, they'd have to memorize 40 billion herbs by heart. A student looked up and questioned what he was doing. Yansen announced the start of the second lesson of his Immortal Cultivation class. It was alchemy. Yansen remarked that collecting herbs was just the first step, but once they grew stronger, remembering everything would come easy, and alchemy being a long grind meant there was no need to rush. In the world of immortal cultivation, even the most gifted spent nearly a century buried in study to reach only the first grade of alchemy, and barely any of them pulled it off. A supreme alchemist, whether in the heavenly realm or anywhere across the immortal heavenly continents, stood as a force to be reckoned with. And even a first-rate alchemist matched the might of a vast nation. Everyone stared in awe. Yansen mentioned that some couldn't fight at all, but could make others stronger and eager to fight, though naturally their personal power didn't measure up. Ran Zihao pressed if that was real, while another student blurted that it sounded unreal, like they'd just scored game cheats. Yansen explained that he would train each one of them individually during that period and checked if they got it. It was a custom path crafted for them, and in time he would guide them to recognize, grow, and nurture herbs and grasp the effects of merging different species. Everyone confirmed with a firm yes. And so, under Yansen's steady guidance, the students stepped into a new chapter of immortality. That same year, while the students buried themselves in their studies, two pitiful demons were still scrambling for a shot at having a teacher. Anan muttered that she wanted to go to school, and Ling Ling chimed in that she wanted that too. Everyone had figured that Yansen's thunderous strike before the competition would hush the world. Yet, in a realm packed with magic, immortals, ninjas, and supermen, the battle of schemes between all sides had just started. Elsewhere, the full moon blazed over a clear sky, but inside a mansion, lightning cracked and rain poured hard. Within, cloaked figures gathered in the dark. They chanted while clutching crucifixes. Then, they called forth a coffin. Their leader declared that their king should awaken. A clawed hand burst out from the coffin. It was Vampire Drake. He demanded to know who had summoned him, and one of the men confessed that it was him, driven by long-held admiration. Drake asked if he was human, and the man admitted he was. Drake declared that from this moment, he would become one of them. The man shrieked as agony ripped through him. Drake proclaimed that both immortality and life would soon crumble into ruin. Somewhere across the world, something twisted into being, something beyond the grasp of the Academy and the League of Supermen. Meanwhile, the League had finally rebuilt the city and reopened the hero graduation exams for all academies. The Superman Academy students returned to their floating city. One of them griped that those fool alliances had at last restored the place, and he'd been stuck studying in that nightmare for 20 years. Another declared that after all those years of training, they were no longer weak, and nothing could hold them back from graduating Qi as their examiner. But Sun Xiaolu didn't look thrilled. She asked Lan Qiqi what the rules were this time. Lan Qiqi explained that after their monster-catching contest win, they were already recognized as the world's top academy. So the deal was simple. If they could touch her face within 10 minutes, they'd all graduate. Sun Xiaolu asked if that meant they could start. Lan Qiqi gave an easy sure and waved for them to go. Without a second's pause, Sun Xiaolu lunged forward, blade slicing through the air with everything she had. Lan Qiqi caught the sword mid-swing, barehanded. Sun Xiaolu froze, stunned. Lan Qiqi chuckled that Yansen's student lived up to the hype. Tough as expected. It was just a warm-up, she added. Then her gaze sharpened as she asked if Sun Xiaolu was actually trying to kill her. Sun Xiaolu just stared, completely stunned. The audience froze in disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around it either. He pressed to know how strong Lan Qiqi actually was. She replied that she had no clue, just that it wasn't the peak of Qi refinement. They warned that he should keep his guard up. She casually mentioned that she forgot to say she could fight back. Then she unleashed her magic beam. They went pale the instant they caught sight of it. She dove forward without hesitation to pull him out of harm's way. The beam streaked past them and nearly struck the crowd. But she lifted her arms in time. She twisted the beam off its course. She declared that she'd give them something brutal. He muttered that it looked oddly familiar. A massive explosion ripped through the arena. The audience flinched as the blast almost tore into them. Smoke swallowed the entire field, blurring every outline. When it cleared, they spotted him standing firm behind a wall of layered seals. He grumbled that not even a mage had shown an up, and that he'd take it up with the education board. Someone from the stands shouted if they were still breathing. They gawked when a gigantic sword came into view. The swords anchored themselves at every corner of the arena. He had summoned them. She caught sight of him at once. She figured he was still too protective. Meanwhile, she plunged her blade deep into the ground. She poured essence into Qi and activated her array. One classmate urged everyone to lend her more spirit. Another complained that he was already drained. A third said it was fine, just a bit longer. She announced that this was exactly what she'd been waiting for, so she better bring it on. She snapped that losing wouldn't come that easy. Then she charged ahead. Her opponent mirrored her move. She caught her chin squarely with a hard kick. He blinked in astonishment. She clenched her jaw through the sharp ache. She wondered how she'd barely crossed paths with the top 10, and yet they moved like that. Before she could steady herself, her rival shifted instantly. She twisted through the air, legs whipping with ferocity. She barked that all those days sparring with her weren't for nothing. Now, she'd feel it firsthand. But her target slipped away clean. Only a few strands of hair caught the blow. She quipped that it was a close one. That's when she stiffened in alarm. At that moment, students across every college were fighting toward graduation. Elsewhere, across the world, hooded figures arrived at a grand estate. One asked if this was the right place, and another confirmed. It was the